The Senate will come to order. Senator Boldon,
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call. Senator Boldon,
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
on that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Boldon,
Mr. President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
there is a privileged report at the desk. The secretary will read the report.
Senator Dietzick from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on Senate File Number 3035. Senators Champion, McEwen, Mohammed, Hochschild, and Gustafson. Senate File Number 2934, Senators Hoffman, Abler, and Fateh.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, we will revert to the fifth order of business, report of committees. Members, there's a committee report to read at the desk. The secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House File Number 2887, a bill for an act relating to transportation, establishing a budget for transportation, appropriating money for transportation purposes, etc. Reports the same back with the recommendation that the bill be amended as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. And when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Boldon for a motion to adopt the committee report.
Mr. President, I move the committee report read by the Secretary be adopted.
To that motion, any discussion? All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, the next order of business is the seventh order of business, first reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File Number 2887.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members, we will now go back to, remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, I'm going to call on Senator Boldon to determine the special orders for today.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration.
The bills designated are, the list is on your desk, and we will begin with General Orders number 122. That would be House File 1587. Senator Putnam for the Omnibus Agricultural Policy Bill. Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. House File 1587 is the policy omnibus of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Broadband, and Rural Development. It's also super simple and kind of boring. Some of the things that are most interesting about it, I want to just go over those really quickly. We have three kind of more compelling moments of policy. The first is dealing with veterinarian licensure for vet techs. It's a great opportunity to professionalize veterinarian technicians, get more people in the industry, pay them a little bit better, make it a little bit easier on veterinarians, especially in greater Minnesota. The second kind of interesting provision we got is one that will allow veterinarians from other states and other countries to come and do special work at the University of Minnesota with a temporary license for doing that work. And the last thing, like all things in ag, is post-partisan and focused on solving problems. We've got a provision from our good friend Senator Rasmussen that would change the way that we market and sell milk so that it can now be sold as a what's called a loss leader. Those are the three kind of interesting elements of the bill. The rest of it, we're dotting lots of I's and crossing lots of T's. It's all stuff that came from the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, mostly technical amendments. It's pretty simple stuff, folks, and that's what I got.
Any further discussions or amendments for House File 1587? Any discussion or amendments? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 1587, a bill for an act relating to agriculture, adding non-native phragmites to noxious weeds provisions.
Third reading. Any additional discussion on House File 1587? Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Chair Putnam, too, for bringing this bill forward, and particularly on the vet tech issues. This is a really important issue, particularly out in rural areas. This will expand vet techs and what they can do, and we have a real shortage of veterinarians in rural areas, so this will be a help to them in getting that done. And I would also like to thank Senator Rasmussen, too, for bringing forward the amendment on the milk provision. I think that's going to be a really good consumer benefit as well. So thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as was discussed by Senator Putnam and Senator Kupek, it's currently against the law to sell dairy products too cheaply. And so whether it's a gallon of milk, yogurt, cottage cheese, you can actually get in trouble with the state government for trying to give consumers too good of a deal on dairy products. It's clear that this law hurts Minnesota consumers, it hurts Minnesota dairy farmers, and is frankly a waste of resources from the Department of Agriculture. And so I'm really glad that in this bill before the body, we're going to be repealing this antiquated law. First, it helps consumers who are going to benefit from lower dairy prices at the grocery store. The Federal Trade Commission and economists have been against laws like this because it hurts consumers by setting an artificial floor. And so Minnesota consumers can look forward to having more affordable dairy prices as they face the cost of inflation. And second, Mr. President, this is also going to help out Minnesota dairy farmers, and that's why the dairy producers testified in support. Minnesota Department of Agriculture testified in support. By setting an artificial floor on retail dairy prices, we suppress demand for their product. And so I'm really excited, too, that this will help out Minnesota dairy. And just to give you a sense, this is a really interesting law because it's actually only in effect 11 months out of the year. For the month of June, the law is not in effect because that's Dairy Month. And so by passing this into law here today, we'll be ensuring that every month is Dairy Month here in Minnesota and supporting Minnesota consumers and dairy farmers. So I appreciate the inclusion of that in this bill.
Any other discussion on House File 1587? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I rise in support of the Ag Policy Bill and the provision we just heard about with milk and dairy. Members, let's give it a try. If 1 month out of the year is good enough to allow retailers of dairy products to set their own prices, let's do it 11 more months, and let's help sell more products, delicious dairy products, milk, ice cream, butter. Let's help market more of those products, even if they're a loss leader in a store. That's local retailers' decisions. And so this issue's been around for a long time. We tried some years, actually 10 or 15 years ago, to try to repeal this. There seemed to be a groundswell of some groups of people to stop it. But the dairy farmers want to see this. Others, consumers, want to see this. And it makes no sense that in the month of June we'd relax the dairy price setting laws and then have it in place for 11 more months. And so I think this is one of the several provisions in this bill that are just time to catch up with the times. We do have retailers out there. Quick Trip is one that I understand is vertically integrated and owns their milk source. And so they're not subject to this dairy price setting law as others are. And there's other businesses that have modeled the same way. And so oftentimes you will find those dairy products to be priced better than others down the street. And others down the street's hands are tied because of this law. And so let's let the businesses and the marketplace compete. Let's give the consumers the benefit of lower dairy prices at times and more dairy products marketed and sold, so our dairy farmers have even improved markets. And so, members, it reminds me some years ago I was asked to do a public service announcement for June Dairy Month. And jokingly, we came up with the slogan, milk, cheese, ice cream, and butter, all things that come from an udder. And that was our slogan and statement for June Dairy Month. So members, let's support the dairy industry in this bill and vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary would take roll on final passage of House File 1587. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Corinne, are you going to vote? All senators voting who have a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 4 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to our next bill, which is number 138 on general orders. It is Senate file number 2904. Senator Hur is the author. It's the Omnibus Environment Policy Bill. Senator Hur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 2904 is the 2023 Environment Policy Omnibus Bill. The language in this bill is largely DNR technical changes and policy provisions such as allowing the use of 2 fish lines on the portion of Missouri River and Mississippi River, sparing fishing instruction for Cisco species, clarification on person daily possession of fish limit, the use of non-lethal scaring towards deer, elk when they damage agricultural properties, requiring blaze orange or pink on ground blinds, expanding WMA accessibility language, and expanding walking access to include wildlife watching and photography, just to name a few provision in the largely provision on this omnibus bill. One provision in this bill is from MPCA dealing with the water pollution notification that was carried by Senator McCune. The rest on this omnibus bill include language from Senate members. For example, the snowmobile ATV ownership transfer by Senator Jasinski, the muzzleloader modification by Senator Hawj, the portable stands in certain WNAs carried by Senator Johnson, the issuance of certain water use permit carried by Senator Wiesenberg, and the enforcement authority modification by Senator Kunish. The language in this bill is generally controversial, so member, I ask for your support of this bill. And thank you, Mr. President. I have a technical amendment that I'd like to put on this bill before we have further discussion, and that's the A14 amendment.
Senator Hur offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hur moves to amend Senate File number 2904 as follows. Page 19, delete Section 34. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Hur.
The A14 amendment is just a recommendation for technical change for the DNR involving felt sold on wader for trout fishermen. And so I ask member to support this amendment by voice vote. That would be just fine.
Discussion on the A14. Seeing none, all in favor of the A14 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The A14 is adopted. Senator Hur.
Well, member, I ask for your support if there's no amendment.
Further discussion or amendments on Senate File 2904. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, on the finance bill, last week now we had an amendment to eliminate the shotgun zone in southern Minnesota and replace it with the option to use a firearm for hunting deer that's safer, and it's been proven safer in the research and in experience in the neighboring state of Wisconsin, among other places. I actually brought the very same language that passed this body with 42 votes, I believe, including Senator Boldon had an amendment to exclude Olmsted County, which was entertained by the body and added to the amendment. So This amendment represents, again, what passed the Senate on the finance bill. Mr. President, I'd like to offer that amendment to this bill, and that amendment is the A26 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A26 amendment. Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 17, delete Section 29 and insert. This is the A26 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, encourage you to support the A26 amendment. It's supported by the Minnesota DNR. It's supported by the Minnesota Deer Hunters Association and deer hunters throughout Minnesota. And just to remind you, the safety increase that they saw with rifles over shotguns was a 15% increase in safety. So I encourage you to allow hunters in Minnesota, in southern Minnesota, to have that same added safety option that would come along with this new policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, the A26 is now online. Senator Herr. Senator Herr to the A26.
Mr. President, I'd like to see the language first. It's still coming to my
Any other
desk.
discussion or comment on the A26? We'll pause while the author has a chance to review the amendment. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jarzynski, for the second attempt. It's already in the bill, already in the omnibus bill. So I would advise member just to vote no to reduce redundancy, because it's already going to go to an omnibus bill that the same language is already there.
Senator Drazkowski. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. There being no further discussion on the A26, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Rasmussen, for those members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jarzynski votes aye.
Senator Jarzynski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Boldon, for those voting under. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 aye votes and 30 nay votes, the amendment is adopted. Further amendments, Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the 820 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the 820 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 22, after line 21, insert. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is, in the history of Minnesota, we have a large aquifer that runs under the state. Historically, that aquifer had no access for industrial purposes in the 7-county metro area. In 2019, the legislature made that same policy statewide. And what that did is, one, it protected our water, vital potable waters, drinking water source, and eliminated industrial purposes. But what it also did is it put a handful of people in an instant or in a position where they don't have access to an aquifer outside of the Mount Simon Hinckley aquifer. So what this does is allows the commissioner of DNR to prescribe use on a very limited basis for someone who has no access to an aquifer besides the Mount Simon Hinckley aquifer for something other than drinking water, with very strict restrictions on how that can be applied for and monitoring that wouldn't typically be provided. The DNR is okay with this, and I talked to the chair, the chief, or the chair, Senator Herr, and everybody's amenable to it, and I request a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Further discussion on the 820. Senator Herr.
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, would Senator Coran yield?
Senator Coran, will you yield? Senator Coran will yield. Senator Herr.
Senator Coran, did you say that the DNR had you had spoken to the DNR and they support of this amendment?
Senator Coran.
Mr. President and Senator Herr, yes, I spoke to the DNR, and actually they helped formulate this language last year. And really what it prescribes is the ability, they have a desire to do this because they have other landowners who are in that situation. It would be highly unlikely that anybody would be able to use this for row crops, very limited use, and they think there's between 6 and 12 properties or entities that may fall into this area. And yes, they are in agreement.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Senator Coran, for confirming that. I haven't heard a message from the DNR. I've been asking them about this matters, and I wish I got the confirmation from them. I would, at this point, I would vote no for it, just so that we have more discussion moving further. This could be something that we need to discuss in committee at this point, because I didn't get confirmation from, as a chair, I did not get confirmation from the DNR, so that concerns me. But I do have a trust toward your explanation, but as a chair, I have a responsibility to get message from the DNR, and I haven't received that, so I do have that concern. So at this point, I would say no.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call.
Senator Coran. A roll call requested and granted. Senator Coran.
Mr. President, to that point, when I spoke specifically to the DNR, Mr. Bob Meyer, and when I spoke to him, he had said he had spoken to Senator Herr. Senator Herr, would Senator Herr rise for a question?
Senator Herr, will you yield for a question?
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for
Senator Herr, Senator Herr. Senator Coran has the floor. Will you yield for his question?
Oh, yes, I will yield for Senator Coran's question.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I spoke to you about this a variety of times, and I did speak to Mr. Meyer. He actually did confirm with me again yesterday and again this morning that they were completely okay with it. But when I spoke to him yesterday, he had spoken that he had talked to you about it. This is an activity that they really need because they have other farmers in it. And I understand your position as a chair to protect that, but I would encourage a green vote. And because I'm not sure, Mr. President or Chair, if this is going to conference committee or that there'd be another opportunity to add this for this year. So if it was going to conference committee, I would say, hey, great, we could do it there. But it doesn't appear that this is going to conference committee. And I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Coran, you had asked Senator Herr to yield. You do not have a question for Senator Herr? All right, Senator Herr.
Thank you, Senator Coran. Human has flaw, and human sometimes memory, are not as good. So maybe we have talked about it, but I don't remember. But with today modern technology, we can get information back and forth rather quickly. So I just got a message with technology that the DNR do support it. So I will change my position in supporting your amendment. Thank you.
Senator Kupek.
Mr. President, then I do not request a roll call. I withdraw that.
Request for roll call has been withdrawn. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. Further discussion or amendments on the bill? Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd offer the A13 amendment.
Senator Seeberger offers the A13 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Seeberger moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 29, delete sections 55 and 56 and insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A13 amendment adds a little bit of needed language to the bill with respect to water use permits for the city of Lake Elmo and communities affected by the 5-mile radius surrounding White Bear Lake and water permitting issues. This is an urgent issue for the city of Lake Elmo. They are in a water crisis, not of their own making, stemming from PFAS contamination in their wells, stemming from an order from Met Council that they must develop, and stemming from a court decision relating to recreational users of White Bear Lake and water levels of White Bear Lake. This language helps alleviate that crisis, gives them a little bit of breathing room so that they can continue to develop and continue with developments that are under contract and ready to go. And so, members, I would ask for you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a lengthy discussion on this provision. It's in the bill, and the amendment is just make a small technical change to the liking of the author. So I will support this and ask members to vote yes.
Further discussion on the A13. Seeing none, all in favor of the A13 say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The A13 is adopted. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A9.
Senator Wiesenberg offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 11, after line 7, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I have been talking with people in the fishing industry over the last few months, and we have a mineral shortage in our state. And obviously, being the land of 10,000 lakes, we need to have minerals to go fishing. So I was in touch with people who are mineral trappers and retailers, and I fish myself, so I've contacted retailers in my district and around the area, and there's been a real mineral shortage. So this is aiming to address that. I even have a letter from Minfish here, how they're saying it's a $500 million a year industry, and we need to help our industry get the minerals in their doors. So, you know, fishing openers 2.5 weeks away, whatever we can do to help people have minerals and keep money flowing. It's not just minerals, it's bait. People buy gas, people buy food, people stay in hotels, people go to resorts. This will affect everybody if we don't help the mineral people. So my amendment would let us bring in minerals from outstate if there is a mineral shortage, and that's what this amendment aims to do.
Further discussion on the A9, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have an amendment to the amendment, the A25.
Senator Hoffman offers the A25 amendment to the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend the A9 amendment to Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 2, after line 30, insert. This is the A25 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if the author of the amendment would yield for a question.
Senator Wiesenberg will yield. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the conversation here, I'm wondering, Senator Wiesenberg, are you perhaps a mineral biologist by trade? If you want to help us understand this thing about minnows, I would appreciate that. But and then I have a statement after that. So thank you.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Yes, I am a biologist. So there's been some concern about exotic species transfer with minnows and things, and currently we don't have to worry about, let's say, zebra mussels being transferred from one body of water to another because they're not breeding right now. So the water temperature has to get up to like 74 degrees before they would breed, and there'd be villagers in the water system. So if we're getting crappie minnows, say from South Dakota or North Dakota or Wisconsin, these crappie minnows are coming from low swamps where really zebra mussels don't survive anyway, and if we are trapping them, there aren't going to be those types of exotics in there. So there's not harm for that at this point in time. And there are minnows we're worried about, let's say, coming from Arkansas, shiner minnows versus a carp. You can look at, I could look at a shiner minnow and being a fisherman, know that, this is a shiner minnow and this might be a carp minnow, and, so we're going to be able to get rid of that carp minnow. So there's some concerns with DNR with the carp issue, but shiner minnows are pretty expensive, so we typically buy 6 or 12 at a time. You don't buy a whole lot. And really, for there to be an ongoing carp issue, you would have to have 2 carp end up in your bucket. One would have to be male, one would have to be female. They would both have to get into the lake, and they would both have to grow up to be adults, and then they would both have to find each other again and breed, which is very unlikely to happen. And as Senator Hoffman knows, these type of carp also need running water to breed, so they wouldn't be breeding in the lakes anyway. I could keep going on. Do you want to ask me more questions? Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it explains the situation we're in. The author, Senator Reisenberg, and I have been in contact with the Department of Natural Resources, and they're needing to be able to have a position to be able to get some of the things, and that's why the amendment to the amendment will allow them to get this placeholder so that we can actually address the issue that the biologist from northern Minnesota just explained to the body. So with that, I would appreciate a vote yes for this amendment to the amendment and a yes on the amendment. So thank you.
Senator Weisenberg.
I would accept this as a friendly amendment. So could we have a voice vote?
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment. Senator Weisenberg.
Thank you. And once again, let's if we could just get this through, this will help people fish, and we'll be able to have kids having fun out this opener, and we will be saving people money. So thank you.
Further discussion on the A9? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Further discussion or amendments on the bill? The motion prevailed. The amendment is adopted. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I have Amendment A21, or 23, I'm sorry.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
It's the A23, I think, right?
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A23 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 19, line 11, delete end. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what this does, and this comes from a few constituents in my district, I know in the bill we have allow children under 18 or minors to have 2 lines in the, I think it's the Mississippi River, if I remember right. And what this does, it would simply expand that right for minors to have 2 lines in our lakes and all rivers across the state. Members, they already have that ability to do that over winter. This simply allows them to do that, minors to do that during the summer from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Fishing is one of the traditions we have here for our families, and to allow young people the excitement to be able to participate in that. Again, the limits still apply. They just would be able to have 2 lines in the water. So with that, Mr. President, if Senator Herr would comment on the amendment.
To the A23, Senator Herr.
Thank you. And also thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, for bringing this forth. We already have in the Omnibus bill here granted 2 lines on a long portion of Mississippi River and also Minnesota River So I will urge member to vote no. I know that this, Senator Gruenhagen is focused more on having children, but this. Oh, okay, but for children, and I love children to go fishing, but to place too many pole on children's hand, how can adult teach them how to fish? Teaching fish start from the basic, with one pole, one children at a time, and I think that will be a quality moment. If they want to increase to 2, it's already allowed along certain portion of Mississippi River and Minnesota, which is quite lengthy, from St. Anthony all the way down to St. Croix. I believe that's on the omnibus bill. So I will encourage member to vote no on this, and at this point, the DNR doesn't support it either. Thank you.
Senator Kupek.
Mr. President, I would request a roll call on
Roll
this.
call requested and granted. Further discussion on the A23. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Senator Herb, but you already have some in there for the minors during the summer, but it's only for a certain area of the state of Minnesota. This amendment would just expand that same idea across the state. So let's let all children, regardless of where they're born in the state of Minnesota, participate in this additional ability to have 2 lines in the water. Again, it's for minors. Senators, I urge a yes vote.
Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Senator Murphy, for those members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 25 aye votes and 41 nay votes, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce the A6 amendment.
Senator Hawj offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hochschild moves to amend Senate File number 2904 as follows, page 29, after line 4, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A6 amendment is a local issue in St. Louis County. They have an environmental trust fund that was created by the legislature for the sale of lake land that goes into this fund to be invested for various things. What this amendment would do is allow up to 50% of the principal of that environmental trust fund to be used for environmental projects related to PFAS and waste management plans in the county. So local money just being used for initiatives related to the environment and PFAS in St. Louis County.
Further discussion on the A6.
Mr. President, could I just have an extra moment to read the amendment?
Senator Herr. We can take a moment for members to review the amendment. Senator Herr.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I encourage members to vote yes. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hawj yield for a question?
Senator Hawj will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hawj, this is kind of broad, and you mentioned PFAS. Wondering, would this be related to the development construction of a landfill? Would that be included as one of the permissible uses?
Senator Hawj.
Yes. Or Mr. President, Senator Pratt, yes.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, in Senator Hur's bill, we had some discussion around landfills and PFAS. There was some money allocated to that project. And Mr. President, we have the MPCA that is currently working on a study for this very project. That report is expected to be due out in sometime this summer. And so I would encourage members to vote no on this amendment. It feels like it's jumping ahead of the process the MPCA has set up. The MPCA is studying, and I think we really need to wait for that information to come before we start allocating money to development of landfills, which may include the inclusion of private money development that would build these facilities. Thank you.
Senator Kupek. Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for bringing this amendment forward, Senator Housechild. This has been an ongoing issue that, as Senator Pratt alluded to, the MPCA is already doing a study. Both Itasca County and St. Louis County are looking at a solid waste facility, and in this case, it would be more prudent to let the MPCA, let the agency finish its work before either county moves forward with this. It's been, again, highly contentious between the two counties, and I as well agree with Senator Pratt's point that now was not the time to do this, and I would also request a no vote from folks. Let the agency do its work, and then we can come forward and figure out what the best pathway forward is after that work has been done.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Eichhorn, Senator Pratt. Just to be clear, this doesn't preclude any MPCA process. It is also local county money. This simply just changes what percentage of the Environmental Trust Fund at the county can be used for various projects that they may decide to use it for in the future. So simply a change to the Environmental Trust Fund does not involve the MPCA process, and the MPCA has publicly testified that they're neutral on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The amendment prevails. Division is called for. All those in favor of the amendment will stand. You may be seated. Please stand if you are a no vote. may be seated. There are 21 votes for and 23 votes opposed. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Hoffman. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment. It is the A52.
Senator Nelson offers the A52 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend the A26 amendment to Senate File Number 2904 as adopted by the Senate April 26, 23 as follows. Page 1, line 21, delete Olmsted County and insert. This is the A52 amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is an amendment to delete on line 1, page 121, Olmsted County, and insert Dodge and Olmsted counties. This is about the rifle shotgun zone only. So you might recall we passed the amendment about shotgun only. Deer season being rifle, being able to be not shotgun only. But as you know, last week and today we exempted Olmsted County. And on your desk you will see letters from the Dodge County Sheriff and the Dodge County Commissioners respectfully asking that they also receive the same treatment and preserve the shotgun-only deer hunting in Dodge County. So that is my amendment. And Mr. President, I think I need to offer an oral amendment to my amendment.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not sure if it's an amendment, but I would be in really hot water if I approved spelling Olmsted, O-L-M-S-T-E-A-D. I do want the body to know Olmsted does not have an A in it. That is the Olmsted judicial decision, but I want to make sure that it's clear that Olmsted does not have an A in it.
Senator Nelson, I'm being advised that this can be corrected in engrossment of the bill, so I do not believe we need an oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly withdraw that oral amendment. I respectfully ask for a yes vote on the A52 and allow Dodge County to remain as is regarding that deer hunting season.
Discussion on the A52, Senator Mitchell.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage a no vote on the amendment. I know Senator Boldon brought an amendment for Olmsted County to have that as an exemption on the finance bill, and that's why I included it in here to be consistent. I don't know about the policy of providing exceptions and having what could eventually be a quilt work or a patchwork across the state or parts of it can provide for confusion for people of all sorts at all times. But the reality is with this, as I think many people have found, and I chronicled as I brought the original amendment up, the research shows very clearly that rifles provide a safer option for deer hunters than shotguns. So unfortunately, if Senator Nelson's amendment goes on, the hunters in that district are not going to have that safer option. It's 15% safer for rifles than it is with shotguns. And I don't know the letters from the individuals there and what type of information they had, but we don't see anything that has been printed that shows anything different than that. The experience in the states around us support that. The DNR supports it, and I've never heard from a deer hunter in Dodge County that didn't want this, although I've heard from multiple deer hunters in Dodge County that do want this. So members, I encourage you to vote no on the amendment, and let's have more uniformity through this and provide this safer option for all the hunters in the state, including those in Dodge County. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A52. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I accept Senator Nelson's amendment as a yes, a friendly amendment. We heard the same language from previous year on already and have offered great support to it. In addition to that, as Senator Nelson said, she received letter of support from Dodge County administration and administrator, and also, more importantly, the Dodge County Sheriff Office. So that means a lot. And so I urge members to vote in support of Senator Nelson's amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Nelson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair Herr, as well. This is just treating Dodge County. I represent all of Dodge County. I'm the only senator in this room who represents this county. I would appreciate you supporting this county, also having that same exemption as does Olmsted. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A52. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dixit votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no. All senators having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 50 aye votes and 15 nay votes, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further amendments to the bill, Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And 10 years ago, kind of like this very day that we're in, there was a good senator from downtown St. Paul had a bill that then that good senator from downtown St. Paul was the Senate president, but her bill, so she was in the back of the chamber presenting her bill, and the good senator from New Hope was president of the Senate. And there was a good senator, he's not here right now, from Prior Lake, that was asking many, many questions. I'm just trying to rekindle that memory, because at the end of the debate, Mr. President, what this body had done was we allowed a group of individuals that wanted to write a right to form a union and a right to be able to collectively bargain, do that due justice and due process. And in this case, I bring to you the A8 amendment.
Senator Hoffman offers the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 29, after line 4, insert. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify, I did not call out the name of the specific senator from the good city of Prior Lake, because I did not call that person's name out, just so that that person is clear. But I was just rekindling the memory of where we were 10 years ago with the fact that our outcome was what we needed to do. And in this case, Mr. President, this amendment fixes concerns from the Bureau of Mediation Services regarding naming specific positions that would be included in this, what is called Unit 18. And what we're saying here is that our State Patrol, lieutenants, captains, and majors, and our conservation officers, lieutenants, captains, and majors, who right now don't have a right to the unionization or bargaining. They have these commissioners, supervisory groups, but really there is no collective approach to give them one voice so that when they're going forward. And Mr. President should be aware that the fixes here that we have the concerns on, right? This just does this. It allows the members to organize in a newly created Unit 18 from last year, right? And it includes the supervisors from the DNR, the State Patrol, and the BCA. But what it does not include, and this was really specific, Mr. President, does not include the line officers. That's a whole different bargaining unit. So there is no cross-section that goes on here. It's really clean, it's to the point, and it really addresses what we see as a concern. And so I would hope that members see this absolutely as a positive approach to support our members in blue and to support those who are protecting our minnows out there, just like we had just a few minutes ago, because the DNR officers are the ones that are doing that. But it really, Mr. President, this is a deep, meaningful amendment, and I think it should be a green, and I would really welcome your support.
Further discussion on the A8, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hoffman, for bringing this amendment. I really truly believe that this provides the clarity that we didn't provide when we passed this the first time, and it actually provides the definition of who those supervisors are, and actually will give us a better path forward in support of this. So, members, I would urge you to support the amendment and vote green. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A8 amendment? Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the right to organize. I support the right to organize, but I want to tell folks that you can vote based on your district and your conscience. Thank you very much.
Senator Kupek.
Request a roll call on this.
Senator Kupek.
I will withdraw my roll call request.
Senator Kupek withdraws his request for a roll call. Further discussion on the A8. All those in favor of the A8 say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Senator Fa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Fa offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pa moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 16, after line 2, insert. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would eliminate the age restriction and allow crossbow hunting during archery season. Bow hunting is a great outdoor sport, one that I personally love, but the challenge that I and many Minnesotans have is the ability to enjoy the sport with a traditional compound bow, which is physically challenging to pull the weight that is needed to make a clean kill. We need to make bow hunting accessible for all people to participate no matter what their physical ability may be, which expands the sport to women, to children, to older adults, and people with physical disabilities. I greatly appreciate Senator Herr and Senator Wiesenberg's work with me on this amendment. I ask that members please vote green in support of this amendment so that all Minnesotans can enjoy the great sport of bow hunting. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion of the A51. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to support this amendment also, and we did work together with this. I think we're at a time where we can do this. It's not going to affect our deer herd. Their current bows we have are just like crossbows, and this will give more opportunity to people with a smaller stature or limited ability to hunt, an opportunity to get out there and harvest game. So, thank you.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as a fellow healthcare provider, I'm sure you've maybe had to write a couple of these, but I stand in support of this amendment as I get to write crossbow permit or references for those, and this will stop me from having to fill out a bunch of paperwork for it. So, thank you.
Further discussion on the A51. Senator Herr.
Well, I really like Senator Lincoln's remark there. You know, there's quite cumbersome. You know, as I age, and you know, I've been using compound bow for a number of times, so I can understand, you know, Senator Pa's reason, because it's getting harder and harder, and to get the more accurate and more powerful kill harvest of a deer, you know, you need like 60 pounds or more. You know, so you know, I can see the importance of this, and so again, the DNR remained neutral on this provision, and they did ask us to put a a sunset to this provision so that they can observe whether that would change the deer population or not. But my conclusion is to ask members to support this amendment.
Senator Pa.
Mr. President, I love this bipartisan support. So with that, I withdraw my request for a roll call vote.
No further discussion on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further motions or amendments on the bill? Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we have this bill changes the way the commissioner has the authority and the way that penalties for irrigators and actually water appropriated, when water is appropriated by permit, it has a certain amount, and it used to be a graduated penalty. This bill kind of changes the way that does that. So, Mr. President, in response to looking at what happened last year with our drought, I think we need to take another consideration where the commissioner, when he takes into consideration other pieces and things that have happened when they look at the penalty, I will offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A24 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howell moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 23, line 26, strike end. This is the A24 amendment.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And hopefully this will be considered a friendly amendment. All it does is it adds whether the violation occurred during the drought or an abnormally dry period. These folks are, what I'm really looking for is those farmers out there that are irrigating that are relying on that crop for their financial stability and to continue farming, I think that we should allow the commissioner and direct the commissioner to take into consideration whether this violation of drawing too much water happened during a drought period or a dry period. So I think that it doesn't dictate anything, but it just makes sure that the commissioner takes that into consideration when they're looking at that penalty. And I ask for your green vote and your support on the amendment.
Further discussion on the A24 amendment. Senator Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe. You know, this amendment is straightforward and short, and something that's likely to get support, but I have not got confirmation from the DNR, and they strongly oppose to this at this point. We need to have further discussion on this, and I rather we wait till maybe next session to bring this forward as a bill, and then we can hear more from the DNR analysis and also shareholder groups or farmers to analyze this thoroughly before we approve. So I would object to this amendment at this time and urge members to support to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A24 amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Howe yield for a question?
Senator Howe will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe, if the A24 were adopted, it's my understanding it would simply allow the commissioner to take this into account. It would not require them to take any different action than what they're taking today. Am I reading that correctly?
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator Rasmussen, because actually if you look down the list of things the commissioner can take into effect, there's other things that they may take into effect, so there is not a limit there. But this, I think, would just be a reminder to the commissioner that that is one of the items that they should take into consideration. So it doesn't change anything else. It just kind of is another piece in there as a reminder that, say, Commissioner, this is another thing to take into consideration, that it is a dry period. It did happen when it was during a drought, and it doesn't force him to make any modifications anywhere. It just makes a reminder out there that he should kind of take a look at that as he makes his consideration as far as what the penalty will be.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And coming from an area that has a lot of agriculture and has had issues with dry periods and droughts, I read this amendment as just giving the commissioner some additional authority, really, to evaluate these drought conditions and when they're looking at whether a violation has occurred. And so I would ask for members' support on the A24 today. We don't know. We hope that this next year there's enough rain for our farmers here in Minnesota, but we don't know. And if we are in another drought or an abnormally dry period, I think it makes sense to have the commissioner have this as one of the many items that they consider when looking at violations.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support Senator Herr's request to check into this more. As someone who is a meteorologist and who has often covered and worked with droughts in my career, especially in the climate change pattern that we're in and summers being hotter, that tends to dry out vegetation faster. We're starting to see more droughts more often, and they usually cover a significant area. So one implication that Senator Herr might be checking on before he includes this bill is, if one person starts doing this and then everyone goes, oh, okay, we hit the abnormally dry period, which is the very lowest category, and everyone starts doing that, it could cause a much larger issue. So again, I think that Senator Herr should at least have the time to consider the implications of putting this language into the bill as he's requested, and for that, I would encourage a no vote.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I stand in support of the amendment. And I think there's a little confusion here as to what this amendment really does and the process that goes on. There are monitoring wells on all these irrigation systems, and the farmers and agencies are constantly looking at them, and especially in a dry year, they're looking at them. And so they can, at any given time, stop those permits and stop the water or stop the irrigation if the water goes low. And the issue that we have here is, and I'll be talking about this a little later too, is in this bill, there used to be staggered penalties for the degree of violation, and now it's just going to be up to $40,000, which is massive to a lot of these guys, maybe all of them. But the issue is, did the drawdown or is the aquifer low because of the irrigation, or is the aquifer low because it is a drought? And that's what this amendment does. They have to take that into consideration. There may not have even been a violation, but if the water drops too low, then they can't even consider it. So this is a very good amendment. It's a common sense amendment, and it protects. It gives a small amount of protection for our irrigators, and I'd encourage a green vote.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Herr, I would hope that this would have been considered a friendly amendment, because I really truly believe that when they took out the graduated penalties and went right up to $40,000 penalty, I think we need to take into consideration all of the effects and all the environmental processes that are out there. And this doesn't force them to change any minds or do anything. It just is a reminder for the commissioner that this is something they should take into effect as it goes forward. And it doesn't change what they can do as far as the penalty, but it basically says, hey, if it's a dry year and that monitoring well is down there just because we're in a drought, it shouldn't penalize them for going over their allotted permit, because or it may just say they didn't go over as much as it was a minor overage, and just because it was a drought year and they had to save their crop. So, Mr. President and Senator Herr, I'd hope you take this and change your mind on that waiting, because I do believe this is a good piece. It's a reminder for the commissioner to think about this as they determine what that penalty should be. And I think we should give all the consideration, because if you look at it, Mr. President, they have the history of past violations, the number of violations, there's the gravity of the violation, the economic benefit gained by the person by allowing or committing the violation. This is just one more item in that list to say, hey, also take into consideration if we're in an unseasonably dry period of time. So, members, I ask for your support of not only this amendment, but our agricultural community out there. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll on the A24. Senator Rasmussen, for those members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes, 34 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A53 amendment.
Senator Hawj offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hawj moves to amend Senate File Number 2904 as follows. Page 30, after line 4, insert. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment relates to an environmental trust fund in the county of St. Louis County. It would, this is all local money that is from the proceeds of sales of lake and public lands that go to an environmental fund. It would change to allow them to use 50% of the principal of the environmental trust fund to be used for economic development and environmental projects in the county at their discretion. It also has a provision that by October 1st, 2024, the St. Louis County must report to the chairs and ranking minority members about what the funding was used for to implement.
Further discussion on the AA53 amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Hauschildt yield for a question?
Senator Hauschildt will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hauschildt. Senator Hauschildt, I was wondering if you could tell us how this amendment is different from the one you previously offered.
Senator Hauschildt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. This has a reporting requirement under Section B.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator
Mr. President, first of all, I want roll call on this
roll call
amendment.
requested and granted.
And I fully support of this amendment, and thank you for bringing up and specify is actually the language is a little clearer than the previous one. Actually, I specify that it's some environmental trust fund within that county. So thank you, Senator Hauschildt, for bringing back and ask members to support it.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is essentially the same amendment that was defeated a few minutes ago, and for the same reasons, I oppose the amendment. This would go to constructing a landfill that is currently a part of a larger discussion involving multiple counties, and we are waiting for the MPCA report to come. It feels like we're jumping ahead of that report, and I would encourage members to vote no.
Final discussion on the A53. Senator Hauschildt.
Mr. President, no further comments.
Secretary will take the roll on the A53 amendment. Senator Murphy for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
And Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 41 aye votes and 25 nay votes, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion or amendments on the bill? The Secretary will give the bill third reading.
Senate File Number 2904, a bill for an act relating to state government, modifying environment and natural resources laws.
Third reading. Final discussion on the bill. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And looking through, listening to the discussion on the bill and when the author first brought the bill forward and he went through it and he talked about the good things in the bill. And there are probably some good things in the bill in there somewhere, and maybe after the amendments a few more. But there are some very disturbing parts of this bill, and I'm going to just touch on a few of them, and then I probably have a question or two for the author. Starting right away on page 1, a few years ago we worked pretty hard to get through a state board of investment to help manage the money and get it out of the hands of the agencies where it was becoming a problem on how it was being used. And in this bill, when it comes to the DNR, they're going to be able to claw back some of that authority and decide how that money is invested again. Now, I heard the testimony from the DNR, and I looked into it, and I don't really find that it was valid as far as how the money's being invested, and so that is a problem. You know, we're turning back authority that this body had already decided was not good to have in that place, and I'm sure that Senator Herr does have the bill in front of him. So would Senator Herr yield for a question?
Senator Herr will yield. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr, this is just a simple question. It is for me. On page 15, starting at line 3, before this, it talks about tribal identification cards being able to be used to purchase, but on line 3 on page 15, it says, a person must not have applied for, purchased, or accepted a resident hunting license, fishing license, trapping license issued by another state or foreign country within 60 days before applying for the resident license. We know that our tribes are their own nation and they're foreign nations. Would this language preclude members of a tribe from buying state license?
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Senator Green, for your questions, and we did hear this in the Environment, Climate, and Legacy Committee, where you're also a member of, and I know that you are pointing to the specific line on 15.3. This is, I would say this as a DNR agency language, technical language, but if you look at the entire concept of it, it actually expanding the purchasing of fishing license then narrow it down. So my understanding, this is part of the agency technical language. So it doesn't add any restriction to the purchasing of the outdoors license. But instead, it opened more room for folks in the tribal nation that they can just show a paper of their driver license, not necessarily driver license, but a application form to be able to purchase fishing license.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Herr. I would ask you to maybe dig into this a little deeper, because this does say that you can use your tribal identification to purchase a license, and I understand that. But the concern is that a tribal identification is actually your license. So I can pull out my tribal identification, and it has on there what I can do, what I can use for hunting or for fishing, and whatnot. And so I think this should at least be looked at, just to be clear, just to clarify what that is. And so, Mr. President, there's other issues in the bill as well. On page 21, this is in other bills as well, and what it's doing is it's broadening definitions as to what the agency can fine you, put fees on, more regulations, and it talks about ecosystem harm. And ecosystem harm means a change to change the biological community and ecological in a manner that results in a loss of ecological structure or function. That is so broad. If I was walking through my pasture, I would think, and stepped in a pile of cow manure and walked through the water, I will change that ecological structure. And so there should be something in there that would define that better. And the same with a negative impact to surface waters. What is defined by negative impact? It just says something that changes the surface water, changes the ecosystem. There's really no definition there. It's very broad and concerning. The other thing in here, it also does away, once again, with due process. There's language in this bill where a commissioner, not even the agency in particular, but the commissioner can come in and change the rules in midstream. He can, if he issues a fine or a fee or some kind of statement against you, it looks in this bill like you're automatically guilty. You're just guilty. There's no, you don't get to go to court to be challenged in court to see if you can prove or see if they can prove a case against you. What this will require is that you have to go to court to prove that you're not guilty. It's standing our laws on their head, and so that is a real problem as well. And then I did talk a little bit about administrative penalties. It changes penalties to administrative penalties. So there again, more power to the agencies without due process. In current language, the agency can, I don't want to use hard language, but the agency can inflict penalties on people, but in current language, they can't seek civil penalties. But this bill strikes that. So now the agencies will also be able to seek civil penalties after they charge you with other crimes. And that's what they're charging with, is crimes. And it also says that you'll forfeit and have to pay. If they send you notice, you're going to forfeit and have to pay. Once again, another part of the language takes away your due process. And then the one thing that I do have a question on, and this will probably be my last comment on this bill, but if Senator Herr would yield.
Senator Herr will yield. Senator Green.
Starting on page 26, line 25, it's talking about a municipality and goes in a little bit about some of the penalties that might be imposed on the municipality. In this bill, am I reading this right, Senator Herr, that this will allow, if there's a penalty, the municipality will be able to levy taxes without going to the people for a vote? If the agency levels a tax on them or a penalty on them for something that might have happened, they can just automatically go, and there's other things too, issue bonds, acquire real property, and impose a levy without voter approval?
Senator
Herr. Thank you, Senator Green. Basically, on page 26, as you referred to, it just clarified that it doesn't limit the county to do the following. So that's the answer.
Senator Green.
So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Herr. So then it is correct that now, once again, we're going to allow local governments, which they have to come to the legislature and seek approval to do local option sales taxes. They have to come to the legislature for approval on a lot of things before they take it to the people for a vote. In this bill, the agencies are going to be able to impose these penalties, and now we're giving authority for the local communities to levy taxes without voter approval. I can't support the bill today. Out of all the things that are in it, this kind of power should not be moving forward in our bills. I expect that, like a lot of the other bills that we've seen, you're going to probably see some lawsuits on this one as well. So I encourage a red vote on the bill.
Further discussion on Senate File 2904. Senator Eichhorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green, for the comments. I won't reiterate the negative things he said about the bill. I'll just say again, as I did on the Environment Finance bill, appreciate Senator Herr's ability to work together with us and include amendments from all of our minority environment team. I appreciate that. So I'll just mention a few of the things that we do like and that are good. Some of the Senator Jasinski provisions for snowmobiles to include snowmobile decals to basically modernize the issuance and display of those, to allow snowmobile owners, not just register owners, to apply for transfer of ownership, to allow local road authorities to approve safe locations for crossing of highways by snowmobiles and ATVs, extending the Sustainable Forest Act for an additional 5 years, and modernizing statutes so that the DNR can permit people with disabilities to use motorized vehicles in wildlife management areas. So there are definitely some good things in the bill too. I agree with Senator Green's sentiments. Just wanted to say that like a lot of bills, there are some good things and some bad things, and appreciate the work that Senator Herr did on this, putting it together, and I really appreciate that he kept the extremely controversial stuff out of the bill and put forward a bill that I think both sides can be happy to vote for today. So thank you again for your work, Senator Herr, and thank you to both your team and our minority team as well. Thanks, Mr.
Final comments on the bill will be from Senator Herr before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for your amendments and also your input. It was a very engaging discussion. I want to take this moment to thank, not just thank everyone here in this chamber, but I want to go on and thank the staff as well. But first of all, I want to thank members in my committees, Senator McCune, my vice chair, and Senator Eichhorn, our ranking member, for working very well with me and encouraging folks to support this bipartisan bill. Also, I want to thank you, Senator Morrison, Senator John Hoffman, Senator Kunish, Senator Hawj, Senator Wiesenberg, for continuing to add on and make amendment to make this bill better, and Senator Lane, also Senator Steve Green. I just enjoy hearing your third reading, where your third reading is posing a question, and I will take it to heart, examining the tribal ID a little bit better and understanding that part, whether it's technicality, legality, or culture. I want to understand that much better than I do today. And you are also a strong agitator in the community to make sure that our agency bring us the more transparent information. So I value, although your opinion and idea may be contrasted to mine, but I value your input in the committee and also your input into this bill that formulate to this point of the Omnibus environmental policy bill. I also want to thank our staff, Mr. Ben Stanley, our Senate counsel, Mr. Dan Mueller, our fiscal analyst, although this bill today is dealing with policy, but I seen Mr. Stanley and Mr. Mueller a good tag team in supporting our provision and our makeup of this bill. I also want to thank Carla Jefferson, my committee administrator, Mike Galvu, my committee legislative assistant. Cassie Tamadov, cannot do without her. She's here, she's there, she's everywhere, and making sure that I'm actually active and awake and engaged. And also want to thank Greg Exley, our GOP researcher, too, as well. Our community page, Claire, Marcus, Natalie, and Taylor Gustafson, support staff for Senator Council, and our intern, Mr. LaShawn, Mr. Griffin, who keep us on our toe. As I said earlier, this bill generally a non-controversial omnibus bill. The policy in this bill will guide our state agency, mainly DNR, to manage our state natural resource adaptively into the future. and that in itself say all. So member, I ask for your support in voting unanimously green. Thank you very much.
Secretary will take the roll on final passage. Senator Murphy, for those members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, Secretary will close the roll. There being 51 aye votes and 16 nay votes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, next up on special orders today is Senate File 1362, the Omnibus Elections Policy Bill. Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm proud to offer Senate File 1362, the Senate Elections Policy Bill. This bill will protect and expand the freedom to vote. It'll shine a light on money in politics and the influence that it has in the Capitol. It'll raise ethical standards, improving the system for all voters regardless of their race, income, or zip code. We are a country that believes in majority rule, which is especially important when determining who takes the highest office in the land. The candidate who receives the most votes should be elected president. This bill moves us toward that reality by including the National Popular Vote Compact. Once passed, Minnesota's electoral votes will go to the winner of the national popular vote, as soon as the states with a total of 270 votes join as well. The bill also protects and expands the freedom to vote by removing barriers and easing access for voters. To this end, it ensures that college students will have the information about voting and more ways to complete the same-day registration. This bill also eases the process for residents of veterans' homes by ensuring that election judges visit them on site like they already do for nursing home residents. The bill expands the type of accessible voting devices that local governments can provide to accommodate voters with disabilities. Further, the bill removes arbitrary deadlines and allows voters with more flexibility so that they can return absentee ballots up until 8 p.m. on Election Day. The bill shines a light on money and influence in Minnesota politics, improving transparency. It will require reporting and disclaimers for sham issue ads by adopting the federal electioneering standard so that the ads aired in the run-up to the primary or the general election that refer to a clearly identified candidate will count as communications intending to impact the election. In addition, the bill includes additional meaningful reporting requirements from candidates, lobbyists, and those who hire them. It represents an agreement between the Minnesota Government Relations Council and the Campaign Finance Board that was years in the making. The bill raises ethical standards by banning lobbyist clubs and by prohibiting candidates for state office from directly soliciting contributions from PACs or lobbyists during the legislative session on behalf of political parties. By passing these important updates, Minnesota will remain a national leader in elections for years to come. I look forward to discussing this bill with you today and would like by offering the A25 amendment.
Carlson offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Carlson moves to amend Senate File Number 1362 as follows. Page 7, delete Section 7. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Carlson, to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, even though it has a lot of items listed on it, this amendment deletes the sections that were changed and included in the state government elections budget omnibus bill. It's primary technical, and it reinstates language that was stricken in error, and it makes other clarifying and technical changes. I'm happy to stand for questions and ask for a green vote.
Roll call. Did you request a roll call?
I did not request a roll call, but as long as you mentioned it, I will request a roll call.
And the only reason why I mentioned it because you said green vote, so that's why I wanted to make sure that I clarified it. So roll call requested, roll call granted. Any questions on the A25? Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Mr. Carlson, or Senator Carlson, rise for a question?
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson, could you tell us or highlight the language that was reinserted? I believe there was some information that, or some content that was left out by accident. Could you at least tell us what that is?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Yes, Mr. President. Let me get it up here. It is line 1.5 on the amendment, and it was language that was it was removed in error, so it's actually being replaced as it was removed in error.
Senator Coran. Oh, is there anything else, Senator Carlson?
Pardon me? Didn't catch
Was there anything else, any other questions you were going to answer? I didn't want to interrupt you because Senator Coran was standing back up, and I'm not certain if you were finished.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think that's the only one that was removed in error and is being replaced. They're being reinstated.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Carlson rise for another question?
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson, was the language that was missed or that's being reinserted the information in regards to Cash App applications as it pertains to qualified uses of financial transactions for candidates?
Senator Carlson, when you're ready.
Yes, Mr. President, I need to find it. It's on page 18, lines 30 and 31. 18 of the bill, lines 30 and 31. And Mr. President and Senator Cran, yes, it was information that spoke of the contribution received during the last 3 days must be deposited within 72 hours, and that was an error removed. So it was just to restate that. There was a word that was added after a period where it talked about a contribution must not be deposited in any other account prior to being deposited within the depository of the principal campaign.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Any other amendments? We're on the A25 amendment. Seeing none, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Carlson could explain the new language on line 1.11 through 1.13 of his amendment. I'm still trying to figure it out.
Senator Carlson, will you yield for a question?
Mr. President, may I hear that question again? I think it was asking for explanation 1.1 to 1.3.
1.11 to 1.13 on the A25. He's asking you to explain that language you're inserting there. On the A25.
Well, 1.11. Okay, 1.11. That's a clarification, Mr. President, of deployment, because what it did was this allows people in utilities and in the military to get mail-in ballots when they're deployed. It has to be by a state of emergency by either the governor or the president, and then they're authorized to get their mail-in ballots. But it's just a clarification, and it refers to them being deployed.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Carlson, Carlson, I'm just kind of confused. I thought with no excuse absentee voting, we wouldn't need this type of clarification anymore, and that's why I'm struggling to understand why we need these changes.
Members, please remember to talk through the chair.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
This President.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. It really wasn't a question to Senator Carlson as much as just clarifying why I have the confusion that I do on this particular section.
Thank you. Any other questions on the A25 before we vote? Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A25 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Latz, are you going to vote? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 noes, the A25 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the 821 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A21 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A21 amendment.
Senator Cran moves to amend Senate File Number 1362 as follows. Page 84, delete sections 80 and 81. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Coran, to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what the A21 amendment does is would attempt to restore in this bill the rights and the obligation of Minnesota voters to have their cast ballots recognized. And what this does is it removes the national popular vote, which is extremely controversial, puts a decision in Minnesota electors that will vote for a presidential race, and makes sure that their vote and all of Minnesota's votes are actually attributed to their electoral college votes. And we should not be selling off or changing our election laws that I think are disrespectful to the vote and the will of the people of Minnesota. We want to make sure that Minnesota's elections free, fair, and make sure that our votes are cast towards and accounted towards the intent of our voters, which is to cast our 10 electoral college based on the outcomes of Minnesota's elections, not the East Coast and the West Coast of the United States. Mr. President, I encourage a green vote and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Carlson to the A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been somewhat controversial in that we probably disagree basically on just whose vote's getting counted. You got to remember that in the 2020 election, there were 1.4 million votes in Minnesota that were for the candidate Donald Trump. And those votes were not counted. They didn't count for anything. And in the national popular vote, those votes would be added to votes from another state. If there were other states that would have overcome the margin in Minnesota between the Donald Trump and his opponent, they would have been added together, and potentially Donald Trump may have gotten the majority of the votes, and he would be elected under national popular vote. So there's a difference there in the perspective. And national popular vote is the one system that will guarantee that the person that gets the most votes for president will become the president. And that's the agreement that is part of this voter compact for national popular vote. It is not in place yet. It still requires more states to pass their resolutions and laws like this one for it, and then it would be in place. But as soon as 270 electoral votes would be under the national compact or national popular vote compact, it would come into, it would be then adopted.
Senator Corrent.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we really want, and the country wants to change and eliminate the Electoral College, we shouldn't be doing an end around and run around the Constitution. If we want to, we should change the Electoral College process. It should be done through a constitutional amendment passed by in the required number of states. We need to honor Minnesota's vote, and in the scenario that Senator Carlson talked, it really counts to only counting the winning votes and tallies. We want to honor the outcomes of Minnesota's electors and make sure they go towards who we cast our ballots for. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote green.
Members, just so that you know that I'm going to acknowledge a mistake because I let Senator Corrent speak before a couple other members had already asked to speak. So I want to make sure that you understand that I'm not going, sideways here. So I'm going to recognize those people who had asked to speak before I recognize Senator Corrent, just for this limited purpose, just so that we're clear. Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Corrent's amendment to remove the national popular vote. Members, what our country was founded on and what has created stability for over 200 years is that we're a republic. A national popular vote will move us to a mob democracy. Just for example, what if we had a contested vote nationally and we had to have recounts? Right now we recount in a particular state. This would create a national recount. It would also, according to a book that was written on this that actually was pro-national popular vote, they rated the influence of states in terms of the presidential election. Because of our population, we would actually see a minus 9% influence on the presidential election. The other thing you think, well, people will go to more states. No, or presidential candidates will go to more states. No, they won't. They'll go to the popular states. They'll go to California, New York, Illinois, Texas, and Florida. And the rest of us will pretty much be disregarded because it's national popular vote. The other thing to remember is historically, members, when Franklin came out of the Constitutional Convention, he was asked by a woman, what form of government have you given us? It's a republic, if you can keep it, was Franklin's response. And members, a republic balances the minority against the will of the majority. And that's why we have 2 senators from North Dakota, 2 senators from California, but we have probably 50, 60 congressmen from California and only 1 congressman from North Dakota, because it was a big contention at the founding of this country. They were afraid that the more populous states would take advantage of the less populous states. So it's created stability for over 200 years. This undermines the stability. Members, Franklin also described a mob democracy, which is what national popular vote would move us to, with the illustration that a mob democracy is 2 wolves and a lamb voting on what's for lunch, okay? A republic is a well-armed lamb ready to contest the vote. So members, let's stick with the republic. You say the Pledge of Allegiance every day in this before we open session here. It doesn't say mob democracy. It says a republic, based upon God-given rights. And then it will not result in what you think it will. It will produce election chaos, and Minnesota's votes will actually be diminished in terms of their influence as far as the president's concerned. Please stand on the principles that have created stability on this republic, given us the influence that we have in the presidential election, and members, vote green on removing the national perverted vote. No, national popular vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is great to have this conversation. It reminds me of a statement from a certain individual that said, this important project, known as the National Popular Vote, has the potential to transform the way we elect our presidents to make sure all Americans have a voice in the future. That would be Newt Gingrich who said that, Mr. President. And he further said that we would be better served on the presidential elections were a process that treated citizens equally. The National Popular Vote bill accomplishes that in a manner consistent with the Constitution and with our fundamental democratic principles. Vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Newt Gingrich was wrong. Would Senator Carlson yield for a question?
Senator Carlson will yield for a question, and just so we're clear, we're on the A21. Senator Carlson, will you yield? Will you yield? Yes, he will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I asked him to yield, and I could be wrong. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that he's the chief author of this provision. So it's my intention to ask the chief author to yield. So that's why I'm seeking for him to yield. So thank you, Senator.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Carlson. So I am a strong supporter of the Electoral College. But when it comes to any type of law that predates my time in office, my time of serving, and when there's legislation before me that seeks to change a law that pre-exists me, one of the first questions I always ask myself is, what was the original intent of that law or provision? And do the circumstances that existed at the time and the considerations still exist as to why we may or may not be wanting to change that? So my question, Mr. President, and to Senator Carlson is, what was the purpose that our founding fathers devised the current Electoral College that sets up the current way by which we elect nationally our President of the United States?
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a very difficult question to answer because the country was different back then. We had the senators electing representatives, and we had difficulty in reporting election results. So, maybe when we were younger, we would hear that this was a system that was devised to bring the vote totals to the Capitol and select a president from that. So that's a difficult question to answer because some people just insist that that they intended on the electors that are equal to the count of representatives and senators in a state, that is the only way we should be electing the president. And that wasn't the original way that we had for electing the president. So the fact of the matter is that I think if you ask the population today, should we vote for president the same way we vote for representatives, the same way we vote for senators, the same way we vote for all other elections, with the vote winner being the elected person, they would say, yes, that's what we should do. So yes, I think that there maybe was some ways that the original founders did come up with a different method, but the method of electing people nationally has changed in the meantime.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would submit the method by which we elect people nationally has not changed, because the only national office that we have is the President of the United States. That has not changed. Would the Chief Author yield for another question?
Senator Carlson will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so when helping to answer this question of the Electoral College, it is a weighted system. It is a weighted system spread across the Union, each state having a different weight according to the sum of their House of Representatives and their senators. The other body that I can think of that operates on in Washington, D.C., governing national law is the United States Senate, which similarly has a weighted system. So to perhaps answer my previous question, Mr. President, I'm going to ask the Chief Author, Senator Carlson, can he explain why our Founding Fathers created a weighted system for the United States Senate?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Yeah, Mr. President and Senator Lucero, that's fairly easy to answer. The weighted system that we have between the Senate and the House of Representatives is to give some weight to smaller states so that they do have a vote that can offset the larger states or the more populous states. So yes, and that is to pass national legislation. That's not to do anything in the states. It's not to. It's actually not even a system to choose our electors. Our electors are under state control, and the states get to say how and who and how many, not how many, how and who they pick as electors.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Carlson is spot on. That is exactly why the United States Senate and our Founding Fathers architected the United States Senate as a weighted system for that very reason, as he said, to protect the smaller states and their various interests, because interests across the country in the various states differ, obviously. Senator Carlson also just said something to the effect of how we elect our electors. Well, that's not what this legislation does before us. If we in the state of Minnesota have an interest in changing how we select our electors that would be appointed to the Electoral College, we can do that. But that's not what this bill does. So, Mr. President, the exact same reason why the United States Senate is a weighted body is the reason our Founding Fathers architected the selection of our president in a weighted system, because the same forces when it comes to the legislative body on the national level that exist with various interests across the union also exist then at the executive level branch. So once legislation passes, as Senator Carlson just said, there has to be a recognition when passing legislation in taking into consideration the smaller states and the various interests. Once that legislation passes the legislative branch on the national level, it still must go to the executive branch on the national level, which is the president. And so the exact same reason why the United States Senate is a weighted body is why the President of the United States is also selected via a weighted system. We have two bodies on the national level. We have two bodies here in the legislative branch on the state level. We have the lower house and the upper house, the House of Representatives and the Senate. And it is a masterful, masterful construction of governance by our founding fathers to recognize that there is the will of a majority of people. And that has to be recognized when passing laws, passing policy. Similarly, there is the recognition of the potential of a tyranny of the majority over the minority. And hence the reason for the upper house, the Senate, with a weighted system, so that the House of Representatives being selected by the people with an unweighted system, it's based on population, it recognizes in the upper house having that weighted system to take into account more than just the population aspect of a government. And so now when you think of the executive branch, who is going to enforce laws and be that executive for the entire country, the same potential risk of a tyranny of the majority over the rights of a minority exists. To counterbalance that, the Electoral College was created so that the smaller states have a greater weight in the selection process to counteract the natural risk that human history demonstrates for thousands of years that a mob can threaten and often does threaten the inherent unalienable rights of a minority. Doing away with the Electoral College is a terrible idea. Moving Minnesota into a popular vote, national popular vote, eliminates the reality that we are, all things considered, a smaller state. We absolutely do not want to give up the weight that we have with our present 10 Electoral College votes. We would not want to subrogate that to the larger, more populous states with different interests. That's what this proposal in the bill would do. It further moves us in the direction exactly what our founding fathers architected our government to protect against: the threat of tyranny, the tyranny of the majority over a minority. So, Mr. President, I 100% agree with the Quran motion under this amendment to remove the provision of national popular vote because it's terrible and it threatens every individual in this great state of Minnesota. Vote green. Thank you.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this amendment and in support of the Electoral College, because that is what the Constitution prescribes for us to do for holding our presidential elections. That Constitution, that document that you and I and all the members here raised our right hand to and swore an oath to uphold the first day of this very session a few months ago. And the arguments that have come around in support of the national popular vote still do not meet the constitutional question. There is a constitutional right way of going about this, and there's a constitutional wrong way of going about this. And what's in the underlying bill is the wrong way to go about it. If you want to convert the Electoral College system the constitutional way, then there is a constitutional amendment process to our U.S. Constitution. And members, the Democrat Party just had a Democrat trifecta government in Washington, D.C. for the previous 2 years. They could have easily gone about the constitutional right way of doing this by passing this national popular vote by amendment, sent it to the states, and I bet here this year under this majority and the makeup of this government here in Minnesota, I bet you would have likely have brought up the ratification of that amendment and voted to ratify it. Now, I would have voted to oppose it because I'm not in favor of that policy, but you had everything in place to do this the constitutionally right way. The example was raised before, how we used to elect United States senators by elections from the state legislature. The U.S. senators were not up for a popular vote of all the citizens in the state. They were elected by the members of the state legislatures in each of those states. Eventually, there was a movement strong enough and loud enough that they wanted to change that system, and so what did they do? They adopted the 17th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which changed the way that we elect U.S. senators and put them for a direct vote by the people in each state. So even the historical examples that they've used before of how we've changed along the way, the examples they're pointing to is proof of changing this system the constitutionally correct way of doing this. Having an interstate compact and trying to pretend that a national compact can override and undo the rights of American citizens under the Constitution is, in my mind, very ludicrous and wrong. And if you just look at the history so far, with the states that have adopted a similar national popular vote contract, almost all of them, all but 2 of the states so far that have voted to enter into this national popular vote compact were Democrat trifecta controlled states. The 2 outliers are where one state, the Democrat legislature, overrode the veto of a Republican governor. And the second example is where there was essentially Democrat trifecta, except one chamber of the legislature had 3 parties within that chamber that had a power broker agreement, and so for purposes of governing and legislating, it wasn't technically full Democrat trifecta control in that chamber, but the members that were aligned in there were likely the same ideological lines that passed NPV. Members, this is a radical piece of legislation that's only pushed by the far left to try to change the way that we do presidential elections. And if you're going to have a drastic change in the electoral system, then you need buy-in from all across the spectrum of American citizens. This is how Minnesota used to operate before. Governors of both parties in this state used to say that we need to have bipartisan agreement from both Republicans and Democrats before making sizable change to our election law. That used to be the case until 2023 when Democrats took full trifecta, and here we are passing a one-sided partisan bill. But this NPV provision mirrors a similar partisanship on a national level because only to date, Democrat trifecta states have largely been the ones pushing this forward. If you ever do reach the 270 number to try to claim that it now takes effect, it is going to be challenged. It will probably be put on hold while those challenges work their way through, and I am hopeful that a Supreme Court would easily read this as not constitutional under the U.S. Constitution and direct the federal government and the states to make this change the constitutional way. For a variety of reasons, members, this provision should not be in this bill. It is not constitutional, and there is a constitutional way you could make this change. So far, you just haven't. And I urge members to support the Curran Amendment.
Senator Westland. 1 second. Senator Carlson, I'll get you on the list. I have you on the list. Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Boy, we've heard a lot about the Constitution today, but let's get back to brass tacks here. The claims about this violating the Constitution simply aren't correct. The Constitution gives the states exclusive and plenary power to choose the method of awarding electoral votes. State-by-state winner-take-all methods of awarding electoral votes are not in the Constitution. It was not even debated in the Constitutional Convention, and it was not discussed in the Federalist Papers. Nearly every reform related to conducting presidential elections have been initiated at the state level and not by amendment. Now, I've heard a lot today about the tyranny of the majority, but what we have found in this country of late, actually, is the tyranny of the minority. And we've heard a lot of stuff today that actually isn't relevant to this bill. This is simply saying that we agreed to enter a compact that at its heart, at its premise, has the notion that the person who gets the most votes should win. What a weird concept, right? That's how democracy works. That's how we should be electing people. I urge a red vote on this amendment.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Westland is correct about the state does get to choose, and there are different methods. Maine and Nebraska come to mind as different ways of choosing their electors or presenting their electoral college votes. Both of those states use a method where the overall vote total gets the 2 electoral college votes for this that are designated for the senators, and the rest of their electoral college votes are won on a congressional district by congressional district basis. So in Minnesota, the last presidential election, President Biden would have walked away with 6 votes, and President Trump would have walked away with 4. That's a much closer representation of the way the state split on its voting. And it would be much more accurate if all the states did that, as opposed to consolidating into one fell swoop. But the argument that the total vote, the winner of the popular vote should be the President of the United States with this bill is a fallacy. In committee, we had presentation of Maine was a great example, because Maine uses a ranked choice voting system. So President Trump there was 3 presidential candidates but that was gubernatorial, but it would work the same. You'd have 3 candidates, 4 candidates, 5 candidates for the presidency, and then your ranked choice keeps adding those totals back in. So the number of votes cast for the 2 major parties in Maine, or any state that used a ranked choice voting, would not be the actual total that would be counted for national popular vote. It was the rank it back up, keep the 2nd ballot, the 3rd ballot, the 4th ballot, depending on how many candidates, until they reached their final ballot where somebody had the 50% to win. That is the number that Maine reported for the total votes cast, which is not actually the number of votes cast. So you could come up with a system where you're counting a coalition of people. So let's say there was a libertarian, a Republican, a Democrat, and a socialist that ran for president. You would end up with either the libertarian and the Republican added together for your total, with a few of the Democrat probably tied in there, and then, or the other side, you'd end up with the socialist, the Democrat, and a few Republicans totaled in there. And those aren't the votes that were cast for the guy who won. Those are not the votes cast for the person that you're going to send your electoral college for the national popular vote to decide electoral college. So this is a total misnomer that this will actually present a true representation of who won. And the other piece that I'd like to talk about a minute, Mr. President, is the Section 82 that we're removing here in this amendment. Section 82 is pretty short, 2.5 lines, and it basically says that we're going to surrender our states' rights again and surrender up to whatever this provision says. When there's a disagreement between any of the states and the national popular vote will take precedent over any conflicting state law. So once again, we're surrendering our authority as legislators and even the governor in this case to some foreign entity that's not really designated anywhere in a constitution except in a compact. And we're going to surrender to this. I find that just rather distressing that we would think it's a great idea to surrender even more of our authority. Thank you.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I have 3 brief comments. Just so everybody knows exactly what the Constitution says on this matter, it says in Article 2, Section 1, with respect to the Electoral College, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors, so on and so forth. So yes, we do have the constitutional authority to decide how these electors are picked. With all due respect with some of my colleagues, the suggestion was made earlier that the reason the Electoral College was established was to protect the small states. I respectfully disagree with that analysis. I think the reason the framers of the Constitution set up the Electoral College was because of a distrust of the masses. They were worried that the masses, factions, if you will, would take over and decide electoral politics. So they set up this so-called electors in the Electoral College that would be a rubber stamp in each state to correct the mistakes that the masses could be capable of making. And that is why they set up the Electoral College. It had nothing to do with why we have senators and representatives. And thirdly, the Electoral College did not reflect the popular vote 3 times in American history. 3 times, 1824, 1876, 1888. And since 1992, and I wonder, part of me's wondering, quite frankly, if the Republicans who are opposed to this are grabbing at straws, because since 1992, all the presidential elections we've had, the Republican Party won once where the popular vote reflected the electoral vote. And if it wasn't for the electoral vote, they would have lost in 2016 and 2000. So going back to 1992, one Republican was elected by the popular and electoral vote, and that was George Bush, 43 in 2004. So anyways, with those 3 quick comments made, I'm really, truly enjoyed the discussion and debate today, members. It's been very edifying for this American government teacher. Thank you so much.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Carlson yield for a question?
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Carlson. I know there's been a lot of discussion around ranked choice voting here at the legislature this year and in your committee in particular. And I was wondering if there was a state, be that Minnesota or another state, that joined this compact that decided that they wanted to implement ranked choice voting for their presidential race. I was wondering how that would work as a part of this popular vote compact.
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. At this point, I don't know that there is a published solution to that. The probability is that and again, the person that gets the most votes is the one that should sit in the elected office. So in ranked choice voting, you do have a winner of the most votes, and in national popular vote, you do have a winner of that state. So that state would submit the winner of the votes, and the ranked choice voting would submit that winning number of votes to the vote counters for the federal election. So yes, I believe that that's the way that this is going to work. And you know, I need to go back just a little bit now that I do have the floor, that when we're talking about the person who gets the most votes ought to be the person that occupies that office. when we're talking about tyranny, I really, that never comes, the definition of a person that gets the most vote being a tyrant is just not, that doesn't click with me. And when we're talking about this being a democratic issue, that doesn't click with me either, because we've had people that, in fact, served in this legislature that have been in favor of it. And I have an essay here by Representative Laura Broad, who served in the first term that I served here, and she said things like, I was curious enough to read the legislation, reread the Constitution, and reread some of the relevant Federalist Papers after evaluating the pros and cons of the current winner-take-all approach and coming to better understanding of the state's exclusive right to award electors. I moved toward a position of support the concept and the legislation. And she goes on to say further in here, the national popular vote legislation is not the legislation of the past that many remember. This proposal does not abolish the Electoral College, which is something that I get a lot in my email, that it's abolishing the Electoral College, and it does not do that. And this is crucial to the stability of our republic. And she said that it's not a Democratic bill or a Republican bill. It is not even a liberal or conservative bill. The National Popular Vote Bill is a bill for Americans interested in both preserving our Electoral College and reforming the shortcomings of our current state-by-state winner-take-all system that awards all the electors of one state to the candidate who wins in that particular state. So this is from Republican legislator Laura Broad. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge everyone to vote red on this amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Carlson, for yielding to my question. You know, I guess I'll take your answer as a no, that if a state was a part of this popular vote compact and was convinced by proponents of ranked choice voting that they wanted to actually implement ranked choice voting for this federal office of president, that they would be unable to do so as a part of this compact. And Mr. President, would Senator Carlson yield for an additional question?
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so, Senator Carlson, if we were in a situation where we had perhaps a number of third-party candidates running for president or independent candidates running for president that received a substantial amount of votes, and at the end of the day, when all of the popular votes are reported, if the candidate who received the plurality of the votes, the most votes above all other candidates in the national popular vote, was just 30%. 30% of Americans voted for that candidate, but they had a plurality. Would they be elected president under this system with only 30% of the vote?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Rasmussen, can you go through that scenario one more time for me?
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Carlson. Yes, happy to. So if we were to have a number of candidates, you have a Republican, you have a Democrat candidate, and you have a number of strong third-party candidates or independent candidates running for president, so that at the end of election night, and once the votes are reported, the top vote getter, the winner of the plurality, only had 30% of the national vote. Under this compact, if it were in effect, would that individual be elected president of the United States with only 30% of the vote?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I guess I'm still not sure if I understand your question clearly, because no, a person who would win the local election would not be winning by a plurality. They would be winning by a majority of those votes in that state. And that state signs its electors, and with the compact, the electors would be all put on that, would be all vote for that person. Of the 270 electors, that person would get those votes from those electors, and that would be a majority vote.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Just to be clear here, it's my reading of the bill that a majority of the popular vote is not required to win a majority of the Electoral College under this popular vote construct. And so if you had a number of candidates that were running and the plurality vote getter got 30% of the vote, under this construct, they would be elected President of the United States. And that is concerning. Actually, in our Constitution, they have certain majority requirements. We have a requirement to have 270 electors to win the Electoral College, and if one candidate is not able to get the 270 electors, it goes to a majority of the state delegations in the U.S. House of Representatives. And so I'm just concerned, Mr. President and members, that if you had a candidate that received a plurality, but a well below a majority, that they could still be elected President of the United States under this bill.
Senator Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The short answer to that is yes. Unlike a constitutional amendment, the national popular vote does not require that convention process or 2/3. It is merely, to the good senator's point, it's merely an agreement among the signatory states to assign those electorates in a certain fashion. And that's clearly based upon that popular vote. So thank you, Mr. President.
Members, you know we don't go back and forth, okay? So I did have Senator Carlson on the list. Are you okay, Senator Carlson? Are you done? All right, Senator Rasmussen, before we then go to Senator Coran, who will be the, you do that? That's why he does that. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I guess I would just ask members of this body, especially proponents of ranked choice voting, to think really hard about the vote on this amendment. We've been hearing from proponents of ranked choice voting about the importance of having a candidate who can receive a majority support from voters. Yet if we do not adopt the A21 amendment and we put Minnesota in a part of this compact and it's enacted, we could in fact have no ability to implement ranked choice voting for the office of president. And in addition, we would allow a candidate potentially who is receiving well below a majority of votes in the national popular vote to be elected President of the United States. And so for those who are proponents, would just ask them to explain this divergent policy here in this bill. And lastly, Mr. President and members, I have a concern around what if states who are part of this compact don't follow through. They perhaps don't like the election results, and they were to leave the compact, call a special session of their legislature if we had faithless electors. And could we see the results of an election get unwound and the rules of the game change after Election Day? And I think it's important, Mr. President and members, to think about what the status quo is today. Right now, whoever gets the most votes for President of the United States in the state of Minnesota wins our electoral votes. That's what happens. They represent us. They represent the will of the people in our state. If this is adopted and a national popular vote compact goes into effect, we could have the situation where Minnesotans vote for candidate A. Perhaps a majority of Minnesotans vote for candidate A. Yet our state's electors will go to a different candidate because they won the national popular vote. And so I'm just concerned, Mr. President, about what this means for our elections and disconnecting the will of the people through the Electoral College. So I would ask members to support the A21 amendment.
Senator Grudenhagen, briefly, and then we're going to Senator Coran. He's the author of the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just a couple corrections. As far as Laura Broad's concerned, that was after she was out of the legislature. Secondly, she was funded with one other Republican out of a billionaire out of California and a multimillionaire out of New York. Think of those two states and the population compared to the rest of the country, to fly around and lobby legislators to state legislatures to pass the national popular vote. I actually debated Laura Broad at a particular meeting on this particular issue. So there was money involved in terms of her attitude that she's displaying there. Finally, members, we got a little revisionist history going on here. Our founding fathers saw what mob democracies did. And that's what this does. It takes us to a mob democracy. It makes electoral college symbolic. And what and one of the countries to study is France. Our founding fathers realized mob democracies versus a republic based on God-given rights soon crashed and burned. France had a revolution out of this. Other mob democracies, because the majority that gets in charge under mob democracy can take advantage of the minority. And that's the road you're taking us down. You're undermining the basic principles of the American Constitution and what gave us stability for over 200 years. Please, members, vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, Senator Gruenhagen. The last voice before we vote, that would be that of Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a great debate. I'd like to reiterate everything that was said. No, we won't. Mr. President, I think it's very clear we want to preserve the will of the Minnesota people and the Constitution. Vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A21 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator McEwen has returned to the floor.
Members, please vote. Senator Friends, are you voting? All senators having voted who Members, if I can continue to have someone on the side here that'll let us know when others are coming, that would be helpful. All senators having voted that desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A21 amendment is not adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to address a different area of the bill. Senator Carlson, if I could direct you to page 7. Lines 3 through 6. There's a provision in this bill which I find to be useful in the event that campaign property might be lost or stolen or damaged or defaced, that the bill would allow the non-campaign portion of how we list expenses to be used to duplicate or replace that campaign property that might be lost or stolen or damaged. On line 6, starting after the period, it states the candidate must document the need for these costs in writing or with photographs. I would like Senator Carlson to consider a different way to document these lost or stolen or damaged property. And that's where the A19 amendment comes in. I'd like to introduce that at this time.
Senator Limmer offers the A19, the Secretary, the A9 or A19? A19, and the Secretary will report the A19.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File 1362 as follows. Page 7, line 6. This is Amendment A19.
Senator Limmer to your A19.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies to the author for not having an opportunity to talk to him prior to this discussion. However, this is just a different way to document these types of materials that would be lost, stolen, damaged, or defaced. And it states clearly in the amendment, for costs to be eligible, to be recognized under this provision, the candidate must simply report the lost, stolen, damaged, or defaced property to law enforcement and then retain a copy of that resulting police report. The reason why I'm bringing this up as a different way to document is that it creates, well, a degree of specificity as well as making a little bit more formal a record to verify the loss of campaign property. And so I place it before the body for consideration.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Limmer, for offering this. This was actually part of a provision that I carried, and in our committee, we had a robust bipartisan discussion about this, and this language actually coming out of this has already been tweaked. And there was a discussion about a police report, but the fact that, you know, if it came up that someone had a record for what they paid or showing the photograph, you know, just to make sure if there was ever a question that whatever the issue was that could be shown. But for example, in my last campaign, I had some people that were literally running a route and taking some of my signs every weekend. And I did tell the police. But literally, we didn't know every sign that was being taken. We didn't know who. Like there were so many things involved to be filing report after report after report. And sometimes it's something you might not want to file a police report on. I was actually very saddened during the discussion that Senator Ress talked about one of her early campaigns where someone had drawn a mustache on her. She had a picture on hers, and she had a mustache, and they did some other art on it, and she was going to try and find us a picture of that, which I would have been delighted to see. I was a little disappointed she couldn't find it, but as an example. But for example, that might have been done by teenagers, and you don't necessarily want that next step to be a police report that's going to impact their lives. So there's different ways that you can handle this. So we specifically settled on the language that you just need to make some sort of a documentation, whether it was, you know, the 10 extra signs that you had to buy, or the picture of the sign that had the cute little mustache on it, or whatever else that happened, so that you could show that there was an actual need, but not necessarily jumping to the level of making it every single thing that happens within a campaign a police matter, both out of respect for the police, but also for respect of our communities.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other speakers before I get to the author? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I hope whoever is responsible for defacing Senator Rest's campaign signs is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I think Senator Limmer raises a good point, and I read that portion of the bill, and I understand where Senator Mitchell's coming from, because unfortunately, campaign signs do become the victims of vandalization, and they can be expensive to replace, especially if you're a first-time candidate who's running on a shoestring budget. But I also know that on occasion, sometimes it's the elements that is responsible for the damage to the sign, what have you. But when we talk about campaign signs, we could be talking about little, small kind of yard signs. We could be talking about medium signs that have rebar. And we could be talking about huge 4x8s that are wood framed and have rebar and all of that. So I would just make some suggestions to the legislation that it become maybe a little bit more clear as to what all would be covered or considered damaged, or what the exemption would allow for. Does it include any bent rebar? Does it include broken wood frames? You can see where I'm going with this. Somebody could utilize this to sidestep or get past a hefty amount of expenditures, whether or not it's actually vandalism or something like that that occurred. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. President. Thank you.
Any other comments before I go to the bill, the amendment author? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all have had, as candidates, some type of lost property that are campaign material. As I look at the language in the bill itself, it appears as though it may not require a specificity as much as we would like. If we're going to augment our campaign portion or our campaign expenses with funds that can come out of the non-campaign funded areas, I think it's vitally important to make sure that we have a proper inventory of what we're trying to replace. And so making a little bit more formality and recognizing that specifics of what's lost in the form of a police report, it also gives the public an opportunity to review that as well. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for the public to examine those documents as well. I believe that if we don't have a little bit of a smidgen of formality in this, it could be abused without specificity of the loss. So, Mr. President, I do require a decision by the body, but this is not changing the direction of the bill at all. It simply requires us to document the exact loss and put it out front so the public can see it, and it would justify the use of the non-campaign portion of our accounts to be used for that exact purpose. We're trying to make sure that we don't abuse this by loose language. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the A19 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, the bill before us, Senate File 1362, has campaign finance policy language in it. And the language that is on basically page 2 talks about the campaign finance statute and the requirement in candidates filing for office to provide statements of economic interest. In there, on subdivision 5 of the Minnesota statute 10A.09, it talks about the requirements for this economic interest statement and how it's to be filed. And on the second line or second portion of that subdivision, it says the name of each associated business and the nature of that association. And what is being proposed in the bill here is now to add an individual spouse in regards to that area of associated businesses. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I think we're going a little bit too far. I really would like to ask the author of the bill a question.
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson, regarding this additional language for there, was there a specific reason behind that as it was introduced in committee?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Anderson. Yes, there was. This actually came from the Campaign Finance Board, and it said that Minnesotans deserve to know about potential conflicts of interest in their elected officials. If a candidate's spouse has a significant financial interest in real property or a business venture that could affect our government, the public has a right to know. And closing this loophole will increase the transparency, and I would like to thank the Campaign Finance Board for identifying this and suggesting this meaningful reform.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, if Senator Carlson would yield for another question.
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Anderson.
Senator Carlson, do you recall on the testimony of the Campaign Finance Board, were there irregularities or conflicts or things that were found by the Campaign Finance Board, or was it just a possibility that there might be?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson, I can't say that there were identified ones that they testified on because there's some privacy issues in anything past, but it certainly is a concern for the future as things like spouses having different last names, having some kinds of separations from the person who is attempting to run for office. Plus, there was an issue that we released, and that was that we held local people, the Soil and Water District, the local candidates, to a little tighter standards than we should, and so we loosened that, but we wanted to tighten this one because it had a little bit more effect. And nowadays, there are spouses that are in businesses that are especially rising up in their businesses, and they can have some effect on the legislation that may or may not give them an advantage. And we wanted to make sure that we covered that.
Senator Anderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Carlson. I appreciate it. Well, I didn't remember hearing anything specific as far as conflicts, possibilities. When I walk out and decide that I'm going to walk through a rain-swept area that's flooded, there's a possibility I might step in a hole and I might fall and break my ankle. That's a possibility. There's a possibility for anything in life that we might have come in conflict with, not because of our own, but because of possibility. So, Mr. President, I would offer the amendment, the A20 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will give the A20 amendment, will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend Senate File 1362 as follows. Page 2, lines 7 and 10, delete the new language. Page 14. This is Amendment A20.
Senator Anderson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it has already been decided by Campaign Finance that members who are running for office, candidates from dog catcher on up to president, are to bring forth a form expressing the economic interests of things that they may have as far as financial or joint connections with other people, but I don't think we should bring our spouses into this whole situation. And so that basically is what this amendment does, is it removes the language or the individual spouse out of the lines represented in the amendment from page 2 down to page 17. And I would ask for a roll call vote and request a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Anderson. Thanks, members, for a robust debate on a great bill that I'll be voting yes on. On the A20 amendment, Mr. President, I'd suggest members vote no. Those of us that are married, we file taxes jointly often. We are considered one economic entity, and the disclosures that are required are for the good of the people to say what is the truth about any potential conflicts. I'd also point out, Mr. President, we have recently had talk about a United States Supreme Court justice and his spouse, and I'm not suggesting any result of all that, but I'm just suggesting that is why we report those things, and that's why I won't be able to support the A20 amendment. I do appreciate it, Senator Anderson, and I appreciate the time, Mr. President.
Any other discussions before we get to Senator Anderson? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, wondering if Senator Carlson would yield for a question.
Senator Carlson, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson, can you explain to us more thoroughly what your language is intended to do? Is every spouse going to have to fill out the exact same economic interest as every candidate, or what's the thresholds under your provisions that you're intending to cover here?
Senator Westrom, Senator Carlson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it will be the same type of disclosure as the candidate, especially when you talk about assets and business interests. So yes, it will be the same type of disclosure.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator Carlson, now any spouse that works for XYZ company, we'd have to disclose that on top of the information we have to disclose as our own candidates. I guess, Senator Carlson, it just seems like maybe that's a bigger scoop shovel than we need. It seems like we should have a threshold in if we're looking for somebody that's got lots of wealth or assets holdings, or maybe they have a lot of real estate and their spouse is the landlord renting to the governor when he's moving out of his governor's mansion, and we want to know that. Was there any discussion, Senator Carlson, if you'd yield for a question, any discussion of at least a higher threshold that would seem to be a much bigger concern, anything over, 50,000 or 20,000 or 100,000, some number that doesn't require every spouse now to have to fill out the exact same form we have to fill out, because we're running for office. We're the ones that sign up for this job. And so if you could answer that question, was there any discussion, and why not a higher threshold if that was discussed?
Senator Carlson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was some discussion, but this mainly came from the Campaign Finance Board, and what it does is it requires disclosure on the same form as the candidate. There are a few extra questions that are being, let's say, being formulated by the Campaign Finance Board, but it's the same form. So it's the same things that we report ourselves, and because the let's say the space between a person and their spouse is not that great, and so anything that happens where a spouse has an asset, I think the public needs to know whether the candidate is voting to provide that spouse an advantage. And we would call that a conflict of interest.
Senator Westrom.
So Mr. President, Senator Carlson, if you'd yield for another question.
Senator Carlson, will you yield for another question? He will. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson, what about children or brothers and sisters or parents? Why did the committee that decide not to go that route? Because those would be relatives that one could at least infer concern about if a close relative like that, son, daughter, a parent, has significant financial interests. Why did the committee decide to stop at just the spouse?
Senator Carlson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Westrom, this was what was suggested by the Campaign Finance Board. And I don't think they wanted to get into children's assets, but they did want to make sure that there wasn't because a candidate and their spouse share assets, that would be something that would be a little closer to home. And, even children, well, my children are not children anymore, they're adults. And so they're completely separated from me, both physically and geographically. So I don't think that there was any thought that we would include those kinds of children. And then when you're talking about minors, their assets are really part of the family, which would be part of the candidate. And I think that the Campaign Finance Board just didn't think that that kind of reach is necessary.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, thank you, Senator Carlson. And I guess therein lies maybe the reason that this amendment should pass, and we should think this through a little bit or a lot bit more. If we're looking for conflicts, while maybe 80% of the children wouldn't have any relations, business relations with their parents, maybe there is 10 or 20% of those elected officials that have those types of economic interests. And that's what we're trying to find out here. And so why we would disregard them just because maybe a majority of children are on their own and don't have any financial or business relations or interests with their parents anymore, or brothers and sisters many of them might not, but some might. And so I guess it really is a slippery slope here, Senator Carlson, that we have to fill these out in some years twice, on election years twice, even though very little, if anything, has changed. And so if we're going to do this, we should also maybe update the form so it's not so often that it has to be filled out, especially when there's insignificant changes to it. And then what's on record stands until something major changes. And so that would be nice to couple with these changes if we're going to do that, because this happens once a year. In election years, it happens twice a year that we all have to fill these out with otherwise penalties we face. And I just think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences when we go down this road of people that aren't signing up for the job having to fill these out. And if spouses are correct, then it seems very logical that we should go even further, because there's all kinds of arrangements between families that might have economic interests or business interests. And so Katie, bar the door where we start and stop if we start doing this. I think we should at least have a threshold, Senator Carlson, that maybe anybody with over X amount of interest in certain real estate or certain assets should be the ones that maybe we're looking out to fill out, because I think a majority of spouses are going to be just like the children you talked about, where it's an insignificant or it's of no concern. And so it'd be nice to find that threshold as you consider this further, rather than casting the blanket so wide.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, just to clarify things, because I think the waters have become slightly muddied. We aren't identifying which assets are the spouses and which are the candidates. The candidate simply has to list all of the assets or interests for he, her, and the spouse. That's it. We aren't identifying who owns what. And it's a simple form. It's the form we all fill out. And it is important. There is a sphere of influence between spouses that doesn't necessarily exist to more extended family members. This is a recommendation from the CFB to make sure that we are being more conscientious about potential conflicts of interest Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it was about 50 years ago that Congress passed the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Now, you might say, what does that have to do with this amendment? Prior to passage of that act, it was not uncommon for a married woman to have her husband's permission to buy a car, to buy property, to get a credit card, even to open a banking account. And that was wrong. Senator Frentz mentioned that we file our taxes jointly. That's true. Some couples file separately. My wife has assets in her name from her parents' estate that I don't have any control over. And I'm the one that ran for office. I'm the one that decided I was going to put my name out there on the public for scrutiny, not her. She never agreed to do that. Now, I have no fiduciary responsibility over the assets she holds on her own. She has no responsibility on the assets that I hold on my own. And for those assets that we own jointly, I do report those. But Mr. President, let's respect our spouses, that they are individuals, that they are distinct. I appreciate Senator Westland saying, well, you just have to report all of them. Well, it really doesn't matter. And there may be a case where it's easy to identify which assets are yours and hers, but this is about the candidate's economic interest. And if a candidate does not have a fiduciary responsibility in a business, if they do not have a fiduciary responsibility in an asset, then it's not the candidate's asset. And I just can't help but hearken back to the similarities of the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 50 years ago to understand that two married people are able to hold separate property, separate bank accounts, separate investments, separate 401ks. So, Mr. President, I think this is an extremely important amendment in that we maintain the privacy of our spouses. We're not arguing that we shouldn't be disclosing our economic interests, but where we don't have an ownership stake, a decision-making stake, a fiduciary stake in those assets, then we should allow those to remain the private assets of our spouses.
Senator Carlson, before we go to the author of the amendment, anything, Senator Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, there are some thoughts here that probably can be considered. And I think what we should do, if we think that we don't want to disclose what our spouses have as assets, as being connected with our contract of being married, but then we do want to go to the depth of our children's assets, I think those are slightly conflicting. So what I would say is that if there's something that people would like to do, I would like them to go to the Campaign Finance Board and make their pitch, because this is where it came from. This is what they wanted us to do. And so I'm fine with whatever the Campaign Finance Board, how they would answer your questions on disclosure of assets. So, and I'm asking for a red vote.
I did say Senator Coran as the author, but he's not the author of the amendment. It is Senator Anderson. Senator Anderson, last words before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, maybe we should make an oral amendment to this bill and add before we vote on this and add in there and I just said, maybe we should. I didn't say we would. Maybe we should put in there ex-spouses. Because there are some people that I know that are no longer together, but they're no longer divorced. They're no divorced either. They're just separated, but they also hold joint investments together. But Mr. President, beside that, I would appreciate a red or green vote on the amendment, the A20 amendment, and I thank you for the opportunity.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A20 amendment. Member, please vote. Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator
Jasinski votes aye.
Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A20 amendment is not adopted. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer an amendment. The A22, please.
Senator Barr offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Barr moves to amend Senate File Number 1362 as follows. Page 37, delete Sections 6 and 7. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a kind of, I don't know, maybe a little in the weeds, I guess. Resides and maintains residence. So the current, this is, I guess, came from the Secretary of State's office, but civil law, criminal law, resides, maintain residence. They're trying to bring things together, but when it comes to campaign and filing for office, where you're voting, we can't really always determine your intent of whether you intend to be here or don't intend to be there. It's very, very difficult for an election judge to determine your intent on election day when you walk in. Do you actually live there or don't you live there? Because maybe I have a house in a neighboring precinct. Could be the same district. Maybe I have a house in another state, right? I mean, St. Paul is not that far from Wisconsin, so I could have maintain a residence in a different state and maintain a residence here. So when it comes to candidate filing, where do you reside? It was the 2010, after the 2010 redistricting, the other body had 3 members that lived within a 5-mile radius of each other. But they were all 3 in different districts. They all lived in the corner of their district. So we have the next redistricting, all 3 of them are in the same district. Lucky for us that 2 of them decided not to run for office. Where you reside is should be, This is one of those maintain residence resides things. And I know there's quite a kerfuffle around this one in the committee, but where you lay your head more than 6 months out of the year should be where you're voting, and that's where you actually reside. A poll official can't determine your intent on where you maintain it, where you decide you reside, or where you maintain a residence. I have no members of the that have served in the legislature that had 3 and 4 houses. They actually maintained all of those residences. Where did they actually reside? So for that, that's what this A22 amendment is strikes maintains residence and inserts resides. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's deja vu all over again. I feel like we just had this conversation last week, didn't we, Mr. President and Senator Barr? So this is a technical correction. The term residence is defined in statute 200.031, and it actually defines what it means in terms of how we determine residence. And I won't Google that for you. I'll let you guys do that for yourself. It's Minnesota statute 200.031, and it defines how residence is determined and defined. And so this is correcting language, technical corrections from the Secretary of State's office to make sure that in this bill, we are referring back to an actual statutory definition.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for roll call on this.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. Any other discussions before the author has the last word? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Uckey yield for a question?
Senator Uckey, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Uckey, you live quite a ways away from the Capitol. Do you lease an apartment here in St. Paul?
Senator Uckey, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, yes, I do.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Uckey yield for another question?
Senator Uckey, will you yield for another question? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Uckey, do you sign a year-long lease on that property?
Senator Uckey, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, yes, I do. 12-month lease, and I use it definitely through session and whenever I'm required to come to St. Paul.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just using Senator Uckey as an example, it sounds like Senator Uckey is maintaining a residence in the city of St. Paul, but yet his primary residence, his true residence, as determined by Section 200.031, would be where his district is. And my fear, Mr. President, is that maintains residence is so loosely defined that Senator Uckey could decide that he could vote in St. Paul because he maintains a residence here, even though he doesn't expect this to be his primary residence. And I appreciate that this was a request by the Secretary of State, just as the last discussion was requested by the Campaign Finance Board. But members, it's our job to vet these requests and make sure that we close all of the loopholes, all of the pitfalls that come with these recommendations. And I think this is one that needs to go back to committee for some further discussion. Mr. President, I urge a yes vote on Senator Barr's amendment.
Senator Barr, you are the last. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, we have talked about this at length. And the fact of the matter is that this is the long-term description of where and how a person determines where they're going to be voting. Maintaining a residence is the base that you vote from. It's where you register to vote. And the description in statute is in 200.031, and it's been there for quite some time, been revised a few times, but it is the official description of maintained residence, and there is no description of resides. And many times we've talked about being precise in our language, and this is being precise in our language, and the Secretary wants to make sure that we put that into any kind of legislation that we pass. So thank you, Mr. President. And I urge a red vote.
Senator Barr, he's okay. The Secretary will take a roll on the A22 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Young votes no.
Senator Young votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator, who is the last one?
Senator Mann.
Senator Mann votes no. Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A22 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the last part of the Senate File 1362, it talks about our testing equipment that the county auditors are asked to use in tabulating votes, and it also talks about counting write-in votes that are to be sent to the county auditor's office or collected at the time of voting. And it also talks about the fact that we want to make sure that those people who are writing in their choice of who they're going to vote for makes it plain as to who they are. And so if I look at what is in the statute right now, it talks about in statute 204C.22, determining a voter's intent. Subdivision 4 says the name written in proper place. If a voter has written a name in an individual in the proper place on a general or special election ballot, a vote shall be counted for that individual whether or not the voter makes a mark in the oval or other target shape opposite the blank. And what is happening in this bill right now is we're asking that they must mark the oval or the target shape in there. And I truly believe that if through no fault of their own or miscalculation, we all have a lapse in our thinking process sometimes when we're going into doing special things like voting. We forget to fill in that little oval or that little target that is opposite the line that you've just put down the name or choice that you wanted to. So I think that by requiring this marking of the ballot, especially when I think of my parents who are up in their 90s, pushing 100, for them to remember that they're supposed to do everything that is being required, it's a long thing for them to have to come up and reflect back and do the proper thing. So, Mr. President, I would offer the A30 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report.
I'm sorry, A23.
Senator Anderson offers the A23 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend Senate File number 1362 as follows. Page 81, delete Section 77. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Anderson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A23 basically would remove that section and basically go back to what we have in our statute, subdivision 4, name written in proper place, and that it will not be counted against an individual who does a write-in vote for not marking that particular oval or that target area on the ballot. And I appreciate a roll call vote on this and ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested and a roll call has been granted. Senator Carlson to the A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President and Senator Anderson, this was a request from cities and townships because what happens is people will sometimes write in a how can I say it, a Mickey Mouse vote. And what happens is people have to write down those votes, and also the automatic counters will detect that bubble when it is filled out, and they can use that as putting the ballots aside and counting the candidates in those cases. So it's a matter that it came from cities and counties for their convenience, and also it makes it a lot easier for them to do the counting at night.
Any additional questions or discussion before I go back to the author if he wants to say any last words? Author of the amendment. Senator Anderson to your A23.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I appreciate the fact that a lot of us in this room probably have loved ones who are approaching the retirement age, or if not, as my parents are in their late 90s at this point, that you would remember that these people are not perfect. They don't remember all the different X's and O's and crossing of T's and dotting of I's, and I would just respectfully ask for a green vote to leave the law as it is. And Mr. President, thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Dietzig votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A23 amendment is not adopted. Any further amendments? The Secretary will give Senate File 1362 its third reading.
Senate File Number 1362, a bill for an act relating to elections modifying campaign finance provisions.
Any final comments on third reading? Any final comments on 1362 before we vote? There's seeing none. The Secretary, okay, who is it? Oh, sorry about that. Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate everybody's time and the great debate, and Senator Carlson as well. But members, this bill in itself is a wide variety of issues in it, I believe. The theme of transparency leads to trustworthiness and confidence. I don't think any of the proposals here actually accomplish that. And we've moved away from the long-standing tradition of multiple governors of having bipartisanship in election laws, because it's extremely important that everyone trusts the system. We want to make sure and build an election system that eligible people have easy access and that only eligible people cast ballots. The Democrats have chosen to not take that path. We understand that. The trifecta is an amazing thing. But I think the results of the trifecta in the past led to the policies of the last three governors that said, hey, we'll only pass bipartisan bills. I think there was a tone that we'd be interested in bipartisan bills, but not a diverse opinion of ideas and bills. And that's what we ended up with here. And so for the taxpayers in Minnesota, the voters in Minnesota, I don't think this moves us further to a system that we can have great trust in. The transparency is important, and for that, members, I urge a red vote.
Senator Westerland.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, as the Vice Chair of Elections, I do want to thank our Chair, Senator Carlson, for his leadership. And I do want to thank all of the members of the committee. This was a great committee to be on. I've enjoyed our discussions. And I believe that this is a good bill. And I think that as we pass this bill, and I encourage everyone to give this a green vote, that we will maintain, as Minnesotans, our reputation as one of the best states in the country for voters and for democracy. I'm really proud of this work today, and I do encourage a green vote.
Senator Abler.
Moving along here. Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I've often told people that the majority debates policy, the minority debates process. And I think we've had a good policy debate to an extent. I think the policy would have been better. Maybe it was debated in the committee, and I'm not there. And I actually have never sought to be on the Elections Committee, Mr. President. And I'm glad other people who find that their passion sort it out and give us a state that we can be, happy about how voting is. But I do have to make a comment about the process. We all knocked on doors. I probably, won the record for the most doors. But what people were talking at the doors is, could you work together and make it work? And they don't want to sit around. They don't even have the daily content about what it is we're working on. They just want us to make it work. And they want us to see us play nice in the sandbox. And they want us to see collaboration and a product at the end that seems to make Minnesota continue to be pretty cool and pretty solid. And I don't know any members who ran. I did not read all re-election materials, but I will predict that not one member ran and said, if we get in the majority, we're going to do whatever we want because we can. And Mr. President, we have sat through bill after bill with a few exceptions. Senator Swedzinski's bill was an example about how to get a bill collaboratively done that actually had some good content. Senator Swedzinski took advice, I don't know if he's here, but he took advice from the likes of me and others, and we put together a product that actually drew a bunch of yes votes from both sides of the aisle, besides all the ones who were required to vote for it. And Mr. President, at the time when the Senate becomes a place when people on one side just keep on voting and voting and voting and barely reading the amendments like there's some kind of whatever, is not a good time. And we can do better. Some of the discussions about some of the content of these stuff, even from the Campaign Finance Board and all that, is really good to have. But Mr. President, the legislature runs the Campaign Finance Board. The Campaign Finance Board keeps an eye on us in much the same way that the legislative auditor watches stuff and we watch them. And there's actually a process where people actually mutually agree that we're going to keep things squared away. And Mr. President, I cannot tell you how many times in my home BPOU people talk about their concerns about election integrity and all of that. And so and everybody knows, and I have spent very little time on that because I'm a human service guy, I'm a health guy. I understand clean water, I understand roads, but it's not my area of expertise, but I listen and I hear the concerns. And I go to the doors, and in a bipartisan way, people talk about elections, and they want to trust them. And so the way to help people trust is to engage and be collaborative and to work together and say, we have looked at Minnesota's system and we're persuaded that it's good. And we even took ideas from people we don't even agree with all the time to make sure that it's better. This bill doesn't do any of that. And I'll predict when the vote comes, it's going to be 34-33. Mr. President, I am not a soothsayer, sage, or any kind of a guy, any kind of a mind reader, but I predict that's going to be the vote. And I'll predict the people There'd be some people like, oh, fine, yeah, we got them. I'm so glad that the one side really showed them how elections should be. And the content in here is going to make some people so happy because they're going to be persuaded that democracy or a republic or whatever we should call it is safe again. But there are some people that go like, really? That's what they passed? And they're going to have more distrust and stir up more fomenting and stir less of one Minnesota than ever we had. And Mr. President, the kind of bill that Senator Swedzinski passed, where there was collaboration, some of the contents are there. When power changes, it's going to stay just the same. There's not going to be any big any electoral work to undo some of the stuff that we put there because it's pretty good. It's pretty thoughtful. But I can tell you, should power change to be 3 on the other side, the first things people are going to want to do is to get rid of half of this stuff, and there's going to be campaigns and fussing about it. And then when power changes again, they're going to put it all back. And people are going to go like, why do I want to trust this system? And the respect of this body, which I have such a high regard for, and regard for my peers and respect for what we bring here, is going to fall into the disrepute of some of the lower thought of professions, which we do not deserve. And so, Mr. President, I didn't want to come to vote no on this bill. I wanted to come and find a way that we could make it work better, to make it easier so there's not great long lines in Minneapolis. I don't think the lines have been any short of Minneapolis after this. When I wanted people to go home and to feel like, I trust our system. I trust Secretary Simon to be there, and we had a lot of interactions with him, and he had some ideas, and we had some ideas, and we kind of came to a better way of thinking about it. Iron sharpens iron, Mr. President. There's no iron sharpening any iron on this. They're out there today, support democracy, whatever they had some slogan about, we're for democracy. And I'm for that too, even though we're a republic, Senator Gruenhagen. But Mr. President, holy cow. And here comes the tax bill pretty soon. Here comes the product of the education bill pretty soon that I voted for because I saw some good there and there were some connections that I felt about that. And how do we draw people to work together, Mr. President? How do we help people on this elections bill to think we have actually done our job? We've come like we promised. Like 67 of us promised to go and make a difference and make it better. We've got to stop this, Mr. President. We've got to stop it. This is not the model the Senate is. The Senate is not one side takes all because they can in an election bill or any other bill. And I'm sorry I'm so wound up, but I'm just deeply disappointed. Because I am a collaborator, Mr. President, and I've come to jump into these projects. I voted for stuff I don't like all that well because I think maybe I can show how it could be done. Maybe I can be a part of the dialogue in the middle of that at the end times, that people will respect my voice on behalf of my 80 thousand people I represent, but still the 5.5 million Minnesotans who I represent by virtue of being a state senator. Mr. President, we can do better. Members, we can do better. We are better than this. As we move forward to the remaining month or so of this time, let's find a way to put together our minds. Let's find a way to collaborate. Let's find a way to pass a good tax bill that we could get 50 votes for, and an election bill we could get 50 votes for, and the rest, Mr. President. Thank you for bearing with me. I tried to stay on track, but it's just, Mr. President, if you were here and this was the bill and the opposite, you'd be making a speech just like this, because I know in your heart you think just like I do, and I'm grateful for that. That's why I chose you for my president. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Senator Carlson and the Elections Committee for putting together a very positive bill. Like Senator Abler, I wish they had more votes. I wish they had bipartisan support, but I don't think we should measure legislation by who votes in favor of it and against it, but by what's in it. And I just wanted to call out 2 areas that I think are very important in here. There are a number of good things, but closing the loophole in terms of the disclosure of the attack ads, the independent expenditures, and who's funding them, and the fact that they are political ads, even if they don't say vote for or vote against. It's a critically important change in our law, and it's long overdue, and I thank you for putting it in the bill and getting it through this year. And the second one is the national popular vote. I happen to believe that one person, one vote is the practice we ought to have. Yeah, the nation's founders may have set up a different thing. It was a compromise at the time. But I don't think everything they determined is something we have to continue into perpetuity. They didn't even think most of the people in this room should have been able to vote. And I think we're learning from that, and we're trying to have a democracy, and the idea, it's an old one now, that one person has one vote, and that people in small states have the same power of votes as people in big states, and the people in swing states have the same power as people in other states. We all have one vote, and the national popular vote, Senator Hoffman's bill, is a very creative way to get there, and I think it's long overdue. I, too, would like to amend the Constitution to get rid of the Electoral College, because I think it's long past its purpose. And bottom line is, there's good provisions in this bill. I wish it had more supporters here, but regardless of who supports it, we can be proud of what's in the bill, and thank you, Senator Carlson.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesota had the top voter turnout in 5 of the last 7 presidential elections. Our participation rate was 4 percentage points higher than the next state in the 2022 election. I believe we have high voter turnout in part due to the fact that we have a tradition, a custom and practice, Mr. President, if you will, of making sure that election changes be bipartisan. I was here in 2013 when state government looked exactly as it does today. We had Governor Dayton, we had Speaker Thiessen, and Majority Leader Bach. And I distinctly recall Governor Dayton saying he would veto any elections bill that wasn't passed with bipartisan votes. It forced us to work together for the benefit of all Minnesotans. I want every Minnesotan who's legally eligible to vote to be able to vote without undue restrictions. Now, I also have a background in fraud and fraud prevention, and so instinctively, I also want to make sure that we have protections for the integrity of our election system. And I've been working on some of those, Mr. President, since I've gotten in this body, and they haven't passed. And the reason they haven't passed is because we haven't met that threshold with bipartisanship. Now, I've been trying, and I'm still working on it, and I'm hopeful that one of these days I'll get there on some of these items. I would hope, if the tables were turned, we would not pass that legislation until we were able to get that bipartisan support. Mr. President, I fear passage of a partisan elections bill, especially at this highly polarized time, will undermine the trust in our election system and will drive us further apart when we actually need to be coming together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I really want to thank Senator Carlson and Senator Westland and the entire Elections Committee team for putting this bill together. I'm new here, Mr. President. This is my first year in this chamber, but one of the things that I know about what's changed that my colleagues talk about there formerly being a bipartisan elections bill to today is that there are wildly different ideas about what our democracy is and who it's for today. And so I'm not surprised that a bill that makes sure that every person has access to the ballot box, that every person who's eligible to vote can vote, that we make sure that people with disabilities can vote and people who don't speak English as a first language can vote. I'm not surprised that we're not going to earn that support. We have seen a dramatic degradation in our democracy. In fact, in legislatures across this country, Mr. President, we have seen members expelled from their own chambers for standing up for their constituents or being who they are. And I am really, really proud of this bill because in Minnesota, we're doing things differently. In Minnesota, we're saying that every voter matters, that their voice matters, that they should be able to participate in our process, and that we will make it as easy as possible for every eligible voter to be registered and to cast their ballot. We have some of the securest, most transparent, well-run elections in the entire country. And with this bill, that will continue. And so I'm very, very proud to vote for this bill today. I encourage members to vote green, and I'm grateful for the work that went into it.
The author of the bill will be the final. You are not on the list. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I thought that you had acknowledged. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you. Yeah, I got to make one more appeal on the NPV. Okay. You know, I support making it easy to vote but hard to cheat. I think all of us do that to a certain degree. And unfortunately, I think this bill falls short in that area. But I do have to say something about national popular vote yet. You know, when you look at our country and the Electoral College and the balance between low population states and higher population states, the Electoral College has been one of the cornerstones of the stability of our republic. You know, I often think when I'm reading about the founding of our country, and I'll admit our founding fathers weren't perfect, but they took a step called the American experiment. And we're the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren of that experiment that they took. And, you know, the easiest thing after the Revolutionary War to do for the 13 colonies would be to break up, like Europe, into 13 separate nations, because you had different ethnic groups in a lot of the different colonies. But that didn't happen. Why? Because we based our government on a republic based on God-given rights, not a mob democracy where we took advantage of each other depending on the population of our state. NPV was a cornerstone of that foundation. And members, we have been a stable republic for over 250 years. I want you to let that sink in. Over 250 years, we have maintained the same form of government. Now, let's look at other countries. Over 250 years, their forms of government have risen and crashed dozens of times. Okay? Ours hasn't. And yet we have the motto, e pluribus unum, out of many one. We have all different types of ethnic groups in this country. But yet we were able to stay united based on the principles that our founding fathers put in the Constitution and in their form of government. Dividing the powers, having a judicial system to put checks and balances on what the legislature passes based on our Constitution. Those are foundational principles that have created stability for over 250 years. Look at other countries' members. Their forms of government, many of them based on mob democracy or dictatorships, have risen and fallen during that period of time, dozens of times. Ours hasn't. Okay? So I would beseech Senator Carlson to think very carefully about moving ahead with a bill that attacks one of the foundational principles that has created stability in our country and has created opportunity for all different types of ethnic groups and has brought about an e pluribus society where we have all different types of people and ethnic groups from many different countries, yet one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We haven't been perfect, but our founding fathers set up a system that we could make improvements as we move forward. NPV puts us in the wrong direction and will result in election chaos if it's ever implemented. Thank you, Mr. President. For that reason and others, I can't support this bill.
Senator Carlson, the author of the bill. Before we vote, Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's been an honor and a privilege to chair the Elections Committee and to work with members on both sides of the aisle to bring this bill forward. And by the way, there are bipartisan elements in this bill, and I need to thank Senator Coran for some of them, and Senator Drazkowski also. We adopted the ban on private lobbying clubs. We adopted the use of non-dollar contributions. We also had an element in there that there was the agreement with the MGRC on lobbyist reporting. And also there's another one that was preventing any kind of candidate raising funds for the parties during the session. Those were bipartisan ideas and issues. We also listened to a lot of amendments, and we did not take some ideas. My only regret is that sometimes what we need to do is bring those amendments to the authors of the bill so that we can kind of get maybe the good things out of them before we reject them. So that's something that I do regret just slightly. But otherwise, I'm proud of bringing this package of proposals that will protect and expand the freedom to vote for voters across the state, regardless of their party, race, or zip code. Minnesota, you spoke, and we listened. Minnesotans supported election changes, and they told us that Secretary of State Simon is a reliable person by voting him with the greatest total of votes of anyone in the state in the 2022 election. This bill shines a light on money and influence in politics and raises the ethical standards for candidates and lobbyists. There are several provisions in the bill that have bipartisan support, as I mentioned, despite the focus of some of the comments today. Outside the building and away from this space where everything is hyper-partisan, Minnesotans of all political stripes will see that we're delivering on what they sent us here to do: expand and protect the freedom to vote, increased accessibility, and modernize and streamline our elections. And members, I will go home and I will tell my constituents that we have a good election system, and they should be proud of it. We know that they trust it because we are the top winner of voter turnout in the nation many years in a row. And members, I encourage a green vote so that we can ensure more transparent, inclusive, and a democratic future for our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 1362. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
And Senator Rarick votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are still under special orders. We are now going to General Orders number 156. That would be specifically House File 3. Senator Boldon is the author. Voter registration provisions, modifications, and appropriations. Senator Boldon to House File 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment made to House File 3 by the Committee on Rules and Administration and the report adopted April 18th, 2023, pursuant to Rule 45 be stricken. Members, the intention of this is to pick up and pass the House file. This was passed in the other body, and we will be working from that language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boldon moved that the amendment made to House File 3 by the Committee on Rules and Administration in the report adopted April 18, 2023, pursuant to Rule 45B, stricken. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Boldon to House File 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I'm grateful to be here before you this evening to present House File 3. Last year, democracy was on the ballot. Out in the community and at the doors, I heard it over and over. Minnesotans were concerned. Every election, we hear from Minnesotans that they want a government that functions and gets its job done on time for the good people of Minnesota. But this time, worries ran deeper. Minnesotans are perceptive, and we're worried about what they were seeing in our politics and across the country. The rise of election denialism, inflammatory rhetoric, harassment and intimidation directed at local officials and election volunteers, the rise of disinformation and the big lie. But Minnesotans are also proud. We are voters. We know that our elections are strong, and we want to protect them and strengthen them. Over the course of conversations and years of working, all coming together, we put together a plan for a package of reforms to strengthen and expand access to the ballot at a time when it is greatly needed, which is what is before you today, the Democracy for the People Act. Because we know that despite the divisiveness of our political climate, Minnesotans are greater than the politics of fear. We know that when we embrace our best democratic traditions and come together to make our voices heard, we end up with politics that more accurately reflect the will of the people. All throughout this legislative session, we heard from many incredible people. People who have come to the Capitol from across Minnesota to share their stories and advocate for a true multiracial democracy that includes everyone. People who see ways that our great Minnesota democracy can be protected and expanded. We've had election judges speak to us about the ways in which automatic voter registration can ease their burden on election day while bringing in more people. We've had high school students come talk about the ways they're already getting involved in our democracy, such as election judge assistance and how much it would mean to them and their peers to be able to pre-register to vote. We've had people from communities where English is not the primary language come to talk about the barriers that exist for them and their friends and family, and how language access resources at the ballot box would mean they can advocate for themselves at the ballot. We've had people with disabilities come and speak about the importance of absentee voting and the ways in which a permanent absentee voter list would ensure that they are able to vote every year, no questions asked. And we've had people who have spent careers working for wealthy corporations tell us that they've seen firsthand the ways in which the needs of our communities too often come second to the needs of wealthy shareholders. They've made it clear they want to see us even the playing field between wealthy special interests and the people who make Minnesota home. And this bill does just that. We've heard many stories from people who are invested in building a democracy that works for them and their communities. We owe it to them, and while we may be the ones casting the votes today, they're the ones who are making the Democracy for the People Act a reality. This is a comprehensive democracy bill that defends, strengthens, and modernizes Minnesota's best traditions of voter participation, sound elections administration and trusted local elections officials, transparency in government, and grassroots campaigns with voter and local donor support. This package of common sense solutions rests on the premise that our state works best when Minnesotans' voices are at the center of our democracy. All Minnesotans benefit: Black, brown, Indigenous, white, Metro, Greater Minnesota, rich, poor, Democrats, Republicans, independents, and those with no party at all. We all benefit when Minnesota voters, not corporations or national forces, are at the center of our democratic process. This bill responds to the urgent and the overdue, with reforms to make our voting processes more accessible to Minnesotans in three main ways. First, it strengthens the freedom to vote. It ensures equitable access to opportunities to vote, early, absentee, or in person. It expands ballot access with secure automatic voter registration of eligible voters when they interact with a state government entity, providing the necessary information. Optional pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-olds so that they are on the voter rolls when they turn 18. Second, it protects Minnesota voters and electoral processes. It strengthens provisions that protect voters, election officials, and election volunteers from harassment and intimidation. It ensures that all Minnesotans have equitable access to adequate instruction and information support when they need to vote in the language that is best for them. And third, it empowers Minnesota voters, not corporations, in our elections by increasing campaign spending disclosure requirements and prohibiting foreign influence corporations from spending money in our elections. So in closing, Mr. President, in this critical moment for our democracy, we have this important bill before us. When democracy was squarely on the ballot in 2022, Minnesotans of every race, generation, region, and background turned out not just to cast their vote, but to protect it. Voters sent a powerful message. They reject extremism and efforts to undermine our democracy, and they want us to take action to protect democracy and ensure that all people have a say in the decisions that impact their lives. So I'm proud to bring this comprehensive legislation that will have the effect of protecting and strengthening the freedom to vote, amplify the power of Minnesotans by reducing the influence of dark money and corporations in our politics, and ensure that our democracy is fair, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of Minnesotans across the state. We've seen our democracy tested, and there are challenges ahead to be sure. To ensure that we have a democratic process that is strong enough to get us through the times ahead, I can't think of a more important effort than working on these common sense reforms to defend and strengthen our democracy so that Minnesota voters and communities are at the center. And with that, Mr. President, I look forward to the conversation.
Senator Boldon, do you have any amendments? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon, for those opening remarks. Would Senator Boldon yield for a question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. Can you confirm for me, is our system of government a democracy or a republic?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero, for the question. So when we talk about being a democracy, what we're talking about is that our laws should be structured for citizen participation. And that is what this bill does. So I also would just offer the quote, Supreme Court Justice John Marshall, who said, "Supporters of the Constitution are firm friends of the liberty and rights of mankind. We idolize democracy. We admire it in the Constitution because we think it provides for a well-regulated democracy." So, Mr. President, the purpose of this bill and the work we're doing is to be inclusive of Minnesotans, to bring their voices to the forefront. And so that's what I mean when I'm talking about democracy.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Boldon yield for another question?
Will yield for another question. She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. Every day when we start floor session in this body, we pledge the allegiance to the flag. And when we pledge the allegiance to the flag, we all recite the same pledge. Can you confirm in that pledge, are we pledging our system of government as a democracy or as a republic?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say again, as we are what this bill does, and as I'm talking about democracy, and commonly as we as a society talk about democracy, we're talking about that putting the voices of Minnesotans first and making that inclusive process where the voices of the people are heard.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have asked that question on bills of this nature in both this body and the previous body. What form of government are we? And I have yet, not once, Mr. President, had a single member of the Democrat Party answer with the truth, which is this state and this great country are a republic. I do not know why it is so difficult to answer the question that our constitutional system was deliberately designed as a republic and not as a democracy. It's not meant to be divisive, my question. It's not meant to be a gotcha question. It's not meant to be anything other than to confirm what form of government we are. And it is the truth that we are a republic, not a democracy. Democracies are terrible. Democracies throughout human history have run over individuals, people, and have destroyed families and have been the result of much bloodshed. It is for that reason that our founding fathers created a republic, and the reason why I hope going forward on this debate, on this bill and others, we can stand for the truth and just simply acknowledge that we are a republic. That's it. Just acknowledge that we are a republic in all forms. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion on House File 3? Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to move the A24 amendment.
Senator Curran moves the A24 amendment. The Secretary will report the A24 amendment.
Senator Curran moves to amend House File number 3 as follows. Page 3, delete Section 3. This is the A24 amendment.
Senator Curran, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is when you look at the requirement, or in the bill, we have the ability to pre-register 16-year-olds. And it's important, I believe it's important to make sure our kids in high school, not only civics, the voting part of civics, and to help them understand so they can participate or they're prepared when they're ready to vote, to be ready to register and also be able to cast a great ballot in this great state. But since we're going to mix minors in with the statewide voter registration system and then keep them ineligible, or that they are ineligible, the components I'm worried about is that we've also then deemed in this legislation that all inactive voters the data is then deemed not public. Transparency really is the hallmark to our elections. We've been moving further away from that than closer towards it. We want to make sure that it's the foundation of that transparency and access to that data, again, so we can make sure everybody that's eligible to vote casts the ballot, and only those eligible people are able to cast the ballot in a free and easy manner. Mr. President, with this, the data is important to me. Everything we do in government, not just in our voter registrations or voter system, but everything we do, we've moved further away from adherence to compliance and transparency. I literally think it's a foundation. In 2008, members, we used to have access to the voter status of the statewide voter registration system. In that process, we did not divulge private data, but we divulged voting, your status, whether you're eligible, ineligible, challenged, or otherwise. That actually allows third parties and oversight to ensure that only people on that statewide voter registration system are eligible, and that we can check whether they cast ballots. This moves us further from it by conflating and adding 16-year-olds or more ineligible voters or inactive voters at the point to the system, further creating complexities and, again, not allowing us to make sure that we validate only eligible people are in that statewide voter registration system. For that, Mr. President, I'd urge a green vote and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A24 amendment? Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge a no vote on the A24 amendment. I think this is the best part of a bill, is getting kids involved. And, and with respect to the House File 3, I think these are all great ideas because the states are supposed to be the laboratories of democracy, not laboratories of republic. Those two words are interchangeable, republic and democracy. We all use democracy when we mean republic, and we mean republic when we mean democracy. It's like that, you say tomato, I say tomato. They are interchangeable. But with that said, with respect to the bill under consideration, the amendment under consideration, I think getting 16 and 17-year-olds to be apprentices of democracy. Look at it that way, that we're saying you can't vote till you're 18, but because you're 16 and 17, we'd like you to be in training for this incredible experience called you get to exercise your right to vote. You get to be virtuous and responsible member of this great and wondrous nation. Consider it like a probationary period, that you're going to have to learn about the issues, and you're going to have to talk to your friends and your family about issues and concerns and matters before this great state and this great nation. And you're going to get excited about this upcoming election. We're not going to tell you you have to register to vote on your 18th birthday. We're going to tell you you got to train for this experience called voting. And so I want every 16 and 17-year-old in this state, I want them to realize your voice maybe perhaps can't be heard until your 18th birthday. But nonetheless, we want you to be in training for that incredible experience and opportunity and right and responsibility of every single American to exercise their constitutional duty to vote upon their 18th birthday. Let's get them ready for that experience in every way, shape, and form, because that is a duty of this legislature. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for bringing this bill forward, Senator Boldon.
Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I can't say it better than that, but I will just urge a no vote on this amendment. Pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-old does increase civic participation by ensuring voters can cast their ballot when they turn 18 without having to re-register. There are studies to show that there's a 2% to 9% increase in voter turnout ages 18 to 21 where there is pre-registration. We would be joining many other states that are already doing this across the political spectrum, states like North Carolina, Utah, Virginia, Florida, Louisiana, and Oregon. I will also just mention that this provision has a history of bipartisan support. It has been proposed and supported by Representative Dean Erdahl and the other body. So when we want to encourage young people to think of themselves as voters and included in the process even before they are able to be voters. They are much more likely to vote for the first time and then be lifelong voters after that point, which is certainly what we want to encourage. So again, I would encourage members to vote no.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment. I am in favor of our young people and our teenagers for being involved in our election process, getting a taste of political activity. I did it myself, Mr. President. I was asked to run a caucus in my hometown before I turned 18. I couldn't vote in that caucus, but I helped run it because I was active and I was getting involved. The problem with this amendment is that this data and the pre-registration data is being treated differently than the data for the rest of the voters that are in the system when they should be treated the same. If the data on 16 and 17-year-olds is being collected for pre-registration the same way adults are, the same data that is public on adults should be public on the 16 and 17-year-olds as well. That's the transparency component to make sure that it is being collected properly, that it's being held properly, and that it's not being used in an undercover way, that those people in fact do not vote before they turn 18 and are legally allowed to. That's the transparency piece that's missing in here. But we absolutely want our young people to get involved and to get engaged. And I have a second thing that I want 16 and 17-year-olds to know, and that is a republic and a democracy are not equal. They are not terms that you can just substitute one for the other. A constitutional republic is the foundation. It is the core upon which the strength of our nation's government is built. A democracy is something built on top of that. If you have just a democracy without the foundation of a constitutional republic, you have these democracies run amok that some of my colleagues have been talking about. If you have a democracy where the majority wants to have tyranny over the minority, there is absolutely nothing that can stop a pure democracy like that from happening. Now, Americans often mistakenly interchange those two words together, but they are not the same. A constitutional republic is the foundation and the bedrock
that says, here are the rights that you have, and these are the lines that government may not cross, period. If we were in a pure democracy and the majority decided that we wanted to completely eliminate your right to protest or your right to speak in public, that right would be taken away from the minority who wanted to keep exercising that right. But under our constitutional republic, we have a First Amendment that says you have a freedom to speak, that says you have a freedom to assemble, that says you have a freedom to peaceably petition your government for a redress of grievances. And therefore, that is a line that government may not ever cross. And so it's important for our young people and our teachers and many adults to be aware of how the two fit together. They are not interchangeable. A democracy does exist here in America, and it should, but only on the basis of the foundation of a constitutional republic. But I want to ask members to vote for the A24 amendment because in the bill as before us, it is not transparent and it is not being held with the utmost respect that it needs to be. The same data that is public for adults in the voter registration system should also be treated for our 16 and 17-year-olds under the system as well. And for those reasons, I urge members to support the amendment.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon, for what I think is an amazing bill. I am an election judge. I've been a head judge many a time, and not everyone might know this, but we actually let 16 and 17-year-olds be election judges. You can be a student judge and help get involved in our democracy that way. And one of the best judges I ever had was a student that really, really wanted to see how things worked even before he could technically vote. And so I think getting more people involved in different ways in this process, to include allowing them to register, it causes no conflict because not only do they know they still can't vote until they turn 18, but I want to correct a little misinformation that there might be a mistake. Every time that you vote, before we will even give you a ballot, you actually have to sign a certification that says you are an eligible voter. And within that, it says, as part of the attestment, it says you're a citizen, it says you meet the residency requirements in Minnesota, but it also says that you have attained the age of 18. So there is no conflict with getting someone to register early. There's no chance they're going to accidentally vote because we walk them through that eligibility every time we get out the ballot to make sure that they know that they have to be 18 before they get that. So I think this is brilliant to help engage more students in our democracy and kind of get them ready and thinking toward that. So I would urge a no vote to make sure that we can do what the author has intended, what the other underlying author has intended for this.
Last speaker in this area is the amendment author. Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Coran.
President. Appreciate all the comments. Certainly appreciate and would like to work on Senator Swedzinski's lack of enthusiasm for all issues brought to the floor. And but I don't think the trade-off is worth it. I think we all agree. We spoke about how we want our youth involved, but the trade-off I don't think is worth it. We already have. We just talked earlier, right? The highest level of participation. I don't think it will drive that, and the trade-off and the further towards more secrecy and lack of access to the statewide voter registration system isn't worth the trade-off at this point. I urge a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A24 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Disick votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. There being 32 ayes and 34. Oh. Oh, sorry about that. All senators having voted, who desires to vote this? Go ahead. All senators having voted, who desires to vote? The secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A24 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A23, please.
Senator Barr offers the A23 amendment. The secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Barr moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 14, delete Section 12. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A23 removes all of the language in sections 12, 13, 14, 15, and removes the money allocated for that. Currently in state law, we have a permanent absentee ballot application list. And this takes that application list and turns it into a ballot list where you will have a permanent absentee ballot mailed to you. Well, I shouldn't say in perpetuity. There's only 4 reasons it can be done, removed, taken off the list. At the voter's request, so we're trusting people that they remember to notify the Secretary of State when they're notifying the post office and the electric company and the cable company that they're leaving the state or moving to a different location. Voter's death, which we'd get through the death certificate, return of the ballot, or a voter status is changed to challenged or inactive statewide. So a young person decides they register to vote, they put themselves on they ought to go on this list, have permanent absentee ballot, they go to college, they still get the absentee ballot because their parents live there, still comes home, they swing through, pick up the ballot and go. And then they get a job in another state and their ballot still keeps coming. There's nothing saying that it can't be returned, that the mail still goes there as long as somebody's there to harvest the ballot at that address. This is just opening a door for more fraud. We keep hearing that we had the safest, securest election in history, the highest voter turnout, and now we want to put things in statute that will invite people to abuse the system and perpetrate fraud. So that, Mr. President, is the essence of the A23 amendment.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. So this would remove the provisions to establish a permanent absentee voter list. I will note that Minnesota is currently an outlier on this provision. When we adopt this provision, Minnesota will join the other 44 states who do this. This bill would do what many voters actually think happens right now. Many voters think right now when they sign up for this list, they expect that they will get an absentee a ballot mailed to them with every election, but that's actually not what happens. What they currently get is an application for a ballot. So it would clear up that confusion and would make it so they don't have to apply every time for every election for folks who know that they want to vote absentee every time. I would also note that this would positively impact the 30,000 election judges who work on Election Day. seniors, folks with physical disabilities who might have challenges to get to a physical location or fill out that application every time. This would also affect military personnel who are deployed, among many others. So members, this would bring us in line with 44 other states with a provision that Minnesotans are asking for and are honestly expecting right now. So I encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A23 before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I encourage a green vote on the amendment, I did want to correct something. This has absolutely nothing to do with military ballots. That's handled by a completely separate section of law, statutes. This is a permanent absence. It goes from an application to a ballot being a live ballot being sent in the mail. So while we like to confuse the absentee ballots for our military individuals, those are handled by a completely different statute. This does not affect them in any way, shape, or form.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A23 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A19 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A19 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 25, line 6, delete 1 and insert 50. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A19 amendment changes the 1% single ownership threshold to trigger foreign influence status to a 50% threshold and changes the 5% aggregate owner threshold to trigger foreign influence status to a 50% threshold. Mr. President, I would also like to offer the A21 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A21 amendment to the amendment, and the Secretary will report the A21 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend the A19 amendment to House File Number 3 as follows. Page 1 after line 2, insert. This is the A21 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this amendment to the amendment removes the single investor direct, indirect decision-making participation threshold altogether. And Mr. President, the reason why we are bringing this amendment forward is because the underlying language is going to actually empower the influence of dark money in Minnesota and restrict the rights of Minnesota business owners and members of corporations from areas where they already have constitutionally protected speech. Now, Mr. President, current federal law already prohibits contributions, donations, and expenditures made directly or indirectly by or from foreign nationals for any federal, state, or local election. Under current Minnesota law, corporations are prohibited from contributing directly to candidates, but they may contribute to independent expenditure political committees. This is a form of speech that Minnesotans can exercise in this way. And the proposed law is going to put a very egregious restriction on. You have a constitutional right to start a business, form a business, and try to work that business to earn money for yourself and any employees that you choose to hire. You also have the right to try to seek investors to come and invest in your business to help you be more effective in growing your business and to give them an incentive, take a risk for some reward in investing in you. You have the right to take your company public if you choose to undergo that risk in order to attract public investors. And this law will come in and stop a Minnesota business person or any business operating in Minnesota that has gone through those steps, even if they have 99% of investors that are Minnesotans or United States citizens, they will be trumped by a 1% or more if those shares or stocks are owned by any foreign entity. And Mr. President, shares are sold in giant volumes on a day-to-day business. They are bought and they are sold and they are traded. And it is unknown to every business owner who the shareholders are at any given moment because of the frequency that they change hands so often. And this is seeking to come in and put an extremely unworkable cap on to say that 1% is the threshold that prohibits any corporations from engaging in the type of legal speech that they are allowed to do today. This is a significant issue with the bill, not only in its workability, but also in its restriction of speech, and I would urge members to support the amendment.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just also ask for a roll call vote on the underlying amendment as well.
A roll call requested, roll call granted. So now we have a roll call on the amendment to the amendment as well as the underlining amendment. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm grateful to be able to talk about this. This is something that Minnesotans absolutely are in support of, which is limiting foreign influence in our elections. And that is something that we should be taking action on, and that is what is in this bill. I will have more to say about the underlying amendment when we get to that point as far as the percentages, but as we are on this amendment to the amendment, just to be clear about what that would change is there's a provision in the bill that says that a foreign investor, if a foreign investor participates directly or indirectly in a corporation's decision-making process with respect to the corporation's political activities in the United States, then that corporation cannot be spending money in our elections. We do not want foreign influence in our elections. And so that is something we should absolutely vote no against this amendment to the amendment. And just a comment around corporations don't know who their shareholders are. They absolutely do. There is a process that all of them use on any given day. They can identify who their shareholders are. They do that at least once a year, many times more often than that. So there absolutely is a way to determine that. And I would argue if they don't know who their shareholders are, that is also a problem for our democracy if they are influencing our elections. So members, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Boldon yield for a question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? Senator Boldon will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the number in my amendment is being changed from 1 to 50 because that matches the federal definition. And you stated that members or owners know their shareholders because of an annual report. How would an individual business owner know on any given day, a snapshot in time throughout the year? We don't need this because this bill is not restricting based off of an annual report. This bill, your underlying bill, is restricting any snapshot in time of a day that a corporation wants to exercise legitimate political speech. How will that business owner know in that snapshot of time who their shareholders are?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said, so privately held corporations do know who their shareholders are. Publicly traded corporations regularly ascertain their shareholder list. And in this bill, they would need to do that for the date of the contribution that they are wanting to make. The ability to document or to determine and record stock ownership on a given date is it's essential to the basic governance of a corporation. And so this is a process that they use for other reasons, but there is a process that they can use to determine who their shareholders are for a given date, and that's what they would need to do for the date that they are wanting to make a contribution.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. But here's the situation, and you restated it again, which is defeating the whole argument that you're seeking to make. If a corporation is going to make a contribution on June 1st, they are required under this bill to know on that date on June 1st who their shareholders are. And I have looked into this and talked with those stakeholders in this, and it's a process of usually weeks to find out after the fact on June 1st who the shareholders were at that time. And it can change on any given day. And by the time they get the report, several weeks down the road, it could change pretty significantly again. And so the language that you have in the bill currently is not workable for the reality of how the process actually works. And I'm wondering if Senator Boldon would yield for another question, Mr. President. Would Senator Boldon yield again, Mr. President?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? I'm sorry, I was saying something. She will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you explain the detail that owners get on the shareholder report from the SEC? Can you give us the detail that lays out that information that you're seeking here?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the question. So the same process that corporations used on a generally, at least annual basis to determine who their shareholders are, they would use that same process with the target of the date that they want to make a contribution. And it is true that who the shareholders are can change from any given day, and that's fine. What the report they need to pull and that they can pull would be the date that they want to make a contribution, and they have 7 days to then file that or to file the documentation to the Campaign Finance Board. Again, I just want to go back to the purpose and the intention of this is because we don't want, Minnesotans do not want foreign influence in our elections. And so if corporations want to do that, they want to influence our elections, they should be able to and do prove that there is not foreign influence happening there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Boldon yield for another question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield for another question. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Boldon, your last comment talked about you have a 7-day window. to ensure that and to report that with the Campaign Finance Board. Every case that I have inquired about has indicated it takes longer than 7 days for that information to be even known. Do you have examples where that SEC report and that shareholder knowledge can be completed within the 7-day requirement you have in this bill?
Senator Boldon to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just state that this provision has been in place in other places. I also just, again, want to just refocus us on what we are talking about. We are talking about foreign investors, foreign nationals living outside of the country, spending money to influence elections in Minnesota, to influence Minnesota votes. They could not give or spend directly. That is illegal. So they should not be able to launder money to participate through corporations.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, apparently Senator Boldon's unable to answer the question and come up with an example of how it's workable in this bill. Now, we agree on that foreign influence piece. We do not want foreign actors influencing and funding our elections. And we're actually going to have a lot more to say about that in the course of the debate on this bill, Mr. President. But what's in this underlying provision is going to do a whole lot more to restrict the First Amendment speech rights of legal Minnesota citizens, business owners, and investors than it will to any foreign actor. If we wanted to write, if there was a loophole being exploited by foreign actors that we identified and needed to fix, we could do that. But that's not what's in this underlying piece here today. That's why 50% is the federally recognized definition of when a corporation is truly foreign influenced. That's the controlling stake in a company. 1% is an extremely low margin where there are numerous physical examples of where 1% is not at all the controlling interest in a company's direction, and yet we are going to have the 1% control the 99% when it is completely out of the business owner's hands as to who buys the stock. He does not control or direct who clicks buy on his computer screen in a trading account. He does not control who picks up a phone and calls a broker, but he will be responsible for the actions of others at a very, very low and drastic margin. And the provision here is not workable. It takes longer than 7 days. This is merely an attempt to quash the First Amendment speech rights of Minnesota businesses and Minnesota investors for things that are clearly and far outside their control and do not come anywhere near the actual definition of foreign influenced. And so with that, Mr. President, I'm going to urge members to support the amendment, and I promise you we are going to have a continued, very robust discussion on trying to eliminate all forms of foreign influence in our elections. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now on the underlining amendment, which is the A19 amendment as amended. Senator Matthews to the A19 amendment as amended.
Mr. President, I have an additional amendment to the amendment that I'm going to offer, and that's the A20 amendment.
Senator Matthew offers the A20 amendment, which will be an amendment, an amendment to the amendment as amended. The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend the A19 amendment to House File Number 3 as follows. Page 1, after line 3, insert. This is the A20 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This removes the unworkable CEO certification requirement, and for the reasons that I listed earlier, they apply here as well, and I urge members to vote green on this amendment to the amendment.
Senator Boldon to the amendment to the amendment, if you're ready. If not, I'll go to someone else. Any other discussion before Senator Boldon gets ready? Seeing none, we'll go back to Senator Boldon, and when she's ready, she can chime in.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would again urge a no vote on this amendment and reground us on what we're talking about here. The intention of this is to not have foreign influence in our elections, and for corporations. And again, just to clarify, we're not talking about business owners. We're not talking about workers. Business owners, workers, Minnesotans can make contributions and spend money in Minnesota elections as they choose. That is not what this provision in the bill is about. This is about corporations spending money to influence our elections, and foreign influence money in our elections. And so, members, I would ask for a no vote so we can ensure that corporations with foreign influence are not spending money and influencing votes and our Minnesota elections.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Matthews, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Encourage a green vote.
The secretary will take. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Kupik?
Yes, Mr. President, I believe there's already a roll call asked for by Senator Boldon on this. So.
I believe that she requested a roll call on the previous amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. We are now on the A20 amendment to the amendment.
Then I'll take a roll call on this one.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Everyone's clear? The secretary will take the roll on the A20 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All members having voted who... I'm sorry. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just so that we're clear, so that we don't have any confusion, we are now on the underlining A19 amendment as amended. Any additional questions? And there was a roll call requested. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to speak to, so first of all, members, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. And to clarify what we're talking about here, again, we're talking about corporations who want to spend money in our elections. And the bill currently says that that cannot happen if there is a 1% threshold. If an individual, a foreign individual, owns a 1% share in the corporation, or two or more individuals own a 5% or more share. And that number, and I'll just focus mainly on first on that 1%, that number was selected intentionally. And I want to just clarify that we're not talking about control of a corporation. We're talking about influence. And so one person who owns a 1% share of a corporation does have influence. That number was come upon because it has been recognized across the board as a level at which investors can exert significant influence on corporate decision-making. So I'm going to give you a few examples of this. Commissioner Robert Jackson, appointed by former President Trump to the Securities and Exchange Commission, said, quote, "In the case of a 1% shareholder of a very large public company, they will be given a fair amount of attention." Former Representative Jeb Hensarling from Texas, the then chairman of the House Committee on Financial Services, says, quote, "We have something fairly reasonable, and that is, if you're going to put forward these shareholder proposals, have some real significant skin in the game. And what we say is 1%. 1% to put forward a shareholder proposal." In a debate on a federal bill about shareholder proposals, the conservative-leaning Business Roundtable, an association of corporate CEOs who often advocate for management-friendly policies, supported the 1% threshold for individual shareholders to submit proxy proposals, and even suggested a sliding scale that would go far below the 1% threshold for the largest U.S. corporations, down to 0.15% share of ownership. Professor John Coates, a former general counsel of the Securities and Exchange Commission, said, quote, "Virtually no one questions that owning 1% of voting shares gives a shareholder the ability to influence corporate decision-making. And in current corporate governance environment, the boards of companies that are confronted by a 1% shareholders listen to them. They engage with them." Also, quote, by the same individual, "There's not a corporate secretary or investor relations department in the country that would not return their call within 24 hours. It is clear, members, that a person who owns a 1% share of a company has influence has influence. And so we don't want that. Again, we don't want foreign influence in our elections, in trying to influence Minnesota votes. We're talking about folks not here in Minnesota, non-citizens, people in other countries, being able to influence what happens in our Minnesota elections. And so I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. That 1% was chosen very specifically to meet the goal of what, again, the vast majority of Minnesotans want. Thank you.
Senator Mohammed.
Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side, I'd like to move that the vote whereby 821 amendment to House File 3 was adopted on April 26 be now reconsidered.
Having voted on the prevailing side, Senator Mohammed moved that the vote whereby The A21 amendment to House File 3 was adopted on April 26, 2023, be now reconsidered.
And I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call vote requested, roll call granted. Senator Pratt to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we already have a motion in front of us, and that this motion would be out of order.
This is a higher motion, Senator Pratt. If you look at Rule 28, any other discussion? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I would just urge a no vote. Thank you.
Well, do you want a no vote on Senator Mohammed's motion?
Apologies. No, I want a no vote on the amendment when we get to that point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much. Everyone's clear as to what we're doing now. I want to make sure that there's no confusion. We are on Senator Mohammed's motion. The reason why we could go to that motion, because that motion is a higher motion. That's what I answered for Senator Pratt. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to reconsider. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator...
Parliamentary inquiry.
yeah, but you cannot do that in the middle of a vote.
Sorry, I thought we were done.
Okay. Any other votes? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 48 ayes and 19 noes, the motion to reconsider is adopted. So now that...
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
The A21 is before the body. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry pertaining to Rule 28 and what was in front of the body. And I just want to make sure I understand the ruling of the chair. Senator Matthews offered the A19 amendment and then moved the A21 amendment as an amendment to the amendment. That was adopted, and he then, I believe,
offered the A20.
And we voted on that, and then we were back on the A19. I guess I was confused at where we were in the order of business, and that's why I asked you before.
For clarity, from my understanding, unless I stand corrected, the last amendment was the A20. The A20 amendment was not adopted. Then was that A20 was not adopted, we then had before us the A19 as amended. And once the A19 as amended was before us, Senator Mohammed brought forward a motion to reconsider, and you did appropriately ask me, can we do that while we have something else in front of us? And the motion to reconsider under Rule 28 is a higher motion, so we could and had to deal with that.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right. So now, members, just so that we're all on the same page, the amendment that is before the body is the A21, because that was the motion to reconsider. Now, That motion is in front of us. Any discussion? Senator Kupek.
I would request a roll call on the A21 amendment now.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Boldon yield for a question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Boldon, I was fascinated by the discussion between you and Senator Matthews, and I just wanted to pose a quick question. I believe in your district or very close by, you have a company called HMN Financial, which is the holding company for Home Federal Savings Bank. They are a publicly traded company. And I'm really trying to understand the process that we're going through here. So HMN Financial decides they are going to give a campaign contribution to a candidate. And at, let's say, 11:15, Richard Branson decides he is going to invest and take a 1% stake in HMN Financial, and the company announces that campaign contribution at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Would that have violated the proposal that you have in front of us?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Mr. President, corporations cannot give contributions directly to candidates.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't necessarily talking about state candidates. I was just talking a candidate, but okay. Let's say, let's take it a different way. HMN Financial decides to run an independent expenditure. And at 11 a.m., Richard Branson buys 1% of the stock, and the mailer is sent at 2 o'clock that day. Would that violate the provisions in this proposal?
Senator Pratt, you asking her to yield?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I keep forgetting that part. Yes.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Boldon, to the question.
Mr. President, under this provision, if a corporation has a foreign investor who owns a 1% share or more, that corporation would not be able to spend money in our elections, would not be able to do an independent expenditure. So that would not be allowed, as you describe it. If on a given day there is one person owns more than one foreign person owns more than a 1% share in their corporation, they would not be able to spend money on an independent expenditure on that day.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Boldon yield for another question?
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Boldon, I understand, and that's all well and good, but it doesn't answer my question around the timing, that decisions are made and executed, and yet our financial markets operate in real time. And you've said that through the annual reports, any publicly traded business knows who their stockholders are, but yet are they able to understand that in such real time to know that someone like Sir Richard Branson invested in 1% of their company through the open market? And I'm trying to figure out that and what would happen then, just kind of thinking through it, Senator Boldon, since you agreed to the yield. So not only what would happen if Sir Richard Branson bought his shares a few hours before the independent expenditure, but what would happen if the independent expenditure went out and Sir Richard Branson bought those shares, hypothetically, a few hours after? Would they be in violation?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. They would be in violation if on the day they made the independent expenditure, if on that given day, for an individual owned a 1% or more share of their company, yes, they would be in violation. And I think, for corporations who are wanting to spend money, wanting to influence our elections and Minnesota voters, they should know what's happening in their company. They should be paying attention to what is happening. So, yes, that would be the provision.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that, Senator Boldon. And I think it goes to show that there's a lack of understanding about how these shares and ownerships are traded, because Senator Boldon's right. If somebody went directly to the company and bought a stake, then yes, they would know who's owning it. But millions, billions of shares are traded on the open market. And that no one would know, no one could know what their percentage of ownership is for shares traded on the open market. I think it's a flaw in the logic of this bill, Mr. President, in that it sets an unattainable goal. If I buy shares in a company, that company is not going to know I own their stock, maybe for several weeks. But as Senator Boldon said, if I'm a foreign national and I buy into that company and they don't know about it and they took action and retroactively we're going to judge them, it seems like an unattainable threshold, an unattainable expectation that we're putting upon them. And I think it shows why this particular provision needs some additional work to understand where we're at in the modern financial system. So members, I encourage a yes vote.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a remarkable thing we have seen on the Senate floor today. Who will think of the billionaires, Mr. President? Will nobody protect the billionaires? What if the billionaires buy shares in companies that donate to candidates and they're foreign shareholders? Who will think of the foreign billionaires, Mr. President? Not the DFLers. This has been the weirdest debate I've ever been part of. But, Mr. President, I was doing a little bit of mathing, as I call it. I make it into a verb. 1% share in Twitter, for example, is $374 million. That is a large amount of money. And right now, in the United States and state of Minnesota, foreign people cannot give money to influence elections. But what they can currently do is buy shares of companies that can give money. And we heard a lot about the protected constitutional rights of corporation and the free speech of their money. Cool. But we do not allow foreign influence in our elections. And when we do not close this loophole, it sneaks on in. So I appreciate Senator Boldon for bringing this bill and bringing this for provision, because the debate I'm hearing is, who will think of the foreign billionaires? I'm thinking of the Minnesotans who deserve to have their elections protected. So I'm going to ask folks to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Drahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for a lively discussion. And I think we need to focus on the workability of the bill in front of us. And I know that's what I'm trying to do. I think other members in my caucus are trying to do. I don't think anybody here wants foreign actors playing in our elections. But I think we have some people, some members, that maybe haven't had a lot of experience in the stock market. And they're trying to draft a bill that I don't think is real practical. And Mr. President, I just want to give you one quick, I wasn't going to get in this debate, but one example. Target, one of my wife's favorite places to go. Minnesota company. They have about 460 million shares outstanding. Okay, you can go to the Google machine and type in how many trades, average trades per day for Target. And going back probably 12, 15 years, I would say all but the last 4, 3.5, 4, they would have had more trades in a single day than what this bill has, the 1% threshold. So back in 2018, they were averaging 8 million trades a day of shares, which would have been more, quite a bit more than the 1%. So I'm with Senator Boldon on her intent of this bill. I just want it to work, and 1% does not work. We need to raise that number up, members. I hope Senator Boldon will work with us to re-examine her number and why I think it's almost an impossibility for something that is literally traded every second of the trading day to keep track of the ownership when the volume per day averages more than the 1%. Thank you.
Senator Pratt, did you have something to say?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I just want to recenter the conversation. I appreciate the senator from Apple Valley and her excited, discussion around how we're defending billionaires. This is not about defending billionaires. This is about understanding whether or not we're putting an unreasonable expectation on a local business. HMN Financial, based in Rochester, Minnesota, has 4.5 million shares of stock outstanding. 45,000 shares is 1%. They are a small cap company. And if someone buys shares on the open market, we have to understand that there are times that it takes to get that information transmitted. To my colleague from Apple Valley, I don't care about the millionaires and billionaires. I care about HMN Financial and a small business that's doing great work in a local community that wants to advocate for a position and not get in trouble because someone happens to buy stock on the day that they're going to do something. It's all about how reasonable the expectation is in the timing. Again, as Senator Boldon testified today, the company could take, even if the company knew who was buying their stock, if they took an action earlier that day and someone bought their stock on the open market, they would be in violation. And why should HMN Financial, as an example, be held liable for that? They didn't ask anybody to go out on the open market and buy those shares. 45,000 shares is not a lot in some cases. So that's why, members, I'm saying no one wants foreign influence in our elections, and we can debate whether it should be 1% or 50%. But as I read the bill, as I read the proposal in front of us, it does set up an unattainable expectation that someone should know who bought shares or who might buy shares on the same day they decide to do something like an independent expenditure. And that's why, Mr. President, I think this bill needs more work and why I request a yes vote on the Matthews Amendment.
Members, just so that we're clear, on the board we should have the amendment to the amendment, which is the A21. I just want to make sure everyone is centered and we have the right information before us. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just would again ask members for a no vote on this amendment. I heard the term unreasonable expectation. I don't think it is unreasonable for us to be sure that we are not having foreign influence in our elections. And again, we're not talking about business owners, we're not talking about workers, we're talking about corporations who want to spend money in our elections. It is not unreasonable for them to prove that they are not having foreign influence as they do that. And they will use the process that they already use at least once a year. It is a process that they're already doing. They will use that same process to prove that they are not having foreign influence in our elections.
Senator Matthews, as the author to the A21, which is the amendment to the amendment. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for the second time, I will urge members to support the A21 amendment. And I appreciate the lively debate that we've had on this twice, and I want to respond to a couple of things that were said. Mr. President, my colleague, Senator McQuaid, gave a classic example of let's set up a straw man and knock it over and do a touchdown celebration over it. Because, Mr. President, those arguments, I said no such thing. The other side was the ones to first mention the foreign billionaires. This is going after, and we are seeking to protect Minnesota business owners and Minnesota investors that have invested their money in companies that they are seeking to make from, and this bill is going to block their legal rights to do protected speech through this company. Mr. President, the Democrat Party gladly goes with millionaires and billionaires all around this country. You can see on a lot of campaign finance reports where they have lined up donations in large, large amounts of money. This is here to protect a teacher in Minnesota that might have their teacher pension invested in a certain company, and the ability of that company to do the right thing that they want to do. They might want to, the company might need to speak out on an issue that will against an undue business regulation that would harm them, in order to let the Minnesota teacher that has their pension invested with them to get the best retirement possible for their investment in their company. So we're not going to sit here and pretend like we can set up straw men and celebrate over them by falsely putting words in the other side's mouth. The facts don't even line up with that, Mr. President. George Soros is listed as a donor to the Minnesota DFL to the tune of $250,000 last year. There's lots of big money from billionaires in our elections. But this amendment is seeking to protect Minnesota business owners and Minnesota investors who cannot control in real time who chooses to buy or sell shares of their company. And we should not be penalizing their ability to do constitutionally protected speech because of that. So you can keep your billionaires, and we'll stand up and fight for the Minnesota business owners, the Minnesota investors, and the Minnesota teachers or seniors that have their pension or their retirement account, and we're going to stand up for the working class of Minnesotans. So, Mr. President, the body got this right the first time. Please don't vote for it before you voted against it. Please be consistent and pass the A21 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A21 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just to reorient us, we are on the underlining A19 amendment. Any final arguments? We have heard every argument possible. And there was a roll call requested. I don't see that on my monitor. Anything else? We have the secretary jumping today, okay? The secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A19 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the spirited discussion. You know, I've listened to the debate, and the author had mentioned that that really her primary objective with these provisions is to remove the influence, the foreign influence in our elections. And she mentioned she's especially troubled by money being laundered and used in elections. And I share those same concerns, Mr. President. I think probably many or maybe all members here do. And what we need to do here is figure out how to come to an agreement on this, Mr. President, because what we have in the bill is only
a prohibition on campaign contributions from some entities that have foreign influence built into them, specifically corporations, and that's what's in the bill. And I'm not necessarily opposed to entertaining that, members and Mr. President, but this is only a segment or a particular place that has potential for those monies from foreign entities to come in and influence our elections and take away or offset the speech of Minnesotans. And I think that is what we are concerned about. Now, while the courts have said that corporations cannot directly contribute to candidates, therefore what we're seeing, at least in Minnesota, Mr. President, is that corporations have to give to party units or PACs or some other organization, but they can't give directly to party units or to defeat a ballot initiative, etc. But we have other entities that can. So unions, for instance, they don't have the same federal restrictions that corporations do, and they can contribute directly to candidates. They can contribute to other unions, other PACs, they can contribute to nonprofits and launder their money there. And it happens often. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, the AFL-CIO is comprised of 60 different unions. 60. It's a consortium. They call themselves a federation of 60 different unions. And then the AFL-CIO, Mr. President, makes campaign contributions, not to Republicans, but to Democrats. And I don't know how much money is laundered there, Mr. President, but it sounds like maybe all of it is, or almost all of it. It's got to be all of it. And I, too, like the author, am concerned with the laundering of money and its infusion into our political process to influence it and limit or offset the speech of the hardworking Minnesotans, the people that we want to have the most influence because they're their elections. They don't belong to foreign entities. So to address this problem better and to add to the bill, Mr. President, I've got an amendment. It's the A25 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 25, after line 18, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this provides that in addition to corporations, which we are limiting in the bill to 1% of foreign ownership, we would provide the same limitation to unions, and it would limit to 1% or more of the bargaining unit membership that's comprised of foreign nationals. So if 1% or more of the bargaining unit membership is comprised of foreign nationals, under this amendment, Mr. President, then those campaign contributions influenced by foreign interests and foreign entities would also be limited in their ability to participate and offset the speech of Minnesotans. I've also got an amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, I'd like to offer. It's the A26 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers an amendment to the amendment, which is the A26 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A25 amendment to House File Number 3 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A26 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A26 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I forget, I would request a roll call on both A26 and the underlying A25 amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted on the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment to the amendment would even make the original amendment and eventually the entire bill, Mr. President, even better, because this will also add nonprofits to the list of organizations that we don't want to launder money and to provide undue influence from foreign interests in our elections, because we know that billionaires launder money through nonprofits. Billionaires like George Soros, who is a Hungarian, I'm told, $250 million to Democrats last election, Mr. President, and that money was laundered, foreign money laundered into our elections through nonprofit organizations, and that's what this would prevent. I don't think the people of Minnesota, Mr. President, want foreign billionaires utilizing nonprofits to launder money and influence our elections in our state, because that's what's going on. That's what this amendment to the amendment would prohibit and provide the protections, the same protections that I think the author and the committee have worked on with the corporate limitations. We would, with this amendment, when it's fully amended and added to the bill, Mr. President, will provide a well-rounded, maybe not complete, but much, much more complete effort at protection from these foreign interests. And I would ask, Mr. President, for the body's approval and a green vote on this amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boldon to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. Well, there's a couple of pieces. I'll address the amendment to the amendment first, which addresses nonprofit corporations. And I'll just say that this bill does not apply to a nonprofit that receives a contribution directly from a foreign national or acts on behalf of a foreign principal, because those situations are already substantially addressed by federal law. Nonprofits generally don't have investors, so there's not anything analogous to the nonprofit sector to investors in for-profit corporations. So, members, I'll just reiterate, kind of square us up to where we're at. This bill and this provision of the bill is meant to close a specific loophole. And not allow foreign influence in our elections, which I'm glad we all have agreement that we don't want that, because Minnesotans don't want that. And so for that reason, and for the reasons I just gave, I would urge a no vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Any other discussion on the A26 amendment to the amendment before I go to the author for final comments? Seeing none, Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, if you go to page 24 of the bill, line 29, 30, and 31, excuse me, 30, 31, and 25.1, you will see the definitions of corporations that's in current law in the bill. And the authors of these provisions, and ostensibly the committee, Mr. President, have written in prohibitions for foreign influence in corporations. In the first two definitions of corporations, a corporation organized for profit that does business in a state, and a limited liability company. Those are the two that are specifically called out in the new language in the bill, and ensuing prohibitions are written for foreign money coming through those corporations. This amendment, Mr. President, captures the second paragraph there, and on line 24.31, and captures nonprofit corporations and writes a similar prohibition of 1%. So the language, member, says a nonprofit corporation that accepts more than 1% of the corporation's total equity from foreign nationals or as defined in paragraph C. So, Mr. President, so when George Soros attempts to launder money through Minnesota nonprofit corporations, this amendment would provide that that foreign influence no longer comes into Minnesota to silence the speech of Minnesota citizens that are trying themselves to properly influence elections with their voice. I encourage members your support for this amendment. This will provide with the underlying amendment will provide a full, robust protection against the money laundering that's going into elections from foreign areas that are influencing elections on behalf of Democrats, as well as the protections that are written into the bill already. I encourage your support for the A26 amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, for clarity, we are now on the underlining A25 amendment. Any additional discussion? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would request a no vote on this amendment as well. So this speaks to unions. And so I want to just be clear that the bill and this provision in the bill is meant to address foreign entities outside the United States. And almost without exception, non-citizen workers in U.S. labor unions are physically located within the United States, where they have more, though not all, constitutional rights. So for example, the union Unite Here doesn't represent hotel housekeepers in Saudi Arabia. SEIU doesn't represent nurses in Singapore. In stark contrast, investors from those countries are major players in U.S. corporate investment. So members, please vote no on this amendment.
The author of the amendment will get the last word. Senator Drazkowski to the A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, obviously the Democrats want to remove or put prohibitions in for corporations, but not nonprofits, where they receive an amazing amount of support, because that was a party line vote. What's left here with the amendment, Mr. President, is the prohibition on unions laundering foreign support into our elections and bringing undue influence from foreign entities into our Minnesota elections. The language in the bill on amendment on 1.7 and 8 says, I think I read this before, if 1% or more of the membership of the union is comprised of foreign nationals, they would receive the same prohibitions that were written into this bill originally, and this would provide us the protections we need. Last election in Minnesota, Mr. President, the Democrats outspent Republicans 10-1. The type of influence in outside dark money that's laundered through unions and nonprofits is unbelievable. So, for instance, Mr. President, the Senate DFL caucus, the Democrat caucus here in Minnesota, received in the last, or actually, yes, in the last election received $2.57 million from unions, from 38 different unions throughout 38 different unions. They were from all over, not necessarily Minnesota, all over the country. That equals $67,830 per union entity funneled into and spent by Minnesota Democrats in the election. $75,810 per Democrat senator was spent by unions to win the last election here in the state of Minnesota. So some of these have international in their name, Mr. President. The International Union of Operating Engineers, they only spent $56,000 and sent it directly to the Senate DFL caucus. The International Union of Painters and Allied Trades Political Action Together Political Committee, another $10,000. Did I say the last union was 56,000? I hope I didn't say million. We're used to working in thousands here, Mr. President, and it is getting long. But the amount of money spent here is amazing. Some of the unions, AFSCME, $525,000 that was laundered and potentially had foreign influence in. We don't know because we don't have this in our laws yet. And we need to add this to the bill to make sure we get the same protections that are being brought forward in the bill. The UFCW Active Ballot Club, $50,000 to the Senate Democrats. SEIU, Minnesota State Council Political Fund, $218,321.26 to the Senate Democrats. Minnesota AFL-CIO, there it is, Mr. President, the laundering union organization that launders money of other unions, 60 of them in the country, $102,000 to Senate Democrats in their election to win the Minnesota Senate in the last election here in the state of Minnesota. Labor's District Council of Minnesota and North Dakota Political Fund, $237,000. Education Minnesota PAC, $591,230.56 to Senate Democrats that was laundered money from a bunch of different entities, many different entities. I don't know how many members they have. We don't know how many are foreign either. But there they are. That was just the Senate DFL, Mr. President. The DFL, the Democrat State Central Committee in 2022, they received contributions from labor unions of $6,314,502.11, Mr. President. $6 million, including money from the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers in 4 different political organizations, the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades Political Action Together Committee in 2 different contributions at least of $75,000 and $52,000. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, by the way, $102,500 to the State Democrats Central Committee, another $200,000 in another organization from the IBEW. From AFSCME Council 5, $999.66. I don't know how they arrived at that number, Mr. President, but inquiring minds might want to check and find out. These are contributions to the State Democrats Central Committee. Oh, of course, Education Minnesota, PAC, $1.557200, over $1.5 million to Minnesota Democrats in the last election. Labor District Council of Minnesota and North Dakota Political Fund, $778,870. That was 29 unions. I didn't read them all, Mr. President. We don't want to go till midnight, but that's $217,741, $217,741 per union. That's the amount, the grotesque amount of money that labor unions are shuffling to Minnesota Democrats to get them elected here in the state of Minnesota. We have no controls on this, no controls on whether there's foreign influence coming into them or not. We need to make this bill even better, Mr. President, to make sure that George Soros and other billionaires don't pipe their money into the laundromat of this union empire and bring it into our elections in order to bring election speech harm, I should say, to Minnesotans who are working hard every day and trying to make sure that it's their government and it's not the government of George Soros or the laundered money of unknown entities that find their way through labor unions. I encourage your support for the amendment, and I know we've already got a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A25 amendment. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A22 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 21, after line 25, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we've had a theme tonight about making sure we don't have undue influence, transparency, and accountability in our elections. And what this bill does is it really goes to close one of the loopholes that has willingly been allowed out there. And what this does is, you've heard of the Zuckerberg, so we call it the Zuckerbucks language. What it does is it bans the types of outside dollars into government, and specifically and exclusively for elections. when we deem the need for government and we fund it at all levels, our cities and counties and in the state legislature here, about the need to fund or provide the resources necessary for all entities to run elections in a fair, efficient, and transparent manner. We should not allow, and this closes that loophole. Mark Zuckerberg, they donated, I think it was a little over $420 million in 2020, I believe, was the largest election or donation. $7 million of that came to Minnesota. In many cases, they took over entire political operations. Not in Minnesota, I don't believe that happened here. And then it's continued to morph on into the 2022 election to provide and I think unapproved. When you look at foreign influence, what portion of Facebook's revenue comes from all their foreign sources and all their other applications around the country? How is it operated and revenue drawn from there? This is an external and outside influence, and anytime somebody's writing a check to you, it has strings attached. In this case, we must remove and close that door. We don't want dark money. We don't want unaccounted for money. We don't want loopholes that allow undue influence in our elections. For that, Mr. President, I encourage a green vote and request a roll call. Let's ban the Zuckerbucks and outside influence.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon, you might need a little more time. Take your time. Any other discussions? Okay, Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Curran's amendment. You know, if you want details on the Zuckerbucks, okay, nationally syndicated Molly Hemingway wrote a detailed book explaining how it was done. The title of the book was Rigged: How the Big Media, Big Tech, and the Democrats Seized Our Elections in 2020. So there's plenty of incriminating evidence available, and it's been documented by a well-recognized authority. So members, if we want this to stop, we need to support Senator Curran's amendment. Thank you, Mr. President, and members vote green.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Boldon? Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise against this amendment. This sort of grant program was equally distributed regardless of political affiliation or who was asking for it. As we've heard, in some cases in Minnesota and in other parts of the country, sadly, some places do not fund their election processes to the level that they need to be with election workers and amount of days. I mean, we've seen sometimes in other states lines for hours in the heat of people trying to get in for elections. So the ability for some places to have these grants can be really critical. But what I want to speak to is the fairness. During the course of the 2020 election, there were complaints filed with the FEC, the Federal Election Commission, questioning those grants. The FEC is bipartisan. It has 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans reported to it, and they found that there was absolutely no concern with how this was being distributed. And did basically a 20-page analysis, but they had a unanimous vote, bipartisan, that this was not any sort of improper interference with elections. So I guess I feel strongly that if somewhere there was a community in Minnesota, whether it be this type of grant or something else, that could be helped with money so that they could properly fund their election workers or whatever else, I don't think we should necessarily close that door. Thank you.
Senator Boldon, to the A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the grants referenced in this amendment don't exist any longer. This is not an issue. This is a solution in search of a problem, and I encourage members to vote no.
Any other discussion before we go to the author? Senator Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the feedback and comments that, you know, this is a equal and unbiased or bipartisan effort, which Couldn't be further from the truth. The Zuckerbucks or those types of contributions, they've of course morphed into different entities and renamed the entities and continue to state the purpose of driving and influencing elections. Every dollar comes with a hook and a promise, and in many cases, again, where they put them in place, they took over the elections. This is the exact type of influence of multi-billion-dollar corporations that I thought we were fighting for tonight, to make sure that they don't put undue influence on our elections. To say that our elections are so underfunded and that we depend on outside corporations, we wouldn't allow that anywhere else to influence our elections. If there was a need, that must be taken care of locally at the state and at the county level. I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A22 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Should I go on? Oh, there he is. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A22 amendment is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been good debates. This is the first time I've served in the election committee. I appreciate the work that's done, and it was a learning process for me. I had the privilege of sitting by Senator Swazinski. Appreciate his love for history and civics, and I have the same passion for those, and so we had some good discussions. And as I've listened to debate through the evening, talking about democracy, I've heard that many, many times, and the different definitions, the different quotes by Newt Gingrich to John Marshall, and talking about the Federalist Papers, which I've brought up to a few members, that those are the guys that, as the Constitution was ratified, went through and went through that document and had the pros and the cons. And the interesting thing was that they had them in the newspaper. They put these essays in the newspaper to say, hey, this is what this is. And it took, I can't remember what it is, a couple years. Senator Swazinski would probably know exactly how many years it was. But it was a couple years strong of debate and how important it is. And that's why it's so important as we debate these things and the cautions that they gave us in those documents. And so I wanted to quote the father of the Constitution, which would be James Madison. And he says, a republic, Madison writes, is different from a democracy because, and I'm not going to tell you the answer, because I know when I was teaching my kids, and when I would say, hey, they'd ask me a word, well go look it up, because then you'll remember it. So I encourage members to read the two essays. That essay of the Federalist Paper is number 10. But 10 and 51 relate so much to what we're facing today. And with the one-party rule, and it was really important as they wrote those documents to warn us, to encourage us, and gridlock isn't necessarily bad. So, anyways, with that, I want to offer the A28 amendment.
Senator Dornick offers the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the A28 amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 24, after line 22, insert. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Dornick, to your A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This simply requires legislators to follow the same law as the executive branch, which would require any state employee to take a leave of absence during the serving in the legislature.
Senator?
Well, actually, I'd like to offer the amendment to the amendment, if I could.
You can.
I'd like to offer the A29 amendment.
Senator Dornick offers the A29, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A29 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend the A28 amendment to House File Number 3 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Dornick, to your A29 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This requires members to recuse themselves from any bill hearing or actions that directly or indirectly involve the employer, including if the employer is testifying in a committee.
Any other discussion? Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call for this amendment and the underlying amendment.
A roll call requested, roll call granted for both the A29 amendment to the amendment as well as the A28 amendment. Any other discussions? Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the author yield to a question?
Senator Dornick, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you for yielding. So Senator Dornick, for example, if a teacher was on the education committee, which I would think would be highly appropriate because they would have an outstanding background to do that, would they have to recuse themselves from almost everything before the committee because the state, who is their employer and pays them the rest of the year, would be part of who would be testifying in front of the committee?
Point of order.
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Klein?
Mr. President, I regret to interrupt, but I raise a point of order under 35.1, germaneness. The bill before us, the omnibus bill before us, is about election policy and voter behavior. This amendment deals with legislator employment conditions. It's a substantially different subject. I ask you to rule it out of order.
Any further advice? Senator Dornick.
Mr. President, I would just appeal to this talks about lobbyists and statement of economic interest. So we have to give statements of properties and different things that we own and the amount of money. So I would say it is germane.
Any further advice? Seeing none, hold on. Let me talk to staff. After taking advice from the body as well as reading the rules and conferring with staff, Senator Klein's point is well taken.
Mr. President?
Senator Dornick.
I'd like to challenge the rule of the president.
You can certainly appeal the ruling of the president. Senator Kupek.
I would request a roll call on that, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Members, just to remind you that the process of appeal from the decision of the president is covered by Senate Rule 14.4. And as you know, that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the president, and a red vote to overrule the decision of the president. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Members, we are now on the underlining amendment. We're still on the A28 amendment.
Point of order.
Senator Klein, for what reason do you rise?
Point of order. Mr. President, the same conditions which led you to rule on the last point of order should sustain an objection on this one as well. Again, it deals with legislator employment behavior and is not relevant to elections or voter conditions.
Any advice, Senator Dornick?
I just would go the same appeal. I mean, as far as the statement of economic interest, and as legislators, we're supposed to be transparent, and I think that it is important for us to not have conflict of interest in what we're doing. So I think that's so important, and it shows that that we're lacking in that, I believe. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein's point of order is well taken. Any additional amendments? Seeing none. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A32 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A32 amendment, and the secretary will report the A32 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows, page 27 after line 8, insert. This is the A32 amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A32 is going to address an important point. Mr. President, what do you do when the effort to curtail foreign influence is itself foreign influenced? When the push to put these new restrictions is driven by foreign actors that are paying to have it promoted throughout the states. This amendment is going to ban model legislation from organizations that take foreign money and have foreign influence. We talk a lot about the contributions that fill up the coffers of those engaged in the election process, but we should not ignore the contributions of those who help write model legislation. And Mr. President, you should have on your desk, each member should have a handout that I've distributed that shows that the Center for the American Progress, which is one of the driving organizations behind this idea and this philosophy, publicly lists their supporters and donors on their website, and you will see multiple instances of foreign nationals and foreign corporations and companies that have foreign influence thresholds involved in it. You can take through a look at the highlighted areas in the document that's before you. And so we should be consistent in how we handle this, members. and have this extend not only to the election process, but to the results afterwards and the legislation that comes forward from there. So I would urge members to support the A32 amendment and continue to be consistent that the majority has ruled on trying to curtail foreign influence. Thank you.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would recommend a no vote on this amendment, and I imagine some others may have more to add with this, as this is a bill and this is work that has been happening for years. Through members of this body, members of the other body, Minnesotans across the state. As I mentioned in my opening comments, all of the folks who came to testify, who have a stake in this and who want to have a voice in this and have been part of crafting the policy. Earlier today, as we walked in, you probably saw the halls were lined with Minnesotans who are advocating for this and who have been part of the process of having their voices heard in this policy. This is a policy, this is a bill based on the voices of Minnesotans with the intent of censuring the voices of Minnesotans. It is not coming from any other foreign entity. It is based on and built from Minnesotans. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment, which is really unrelated to this bill.
Any additional discussion before we get to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this proposal actually is model legislation that is on the Center for the American Progress. And they publicly state, they give out the list of all the foreign actors that fund and that influence their decisions. And under the standard that the majority has established, even if it's 99% of Minnesotans in the hallways that are calling for something similar, I bet that the amount that we have here reaches the 1% of how this extreme liberal think tank in D.C. that is the genesis of this model legislation is foreign influenced and has foreign donors. And so we should go back to the drawing board and figure out what a proposal is that Minnesotans want. Minnesotans that lean right and Minnesotans that lean left. And we can do it without copying model language from a left-wing, foreign-influenced think tank. So it's a common sense idea and proposal, Mr. President, and I urge members' support.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A32 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A32 amendment is not adopted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A34 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A34 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A34 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 27, after line 8, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Along the theme of trying to keep foreign influence out of our election process, what this does is also goes and extends the foreign influence to another level. What this does is it bans vendors that are influenced by foreign governments from being used by elected officials, candidates, parties, funds, or party unit. Another way to put it is that electeds, candidates, party units cannot contract with a foreign influence technology or software provider for any purpose. There's a large industry out there, Mr. President, that supports us in many, many different ways. And what we need to do is make sure that those tools that we deem critical and vital, that they don't have any undue foreign influence in them, and this would ban that. It would ban the dark money, which we've heard about tonight, and the stated goal from almost the entire bill that we have before us, the underlying bill, and it gets rid of the foreign influence. Mr. President, I request a roll call and a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon, are you ready? Or I can go to Senator Mitchell. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Coran, for offering this. While I appreciate the intent, I think this would be riddled with unintended consequences. For example, while it might have a couple examples, including technology or software, it says any goods or services. And for example, a lot of us, it's very important to us to buy union, to buy made in the USA, but there are certain things you just can't get. So for example, for my campaign, because we were still coming out of COVID, I wanted face masks. And if the only supplier we could have found for the underlying mask was from China, for example, that would have limited this, or Canada, or anywhere else. But especially in a campaign, when you're looking at, a lot of little potentially trinket items, it's impossible to source where everything is coming from. And the other part of this is that when someone is giving you money, that is an influence to you. When I am buying a product for my campaign, like a pen that says Nicole Mitchell for Senate, that pen isn't influencing my vote down the road. So I think this is a very different issue than the fact that what we're trying to do in this bill is get foreign influence out that could, at the end of the day, buy a vote. Us buying a good and choosing a vendor doesn't influence our vote. It is the opposite of that problem. So again, I think this is a little bit of, if we're looking at foreign influence out of elections, this isn't where our concern is in terms of keeping our votes and our elected officials honest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Before I go back to Senator Coran, who is the author of the amendment, anyone else wants to speak? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, as Senator Mitchell said that very well, I would request a no vote on this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, this would have potentially far-reaching consequences that we maybe are not realizing in this moment. It would ban a number of things. If you contract with Xerox to make copies for your campaign, it wouldn't allow that. It would be far-reaching. The stated goal of this bill is to get political spending out of elections, out of influencing votes of Minnesotans. And so I don't think this amendment really aligns with that, and so would ask members to vote no.
Senator Coran to the A34 before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the feedback and the comments, but we weren't too concerned when we talked about foreign corporations and the untenable and far-reaching consequences it may have on the ability for us to functionally administer that program, because we do have a shared goal. We really would. Our amendments on that particular issue were designed to make it workable and to keep the foreign influence out. In this case, it may seem untenable, but when you look at software that we deem vital, the information contained in it, is it all being displayed? There's a whole host of things, just not durable goods that was highlighted in the comments. And we should make sure that those influences stay out at all levels from our election process. So, Mr. President, I urge a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 834 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the 834 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd offer the A33 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the 833 amendment. The Secretary will report the 833 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 24, after line 10, insert. This is the A33 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A33 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the A33 amendment provides that a candidate or candidate's principal campaign committee can take contributions from individuals or entities located outside of our state. We know that there are a lot of people in other states coming in trying to influence Minnesota elections. This frustrates a lot of people. It frustrates Minnesotans, and it distorts the ability and the landscape on elections here in our state. We have large contributions coming from all over the United States, many of them from our largest cities that are located on the coasts. And members, somebody that lives in San Francisco or Charlotte or a place like that doesn't have a vested stake in Minnesota elections. They don't live here. They aren't Minnesotans. I encourage you to support the amendment and protect the integrity of Minnesota elections. And as the article title says, to empower voters in Minnesota here, not empower people from other states. I'd ask for a roll call, Mr. President, and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I respect the intention here, I would like to speak against this amendment and encourage a no vote for a couple of reasons. One, because being able to donate to a campaign is a form of political speech, and that is something that we are allowed to do across borders. So one, I think there would just be a constitutional concern with this because you would be impeding the free speech of United States citizens. Number two, from a more personal note, you know, I was so proud in my campaign that I did have donations from outside of Minnesota from people I knew and were very dear to me, particularly my friends in the military community, who were excited to see one of their own step up and run for office. And because I had worked at units in different places, and because sometimes you end up traveling together, those were some of my significant contributions.
Or my predecessor, Senator Kent, she was raised in Louisiana. And so she had family in Louisiana and some family in California. And I mean, how unfortunate would it to be if your immediate family, just because they lived in another state or maybe just across the border in Wisconsin, wasn't able to donate, possibly to their own child, just because of a rule like this. So I don't think it's what we're intending to do, and I don't think we should keep those people who really love and want to be part of our campaign out of the amazing things that they want to see us do.
Any other discussions on the A33 amendment before we go to the author? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I would also request a no vote on this amendment. I, too, have concerns about the constitutionality of it. Also, it's being brought at the 11th hour here, so to speak, and has not been vetted in committee, or we've not had any conversations about it. I also will just note that a similar law in Alaska was struck down by the courts, and so I think there are multiple concerns here.
Last speaker before we take the roll, Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I didn't hear any compelling arguments. It seems members, like many of us bringing these amendments, are winning the debate and losing the vote. That's what it seems like to me. But as I think about the people of Minnesota and the people of Minnesota that might be watching tonight or at some point, should Floridians, Oregonians, or Canadians be speaking in our elections? That's the question that this amendment brings, Mr. President. Should they be trumping the voices of the people of Minnesota? Here in Minnesota, we actually subsidize the speech of people through a political contribution refund, and we subsidize candidates through a candidate subsidy, forms of political welfare, if you will, for candidates that we have written into the law. We're doing all of that in order to, I'm obviously opposed to those items, Mr. President, but for those that have brought them, they brought them, and it's in law for the purpose of trying, the stated purpose of trying to help Minnesotans have more ability to speak. So I don't understand, members, the argument that we wouldn't consider an amendment like this when we are actually subsidizing Minnesotans to help them and help them be heard in our elections, and we're accepting, monies from, the state of Maine or Texas or Iowa or somewhere else, really offsetting the whole purpose of what we're looking at. We're looking at, our interest is in the speech of Minnesotans and their ability to influence the elections, because they are their elections. They're not elections that belong to people from other states or other countries. I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A33 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Zhang, like Amy Winehouse, votes no, no, no.
I just need one no. Senator Zhang votes no. Let's see. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Corran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the 827 amendment.
Senator Corran offers the 827 amendment. The Secretary will report the 827 amendment.
Senator Corran moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 20, line 18, delete commonly and insert common. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A27 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what this amendment does is it addresses an element of importance as it relates to translation services and the languages and the criteria which would drive the need statutorily for translation services all throughout the entire state. The issue is good, right? We want to make sure that the services are provided because they are vital and needed. But as it states today, the need determination is based on primary languages and then the percentage of that population that resides in any particular district or precinct. It's difficult to staff judges as it is and to make sure we have everybody staffed to cover all the precincts. It certainly is difficult to find qualified translators as it relates to those that that would meet the criteria. What this amendment does is moves, instead of utilizing the basic demographics for a community, it utilizes the basic demographics of a community of those of eligible voting population, so those 18 and over. We would greatly reduce the total number of translation services and make sure that those vital services can meet the need all throughout the state. And that's what this amendment does, Mr. President. And I would encourage a green vote and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mitchell? I'm sorry, Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would request a no vote on this amendment. And I'll just take a moment to talk about the importance of this provision. It really is intended for Minnesotans whose primary or whose language is first language is other than English, allows them the resources to make them feel comfortable voting. And I will also note that Minnesota has done this for decades and decades, a very long time. It's important to have people included in the process. And so with this provision, we were in close contact with the state demographer who informed us, and that's how this provision will work, is that the counties will be in touch with the demographer to get the data through the census tracts on the percentage of the populations and the languages. And in that conversation with the state demographer, we learned that this is the way that the data comes. The data is not broken down to those over 18. The data that we can get from the demographer to have this be workable is for the population. They also, in those conversations, we learned that this wouldn't make a significant difference in the numbers of interpreters that would be needed or a significant change in the outcome. And so for those reasons, I would ask members to vote no on this amendment.
Before I go to the author of the amendment, I'm going to Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we heard this provision in committee, it was kind of interesting. A quick Google search of the company that's mandated in here, or maybe not a company, but they have to be certified by that particular organization. There's only 7,400 interpreters, 7,000 interpreters union-wide, 7,400. And that's not all. That's all languages they do. So how many of them may be an interpreter for Farsi or one of whatever the language in, I can't turn around, sorry. Some of the other languages that we may use in Minnesota, some of the other foreigners that we have in demographic groups, I should say. Demographic groups, they wouldn't be foreigners if they're voting. But how many of these different demographic groups or different languages we have to cover when there's only 7,400 total, and you have these smaller groups? Not all 7,400 would cover Farsi, for example.
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator Herb, for what purpose do you rise?
I would ask Senator. The senator just referenced to foreigner.
Senator Herb, as I request of everyone, please tell me what rule you are coming from.
It refers to Mason 120, decorum in debate.
Hold on 1 second. Mason's 120. Okay, where exactly?
It's the last sentence on section 120. The language used by member during debate should be temperated, decorous, and respectful.
Okay, I'm looking at Mason's 120, and I don't see those words. Hold on one moment.
Mason chapter 12, section 120.
So the last sentence, the language used by members during debate should be temperate, decorous, and respectful. Members, I'm not going to rule on that, but I would remind members to be very thoughtful as you describe others. That would be just helpful. With that, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, just trying to call out different languages that may be used by groups of people that have emigrated into the United States and become citizens because they couldn't vote if they weren't citizens. And so all of these different languages that would be here and are native tongues that we would be providing interpreters for, if you only have 7,400 of all the languages, how few would be in some of these different language sets that we would need interpreters for? And this is by using this demographics, just the mathematics are not going to work out to where you'll have enough interpreters that are certified by this organization spelled out in this bill to actually cover everything we need to do.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Members, I want to not correct anything, but I want to just make sure that we understand that in section 120 of Mason's, it talks about equality of members in debate. We want to just be clear that it is the duty of all members to conduct themselves as not to obstruct the like rights of other members. Freedom of speech involves obedience to all of the rules of debate. The language used by members during debate should be, as I mentioned earlier, temperate, decorous, and respectful. That's something that we always want to practice and adhere to. That is not to suggest anything other than as a gentle reminder. Senator Jaskowski. Let's see. I'm sorry, Senator Barr. This was your amendment. Do you have anything else that you want to say on your amendment? Oh, Senator Coran's
Mr. President.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is, again, I don't think it is perfect, but what we really want to do is make sure that we use an accurate threshold. The statement made that, well, that's how the demographer said it was going to be done. We need to determine exactly what's best and how it should be implemented. And with that, Mr. President, we're just really trying to seek some common ground where we can make sure where the need is determined that we have enough resources to make sure those needs are met. And for that, Mr. President, I would encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 827 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Last one again.
Senator Mann.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A27 amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A31 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A31 amendment. The secretary will report the A31 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 24, after line 10, insert. This is the A31 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, members, would prohibit an independent expenditure, PAC, or fund, or a party unit from obtaining and receiving a loan from a financial institution. Minnesotans have become weary, Mr. President, during elections of all of the campaign material that's being thrown at them. So we have independent expenditure groups in this state that are going out at the end of the campaign. They run out of money, they go to a financial institution, they take out a big loan, and they blow a lot more information out the pipe at Minnesotans. As I mentioned, they've become weary at the end of these campaigns, the distorted efforts and distorted messages coming out of these campaigns. And this would prevent that from happening. In those cases, Mr. President, then the political party unit or independent expenditure group will go out and recoup and repay the loan later after the reporting period's done, sometimes by bringing in dark money groups in order to pay off those loans. So there's another element to this, Mr. President, and that is that the mere fact of the lending institution either extending or not extending a loan to an independent expenditure group can in itself influence speech, whether they do or do not decide to extend those loans, and the details or the what's the word I'm looking for? the terms under which those loans are offered can themselves be affecting those speech. So I encourage your support of this amendment. Ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Senator Boldon?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. Just to refocus us on the bill is intended to eliminate foreign influence from our Minnesota elections. This really is sort of outside the scope and really not what this bill is about. So I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no other discussion, we're going to Senator Jaskowski if you have any last comments. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A31 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes no. Sorry.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the A31 amendment is not adopted. Any additional? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members, I'd offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 25, line 4, delete clause 1 or 3. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this amendment does a more precise job of treating nonprofit corporations the same as we do corporations and limited liability companies in this bill, and simply deletes the clauses 1 and 3 references, which would include 1, 2, and 3 on the end of page 24 of the bill. I encourage your support for the amendment, Mr. President. What this will do is it will help prevent the foreign influence that can come through the laundromat washing machine effect of these huge nonprofit organizations within our state that launder money, and much of it, or some of it, certainly could be foreign influence. And I encourage your support for the amendment and ask for roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment for the same reasons that I already gave when we talked about this the first time around with nonprofits. Nonprofits don't generally have investors. There's nothing analogous to the nonprofit sector like investors for for-profit corporations, so I would ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, any additional words? Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you want to make certain that we don't have foreign money unduly influencing our elections coming through nonprofits, if we truly want to do this in the bill, if we're going to be intellectually honest as a body, we need to make certain that we address nonprofits just like corporations are done in the bill. This will do it. It will turn off the laundromat and the laundering activity in these nonprofit organizations. I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A50 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A50 amendment is not adopted. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the bill that has before us is House File 3. There is a provision in this bill that basically says that for every time someone has to renew a driver's license or renew an application for their Minnesota Care or other federal or state needs, they're going to be automatically registered in the system for voting in the next election. And truly, this is not a freedom of choice. This is a mandate. You will. And the only way you can get out of it is within 20 days after you've been signed up, you have to put in paperwork to opt out. I thought we were a land of freedom. Mr. President, I would offer the 830 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A30 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A30 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 4, line 9, delete automatically. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Anderson, to your A30 amendment.
Mr. President, thank you. The A30 amendment basically takes out of the provisions from page 4 to page 27 those words that says automatic and puts in the word optional and allows individuals to opt in to the registration system for voting, not have to go through another additional process of opting out of the system. And so, Mr. President, I would like a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask for a no vote. This would essentially just remove the provision of a secure automatic voter registration, which is a good provision that Minnesotans support. This is a provision that improves accessibility. It streamlines the process. Just a correction for what was shared earlier. Voters, Minnesotans can opt out of this at any time they wish to. If they no longer wish to be registered, they can request to not be registered. And so would ask for support to keep this in the bill. We would join many other states who do this. It is actually a cost saver for the state. It reduces costs associated with printing and mailing and registration forms, cuts down on labor costs, and it is the main reason, the bigger reason, is that it is easier for Minnesotans. It is easier for Minnesotans to be registered. It helps to clean up our voter rolls. It significantly would cut down on same-day registration because all of that information is already in the system and kept up. There are many great reasons to do secure automatic voter registration, so I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm wondering if Senator Boldon would yield for a question.
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And could you just describe, as I was listening to Senator Anderson describe the process by which one would opt out, I want to get clarity from you on exactly what the process is to opt out. One of the things that concerns me is when it comes to technology. I've been working for many years here in the legislature to change many statutes in regards to an automatic that it's automatically enabled, and the burden is to opt out on various topics, various statutes. Similarly, I have a philosophy that mimics that for the private sector, whereby when you sign up for different forms and different things like that, the checkbox is do you consent to being added to our marketing distribution list? And you have to go through the affirmative action to opt out. So I'm very curious always about this. Assuming a person wants to be opted in and the burden goes on them to opt out. So Mr. President and Senator Boldon, can you just describe what that process is the next time I, or anybody I know, if this becomes law, gets a driver's license and they're automatically registered, what exactly do they have to do to opt out?
Senator Boldon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm grateful to be able to share this information. So for Minnesotans who would be automatically registered, they will receive a letter in the mail telling them that they have been registered to vote. There will be then information there that will direct them, if they do not wish to be registered to vote, to contact or to send part of that letter back to their county, as our elections are administered at the county level, and then they will not be registered to vote at that time.
Senator Lucero.
And thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. If she would yield for another question.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon. So I heard Senator Anderson reference a time frame. Is there a time frame, a window by which this has to be done, sending this paperwork into my county? And if there is a time frame, what happens before and after that deadline?
Senator Boldon to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there is a time frame referenced in the bill to give folks the opportunity, if they do not wish to be registered, to mail that back. The information is held for that period of time. So Minnesotans are not actually registered until after that 20 days is complete, to give that window of time. If they return it, do not wish to be registered, they have that window of time before they are registered. If it goes past that 20 days, if 2 months later they realize they forgot to send it and don't want to be registered, they can still mail that back. They will have been registered for that time, and when that is returned, they will then be unregistered.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boldon. And if she would yield for one more question.
Senator Boldon, will you yield? She said yes, she will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Senator Boldon. Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Boldon. So then, on a different topic, recently, or several, well, I guess it is recently, a month or two ago, this body and the legislature recently passed driver's license for illegal immigrants, and it was signed into law. And so non-citizens will be able to get a driver's license under current law now. Can you just explain with this, how does somebody who's not a citizen who gets a driver's license overlay then with the provision here of somebody that gets a driver's license and automatic voter registration?
Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when someone gets a driver's license, if they are, they have to attest to citizenship at that time. And so for all of automatic voter registration, it only goes forth if Minnesotans have provided the necessary information to get on the voter roll. So they have to, there has to be evidence of that they are a citizen. And so when folks are getting a driver's license, they have to, prove who they are, and it is known, they may use a passport as a proof of identification, or, there are non-citizens who have driver's licenses. They may have a green card, and so depending on the documentation that they bring to get a driver's license, if they bring a passport, for instance, if there is that evidence that they are a citizen, then that is the information that is used to have them register to vote.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that, Senator Boldon. Okay, so I'm at a loss because I'm not immediately familiar with the process and documents required for somebody who's not a citizen to get a driver's license. But obviously, there isn't anything to prove their citizenship, right? Because it wouldn't exist. And so a self-attestation, because I did hear the words come out of your mouth, Mr. President, Senator Boldon, self-attestation. So if that is indeed for a non-real ID compliant, therefore, again, non-real ID, there is no citizenship documentation required in that process. And what I'm concerned about is if we're relying on self-attestation, as I heard you in the answer to your question, by excluding somebody who's not a citizen, I'm concerned with that because we can't rely upon self-attestation if a person is or is not a citizen when they're getting a driver's license, especially now that we're going to potentially automatically register them to vote. Again, I have a concern. I wish I could dig deeper. I just don't have the process for the driver's license immediately at my fingertips. But if there is another member that can speak to that, I definitely would be interested in how these two, the current law and how this, if this becomes law, are going to overlay to ensure the integrity. To ensure the integrity of our election system, that those who are not citizens are not automatically registered to vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and apologies if I was not clear earlier. I wanted to be clear. Only Minnesotans who provide documentation of citizenship in getting a driver's license, only those individuals have their information, are registered to vote through that process.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so happy that I can speak on this, and I would encourage a no vote on this amendment, but just to ease everybody's mind. So again, I've worked as an election judge since 2018 in every election cycle, usually as a head judge, and this is stuff we already deal with all the time. I encourage everyone to sign up to be an election judge, and you would know so much about this process. But this is something I campaigned on because there are people who think they have registered when they did their driver's license or whatever else, and then they get there on election day and they haven't. And fortunately, Minnesota has same-day registration, which is amazing, but then you have to have a couple documents with you as well if your driver's license doesn't happen to have the correct address, someone's moved, whatever else. So it can be a little bit more complicated. So I love this provision in that people will be able to register right there, and they would know if they're in that situation. We already deal with this situation because we already have, as was mentioned, green card holders and other people who are able to get a driver's license now. We have people who are under 18. So we know how to deal with all this. And I want to also emphasize that, let's say someone that didn't want to get registered, somehow they did it, they didn't opt out correctly, whatever else. They're not required to vote. If you accidentally end up registered because you didn't check a right box or whatever else, no one's going to suddenly grab you and drag you to the polls. They're probably not going to realize they're registered. They're just not going to go. And if you did, if somehow you registered, you didn't mean to, and you went to vote, again, as I said earlier, we check everyone every single time by having them sign a certification that says right there, and you attest, I am a Minnesota resident. I meet the residency requirements. I am 18. I am a citizen. And they sign that and read that before they even get the ballot. So there is not widespread fraud. This is very well handled, and we are not going to let anyone have a ballot without verifying that they are someone that should be there voting on that day. So again, I thank Senator Boldon because this is going to make it easier on us. That'll be less same-day registrations that we have to worry about and more people empowered to vote, which I'm sure everyone here agrees that if someone is eligible to vote, we want to make that path easy for them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Anderson, last person to speak before we vote. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the conversation. But I truly believe that if we are the land of the home and the free and the brave, that this should be an opt-in provision, not an opt-out. We don't need to add more paperwork to the situation than it already is. And I would like to know, it says in here that if information is gotten and they go ahead and vote, and all of a sudden we find out later on that the information is wrong, whether it's from the Department of Human Services or from the Public Safety or whatever department or whatever agency that is providing the information to the Secretary of State, who prosecutes? Who goes after these people to take them to court to show that they have falsely provided information that's wrong? So too many things have happened in the last elections, and I don't see anything changing with this provision going forward. Please vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the 830 amendment. Senator Murphy, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A39 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A39 amendment, and the secretary will report the A39.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 3 as follows. Page 1, after line 17, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight we had a lot of conversation about the election process and all the changes to it. And what we want is, again, something we can believe in, but that we trust in it, that we can verify the data. Going back to one of my original statements earlier in the evening, in 2008, in the statewide voter registration system, all the data was, not all the data, there's data that's deemed public. We're not giving away or releasing private data. But on the statewide voter registration system, your name and address and your voter status, all those things were available up until 2008. What changed? Nothing changed statutorily. They just decided not to provide that information. When you look at all of the information that is necessary, and you look at all of the changes, we just talked about them in the last conversation, automatic registration of voters from either Department of Human Services and or the Department of Public Safety or any agency yet to be determined who may have the information to provide or force automatic voter registration. We have 16 and 17-year-olds being added who are ineligible voters, so we're adding more people to the voter box. We have driver's licenses for illegals, and we have a host of other people that are doing same-day voter registration. And again, we want same-day voter registration. We want it available and accessible, free, safe, and secure. With that, it brings up, it's even more important than ever that we have the ability, with access to the data, that would allow us to ensure that the voter rolls are and the integrities are maintained, that only people that are eligible to cast ballots cast those ballots. Heck, it's even more important now with permanent absentee mail-in voting, that we know that those voter rolls are accurate. Yes, they can be done at a county, but at a statewide level, we used to provide that information, again, to make sure that death records, there's a host of data that's available, that independent validation can be done to make sure only eligible people are there to cast the ballot. What this amendment does is make sure that that data would be then deemed public data. Again, to reiterate, it doesn't disclose statutory information that's deemed private from a personal perspective, but from a voting perspective, your voter record should be public, and that data should be available to make sure that we provide that transparency to build the trust and the confidence in the election system that we all desire. Mr. President, I request a green vote and a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Boldon, are you ready? Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. This amendment would make public what now is sensitive and private information. I'll note that current law already allows individuals to request registered voter lists for specific purposes, but making this information public would raise concerns, privacy concerns, safety concerns, specifically or especially with voters who are more vulnerable. So younger voters, elderly voters, those under guardianship. Because of all of those concerns, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any additional discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Westland.
Just very briefly, Mr. President, I think the other concern about this bill is because it does deal with data. This is something that should probably or should have gone through the Judiciary Committee, which has jurisdiction over this. So I don't think that this language has been properly vetted, and I would ask a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President, and appreciate the comments. This wouldn't violate any Data Privacy Act. It wouldn't make our vulnerable, wouldn't affect the safe at home. All those are continue to be protected as we would want those. It would then make available the information that was from 2008 available when we had far more trust in the election system than we did today. The transparency with all of these significant changes, again, from what we've heard from the other party, is that this is the most trustworthy election process that exists in the country with the greatest participation, and yet we're changing practically every single element of it and removing the transparency. Those are not recipes for trust. Vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A39 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye.
And Senator Rarick votes aye. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Mann, on her birthday, votes no.
Senator Mann votes no. Any additional votes? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A39 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments, members? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 3, a bill for an act relating to elections, modifying provisions related to voter registration.
Third reading. Any discussions? Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Boldon, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. I think it's an excellent bill. I'm excited to vote green for it. I want to especially thank you for including my provision on expanding disclosure through the express advocacy piece. I think it's really important that we put ourselves in line with where federal regulations already are. And make sure that we have as much information available to voters to understand who is spending money in our elections and making that more transparent for voters. I really think the more work that we can do in this chamber to ensure that our elections, the laws regarding our elections and the way that we enact them really center the voices of Minnesotans, of voters, and of candidates, and make sure that voters and candidates are able to hear from each other with as little impact from big money and dark money as possible. So I am very excited to vote green for the Democracy for the People Act, and I hope you will all join me.
Senator Mitchell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boldon, for bringing forward this amazing bill. As I said, elections are very near and dear to my heart. And when I was asked during the campaign, what are some things you can fix? Some of the things in here were exactly the things I mentioned and the things that people wanted. They do want an easier registration process so that when they get there on election day and they think they're registered, they don't find out they're not. They do want their kids. I love it when people bring their kids to the polls, even if they're underage, just to watch the process, to get in that habit. They do want their children to start developing these good habits and allowing them to register and start thinking about that early, even before they can vote, definitely does that. And just different protections to make sure that we keep that integrity that we have. It is our job as a democracy to ensure that anyone who is eligible to vote has a clear path to do so. We should not be putting up roadblocks. We should be making sure that everyone feels that they have a voice in the process and that they are empowered to do this. And I think this is a step in the right direction. This will keep Minnesota as one of the highest, if not the highest, turnout states, and that is something I am so proud of. Thank you.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take a moment and thank Senator Boldon for putting together a really good bill. And she's right when she says democracy was on the ballot this last year. I can't stand here without talking about young people. Young people are a pivotal, are important to our democracy and who we are. Folks who are young, in order for them to be engaged, we need to expand access to them. And that's what the bill that she added into her democracy package is and does, pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-olds, and I want to thank her for adding it. Young voters also understand that democracy is under threat, and that's why they came out this last year and voted in record numbers. And so I want to thank you for adding that bill and for putting together a really good bill, and I'm excited to vote for this bill.
Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Boldon did an excellent job in this bill to make sure that we strengthen democracy and to ensure that everyone can exercise their right to vote. I especially want to speak to my support for the multilingual election judges and for translation of sample ballots and voting instructions. Having limited English language proficiency should never prevent people from voting, and it should never be a barrier for people to exercise their fundamental right to vote. And this policy would ensure that voters have what they need to confidently cast their ballot. I urge all members to vote green. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would add my thanks to Senator Boldon. This was an enormous bill to carry this year, and I know how much hard work Senator Boldon has put into this, and it's just been an absolute pleasure to work with her on the Elections Committee. I would reiterate what Senator Mitchell said as well, that every eligible voter in the state of Minnesota should be able to vote without impediments so that their voice can be heard in our democracy. And this bill does so much to remove barriers. One of the highlights of this bill is the permanent absentee ballot list. And we know that this will make it easier for people to access absentee ballot voting, and it is incredibly important part of this provision. It's been a pleasure to work on the Elections Committee with all of the members, but especially want to thank Senator Boldon. Please vote green.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has shown that it is severely lacking in a great number of areas. And we have seen a redefinition of the word democracy, which I expounded on earlier, and where it belongs on the foundation of a constitutional republic. But it appears that the word democracy, the operational definition being used is democracy is whatever Democrats want. If Democrats want something, then the advancement of that is democracy to them. And if the people want something that Democrats don't want, well, then that goes against democracy to them. And unfortunately, we've seen this bill fall short in so many areas. It's actually trying to restrict Minnesotans' rights to speak. It's trying to put severe and unworkable limitations on Minnesotans if they own a publicly traded business or invest in one. And the majority here has shown that they, in fact, do not oppose foreign influence on elections because they voted against, after we had this lengthy discussion, they voted against other areas that are even bigger that we pointed out with more amendments of where foreign money and dark money come in and influence elections in Minnesota and around the country through a lot of nonprofit spending and PACs and big lobbyists that are able to move money around between committees and entities without having to disclose. And this bill is only going to help strengthen the influence of dark money and strengthen the ability for billionaire liberals to hide their money under entities that will not fall under the same disclosure that candidates and campaigns need to take. Really was quite stark how the vote against the amendments for changing and making the foreign influence definitions match the federal definitions, how the majority turned right around then and voted in favor of dark foreign influence money through nonprofits and labor and liberal unions and other entities. Should make your position clear. Either you're for it or you're not. You can't sit here and tell Minnesotans with a straight face that you only oppose foreign influence when it goes against your side and not the even larger amount that supports your side. So there's a few good things that are in this bill. We obviously want to help with any language barriers. We want to help if there's registration areas that we can do better. We want to do more to help have outreach to our young people. But this bill goes backwards in transparency. This bill goes backwards in the influence of big money and dark money in elections. And this bill goes backwards in the long-standing tradition that Minnesota used to have of having bipartisan buy-in on significant election law changes in Minnesota. The last 3 governors prior to the current one were of 3 different parties, and they all, in unison, would state, we need buy-in from both parties before making election law changes in Minnesota. And now here in this Democrat trifecta, that principle is going out the window in a very speedy effort to ram as much through as possible to pass a quote-unquote Democracy Act, which will only promote what Democrats want and ignore what Minnesotans want. So I cannot vote for this bill tonight. It needs to go back to the drawing board, and it needs more work for bipartisanship. And with that, Mr. President, I urge members to oppose the bill.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's a good day to be a Minnesotan. Mr. President, I was an English language arts person, and I was thinking a little bit about adjectives and nouns. The noun, Democrat, the adjective, democratic. Under democratic control, we have stopped the threat of the degradation of our democracy in this state. We have expanded our democracy, safeguarded our democracy. And it feels so good to do that, because when you look out across the country and you see what is happening in other states, it's scary. But under Democratic control and with the amazing leadership of the good senator from Rochester, we have ensured that we strengthen the freedom to vote for every eligible voter in Minnesota, that we protect voters and our election system, especially the volunteers and election workers who have been increasingly under threat for doing their job and doing it well. We're modernizing our campaign finance system to empower voters and increase the disclosure of secret spending. We are ensuring that Minnesotans are at the center of our election system. It is a good day to be a Minnesotan. It is a good day to expand democracy. And I'm so, so glad to vote green on this bill, and I encourage others to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a bill before us that's good for Democrats. That's how the bill's written. We heard the campaign finance discussion, the effort to keep foreign money and dark money out of elections. And Democrats wanted to do that except for those areas that benefit Democrats. Those are allowed to go forward. The dark money can continue to flow through the instruments of election process that benefit Democrats. That's what this bill does. That is not a fair bill. That doesn't help fair elections. It doesn't add integrity to our elections. It makes them weaker. We have in the bill provisions to put delivery of absentee ballots on autopilot. We have turned our government into a voter registration activist. That's what we have turned our government into, a voter registration activist. Members, Mr. President, elections, in an election for it to be fair and honest and good, it needs to be easy to vote and hard to cheat. Unfortunately, here in Minnesota, it's easy to vote and easy to cheat. This bill makes it even easier to cheat. And that's not what Minnesotans are asking for. And for those members that claim that we have this glorious, clean, pristine election system that's working hunky-dory, I've got news for you. There's election fraud in Minnesota. I was there in Minneapolis in 2020 when I received the video from the young gal that showed Liban Mohammed with 300 ballots in his car, 300 absentee ballots that were not yet sealed. I received the video. I gave it to the FBI. I turned it over to Project Veritas. On the video, Liban Mohammed bragged about, and this was in a, Mr. President, this was in a 90% Democrat district during a primary in 2020. And Liban bragged about how smart he was because he had more money and he knew how to get the ballots. And he bragged about how every ballot of those 300 ballots, which was 1 day's worth of his collection, that he worked until 2 a.m. in the morning in order to gather. He bragged about how every one of those was filled out for Jamal Osman, his brother. Jamal was elected to the Minneapolis City Council. Members, election fraud is real here in Minnesota. And denying it and sticking your head in the sand and making statutes like this that make it even easier for bad people to cheat and defraud and take away the votes of honest people is a horrible thing to be doing here in the Minnesota legislature. But that's what we have before us. I hope the people of Minnesota are watching. If you want integrity in your elections, this bill goes the other way. Please vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I will begin by saying that I have faith in Minnesotans. And I have faith in their ability to use the power of their vote to set the course of our future as they do in every election. I also love talking with them and listening to them and working with Minnesotans to solve our shared problems, which is why I like elections so much. I am not the only person in this room who has knocked doors and talked with voters, but it is a thing that has taught me so much about this place we call our home. And in the last election cycle, Minnesotans were really clear that they were worried about the state of our democracy and their ability to use their vote to set our future. They were worried about the flood of money coming into the elections. They were worried about disinformation and election denial. And they're worried about the structural ways that they're seeing in other places to disenfranchise people from their vote. And those are reasons enough to vote for this bill tonight, the Democracy for the People Act, for the People Act. But there's one more reason that I think is critical. We like to boast a lot about voter participation in Minnesota, and we should, because Minnesotans vote in high numbers, but it's not 100%. Not everybody is voting, and we should want everyone to have the opportunity to vote, because the people of this state set our course with their vote. We should want them all. This bill is going to make that more realistic. This bill, when it becomes law, is going to make that more real. When Minnesotans have faith in our elections, they participate. And we are going to make that more possible, which is why I am so delighted tonight to vote yes for the Democracy for the People Act. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the robust discussion we've had on several different topics tonight. But, Mr. President, I have a very heavy heart. And I have a heavy heart because I can see the writing on the wall that this bill is going to pass tonight. It's going to pass. And what causes me to have this heavy heart is that we are continuing down the same path here right now at this time in history that countries in years past have gone down. And Mr. President, you guys are going to win this vote. This will pass. I know that your side will be very happy because there's been a long string, this will be the latest example of a long string of bills that will have been passed this session. And I've seen the glee and joy in the victories that the Democrat Party has been having. But while you might be getting victories in legislation, what is not happening is the failure to recognize the reality that there is other opinions out there. And the 33 Republicans in this body represent that cross-section of Minnesota that have a differing opinion. And there's a failure to acknowledge this difference of opinion. We've heard it highlighted here tonight, that it is the tradition going back in Minnesota that election law would not change unless there is agreement, bipartisan agreement, even when the opportunity was there. Like in 2013, in my early first term in office in the other body, Governor Dayton was the governor. And there was this unwritten rule of needing to have bipartisan agreement to pass into law, election changes. And that is not in this bill. There is not bipartisan agreement. And what I'm very concerned about, as I've said, is the victory will be won by the passage of this bill by Democrats, but you're not changing the hearts and minds of those with differing opinions. And I know that as I'm saying these words, there's an entire machine out there that is going to capture this video, share it, take some segment of it, put it on social media, and try to get some scoring points. But we're continuing down this path of division. That's where my heavy heart is from. I know there's scoffing happening right now at my words. But nations, when there's such deep division and a failure to have any type of interest in acknowledgement in the other side, nations break up. There has to be a glue that binds us together. And we continue down this path of a failure to acknowledge that. Mr. President, have you seen a mooring rope? A mooring rope is a series of at least 3 that is woven, it's twisted together. And that twisting together in these mooring ropes, it's a number of rope, it's more than one, because that is an example of a biblical truth, that where there is unity, there is strength. And a mooring rope is an example of having more than one, in 3, for example, braided or twisted together, that give incredible strength. It's several individual ropes, but the twisting together gives it incredible enhanced strength. And in this country, the glue that made us so powerful, the envy of the world to be so successful, is the binding of a shared value and at least an acknowledgement that we're going to have strength because of our unity. But this path that we're on, as it's been referenced, and the smiles and cheers from the other side, we're going to ram through this elections bill, breaking tradition, not having any bipartisan agreement, is division. And division is going to result in weakness. And so the weakness that I have deep fear of what's coming, it may not happen, it's not going to happen this year, it's not going to happen next year, but this chasm between the sides is only exasperated by the other side just failing to acknowledge that there are very serious differences of opinions. And it's not and that difference of opinion doesn't mean the other side is evil. And so I'll just close my remarks with one example from history. I'm going to use the nation Israel. Thousands of years ago, the nation Israel was one nation under the leadership of Saul, then King David, then King Solomon, and they were an incredible nation because they were a people that had unity, and that unity brought strength. But after King Solomon, divisions rose, and there was a division in the country, and it formed the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. And as time went on, the divisions continued, the weakness continued, and eventually the northern kingdom was conquered, and then the southern kingdom. And I'm highlighting that as an example of how history, that's just one of the many examples in history, when this continued division is going to bring weakness. The weakness, excuse me, I'm violating the very tenet of public speaking, not to have gum in the mouth while I'm talking, but I'm doing that. So I apologize. But I submit that to this majority, to understand that you will be able to pass this bill, you're going to force this into law, but you cannot force the hearts and minds. That's not going to happen. It's only going to create further division, which will be weakness, and that is not good for the future of Minnesota. So I humbly submit that for the majority's consideration, that it is such a deep disappointment that this is being rammed through without any recognition of tradition in bipartisanship and working together. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. My family escaped the persecution of communist dictatorship regime, and voting right meant so much to me and my parents who brought me here to this country. when they become citizen, I can see the brightness in their face. And they go right to the poll and vote. And it also motivated me as soon as 1 year later, as soon as I turned 18, I go to the poll and vote because I see a country fell apart, and when democracy fell apart, tyranny surfaced. And that motivated me to make sure that our democracy stays strong. And I always remind people that folks like me came to this country empty-handed, but we had one finger to vote. And so let's go to the poll. And even though the beginning of my life was in the poorest of the poorest community of all, and quote, unquote, Mr. President, you mentioned the word ghetto. I was part of ghetto upbringing. But voting meant more to me than being in this country. And I practiced that ever since till this day that brought me to the Senate. And I'm sure people of my heritage felt very much the same. But as much as ECHO people encourage people to vote, the next generation have not experienced the same as I do. My next generation of young people, just like other young people, had not been taken away their right to vote. And so they may be too complacent. So Senator Boldon, thank you for bringing this legislation forth by empowering, educating our young people, get them start early, as well as empower our election judge, a multicultural, came here from a different country, may look foreign, but a true American to this country that will die for the right to vote. And so thank you for bringing this forth. I ask member to vote green.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of things that have been said already, and some of the things that I want to repeat is that, Senator Boldon, I'm so proud of you. So proud of our committee, so proud of everything that you have done, especially to get this committee on the right track and to answer the things that the Minnesotans were telling us. Minnesotans spoke up. They wanted to end the road blocking. They wanted to end the singular issues that were holding up their ability to vote. And you took that on, and you finished it up for us. I do have to say that, you know, we've heard a lot about the bipartisanship and that sort of thing. And, you know, I'm in my 15th year here, and I've been in the majority, I've been in the minority, then back in the minority again, or majority again, then back in the minority. And I've felt what some of the minority is feeling right now, that it is tough to get things through when you're not in the majority. And I need to say that, you know, I've been in the Elections Committee for several years, and just take the last session, the last 2 years, we had 104 bills that were referred by elections to the Elections Committee. I believe it was 54 or 55 of those were chief authored by the Democrats. You know how many were heard? None. Not one. Not even one. So what we need to do is we need to settle down a bit. We have another year that we can work on more things. And the fact of the matter is we are #1 in the nation on turnout, and we want to do better. And now we're going to do better. And I think I can thank Senator Boldon for leading the team here of getting more people interested in voting, more people registered to vote, and we'll even increase our numbers next time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just also want to rise and say thank you to Senator Boldon and also Senator Carlson for all the work you've done this session to get Voter turnout in Minnesota is 79.96. 79.96. We can get it to 80%. And I think it's this bill that's going to push us over to 80%, again, having the highest voter turnout in the country. One of the things I love about America is the evolution of voting. And when our country was first founded, the only people that could vote were white men that owned property. That's what, 10, 12, 15% of the American population at the time. And ever since then, we've woken up and we've realized that black men should get the right to vote because under the 15th Amendment, women should get the right to vote because of the 19th Amendment. 18, 19, 20-year-olds should have the right to vote because of the 26th Amendment. And during all those amendments and debates, there was people opposed. People were opposed to giving the right to vote to black men. People were opposed to giving the right to vote to women. People were opposed to giving the right to vote to 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And now we realize, shame on us. We were wrong. And we've done other things over the years. We had literacy tests, and we had property, we had poll taxes, and we had English language requirements. And now we realize all those things were simply wrong. That we should be a nation that instills in all of our citizens this incredible, incredible gift, the right and responsibility to vote. And I just really thoroughly enjoyed tonight's debate, tonight's discussion, the discussions and debates we had in committee, and I hold my head up high. And now, after this bill gets passed, it's both sides of the aisle responsibility to seek out the vote of the people that we are extending suffrage to and giving more opportunities to vote. And like I said, now both of the sides of the aisle need to rise up and reach out and earn their votes. And that's how it's supposed to work, whether we call it a democracy or a republic. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Boldon.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Well, we have heard a lot of things here tonight, and I want to thank everyone for participation and for the lively debate. I am really proud to carry this bill. This is a good bill for Minnesotans. And I do feel joy and glee because of what this is going to do for Minnesotans. And while I'm proud to be carrying this bill today, I also want to acknowledge the work that has gone into it from others over the past months and years. Senator Port, Senator Murphy, others, staff, Will Freeman, Beth Frazier. A lot of work from a lot of people have gone into this bill, and I want to recognize that. I also want to highlight that the provisions in this bill are not bipartisan, they are nonpartisan. These provisions are supported by Minnesotans in all corners of the state, in every one of our districts. There are also provisions that are enacted and in place in many other parts of the country, in red states and blue states and purple states. Members, this is not about us. This is about Minnesotans. And this is what Minnesotans are asking for. They are asking for their voices to be at the center of our democracy. They are asking for us to make it easier for them to cast their vote. They are asking for us to make sure that they have resources at the polling place that is in the language, their own language. They are asking us to remove barriers and put their voices at the center. And that's what this bill does. I also want to just note that we do have a proud tradition in Minnesota of high voter turnout. We are voters in Minnesota, and we do have strong elections, and we have faith in our elections, and that voter turnout can also be better. We can do better. We can include everyone to build that true multiracial, multi-generational, multi-regional democracy that we strive for. We are doing really well at that. We can do better. And this bill does that. And as we have had other conversations in this body about how Minnesota is a North Star state and many other spaces. We are a North Star state. This bill makes us a North Star state in terms of democracy. We are seeing across the country states moving in the other direction. We are seeing bills enacted that makes it harder for people to vote, putting up barriers. We are seeing threats on democracy. We are seeing duly elected state legislators being expelled from their bodies for doing the work of their constituents. We all witnessed a deadly insurrection on January 6th that occurred the day after I was first sworn into office. So we know the threats to our democracy are real, and this bill puts the voices of Minnesotans at the center, and that is exactly what we should be doing. I'm very proud to carry it. I encourage everyone to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 3. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Zhang.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the bill passes and its title agreed to. Members, please, you have to, I'm being gentle. We can't have any applause in the chambers. Remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, we will revert to the fifth order of business, report of committees. Members, there's a committee report to read at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House File Number 100, a bill for an act relating to cannabis. Reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. And when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Boldon for a motion to adopt committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee report read by the Secretary be adopted, and I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the motion to adopt. Members, please vote. Senator Murphy, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, that was Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Rarick votes no.
And Senator Rarick votes no. All senators voting who has a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 20 noes, the motion prevails. The next order of business is the seventh order of business, first reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House File Number 100.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members, we'll now proceed to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session: Abler and Johnson from 3:10 to 3:25 p.m., Any additional announcements of Senate interest? Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Finance Committee meets at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Any additional announcements? Seeing none, Senator Boldon.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Thursday, April 27th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.